playoff with sending Godlike Esports and Aurora Gaming directly to lower bracket.
And All Gamers, All Legion were able to defeat Zeta Division with their 3 Tacticians Crown wins under their belt. And also the Flash Wolves sending #1 seed from China, Team Vision, down to the lower bracket. What else happened down there?
In lower bracket, Keys and Dreams were crushed. T1, 2-1 against Fnatic in the closest game that we had in the tournament. And then a surprise, Mouse beating JDG 2-0. Total surprise here, Counter.
But not a surprise if you ask them.
I mean, they had the confidence and no one confided in them, but they did and make it happen.
Of course, Nongshim Red Force also managed to knock out Nemesis, and we ended the day with an absolute upset with Vitality having Milk end his competitive journey. Vitality end their chances at club championship points, and of course, our Spanish squad, Movistar Koi, moving forward in the competition.
That's it, and that's the summary for day 2. Today, 4 more Keys and Dreams will be crushed.
One more.
Again, 4 keys were crushed. That is a heavy burden. However, for those who have survived and moved forward, they celebrate. Weibo Gaming, Virtus Pro, obviously now waiting their competitors, 2 Titans in our tournament.
Can anyone really say they are surprised that the 2 runner-ups from last year's editions have already made it through to the playoffs? I don't really think so. They're good at 4v4 for a reason. Their team play is fantastic, and they've proven it yet again in this edition.
But Flash Wolves AGAL also moving forward. 2 incredible teams, and for AGAL as well for the club championship, it means a lot for the organization that they continue to dominate.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like from Flash Wolves, they've catching up the Jinx composition so well. They've been the team that used that comp a lot so far. Other teams didn't invest that much, and they were able to play tempo very well on to the second series, the second half of the series. They took a win after losing the game 1.
And for AGAL, we haven't seen them on the A stream yet. I am really excited to see what they actually look like in the 4v4 stage. I want to see their actual gameplay. It's been mostly the B stream the first 2 days.
That's true. B stream we won't have anymore. You're going to be stuck here on stream A. For better or worse, you're going to love it, though. I know you will. AGAL will be returning, of course, not today, though. Today, we've got some heavy hitters joining the mix. But again, it's all about surviving. We'll have Vision and T1 in just a little bit. But again, going back to what we ended up witnessing, the emotions on the stage, super heavy. Obviously, even trying to survive, right? It puts a heavy burden on your soul as a competitor. It's not easy whatsoever. But for the Titans such as Vision T1, who are in fact down into the lower bracket, forced to survive 2 dominant rosters, today's not going to be easy. But who else are you looking out for in today's competition?
Well, I like Koi. I mean, I feel like they're having a statement against the 2 best creators in the scene, Soju, and I mean for the West, Soju and Raven. And Raven just crushed Soju's key yesterday. I feel like for the Spanish fans, this has been a great team, a lot of great players, and let's see if they still got it today.
Yeah, MKoi is just one of those rosters that's incredibly fun to watch, especially with the fan base behind them. We take a look at bracket 4 Group A, which will be concluding today. It's been a long road for these competitors, but finally the playoffs is just in front of them. But are they going to be able to reach out and grab it? That is the question. We talked about the rosters that have advanced to playoffs. Weibo Gaming, Flash Wolves, through the fire in the gauntlet. They had to qualify. They ended up making it happen. But today we start with Team Vision T1, but Godlike Esports going against, of course, what Dobbs just said, Movistar Koi. That's going to be a banger matchup, but there's 2 more decider matches we haven't talked about yet. We head over to Group B. Let's immediately go down to the decider matches in the semifinals. Who do we got? Who are you looking out for? And will we see any upsets?
It has to be Zeta. I think Tidal just has a certain aura around him in terms of the GOAT contention in TFT. The fact that he's been able to pick up Mori, the fact that they've made it, fairly far in the tournament up until now. I think there are so many fans from Japan that are really rooting for Tidal to go far, and now it's all of a sudden a do or die moment for him and his team.
Absolutely, and for Aurora Gaming, we heard on the stage during one of our interviews, actually, they've got some enemies, it seems, maybe frenemies, I guess you could say. They want to be challenged, but they've got to make it through their tough matchup. It is not going to be easy whatsoever. We take a look at our schedule because it's going to be action-packed today. Like I said, Dobbs, we're crushing keys all day long.
Yes, I mean, we got some experience with crushing keys yesterday. I feel like today is gonna be even better. It's not the playoffs just yet, but every single game matters a lot because all of them are elimination games.
That's right.
And I feel like Mo's is gonna have a very difficult job against Aurora. They have one of the best players in the world in the roster. So I feel like Mo's have to climb to try to go to the playoffs.
That's right. The club championship race is on, and it is getting intense. And for Team Vision, today means a lot for the organization. Trav, catch me up to speed.
Team Vision are searching for a place amongst the best here in teamfight tactics at the Esports World Cup. They've already more than exceeded expectations by getting to this point, and just one more win will give them a playoff berth and a chance at 200 club championship points. However, they're going to be facing against T1, who are one of the favourites in this competition from the start, and they look to bolster their championship charge by getting their third playoff run started. At present, Team Vision sit ahead of them, but they've got to get this win secured to be able to be eligible for the club championship with the only 2 participations that they've got. Stay tuned for that and more as we keep you updated on all things club championship.
Club championship race, we're talking $30 million on the line, $7 million for first, and we're in week 3, so we're getting deeper into the run. It's not the end just yet, but you don't want to fall too far behind. For Na'Vi, they absolutely haven't. They've been looking stellar. However, they're not competing here in TFT. Vitality, they had their run. Unfortunately, missing out on the playoff brackets means missing out on additional points. However, AGAO in third place, big talking point. They're still in, and they have a chance to gain some points, but Vision in 6th. That's going to be where we stop, right? We've got a lot of great competitors. We'll be breaking this down throughout the day, but Team Vision is the most major talking point here. Now, why is that? Well, Team Vision only has 2 teams in 2 events here at EWC. You need to have your teams place top 8 in at least 2 games. Now, if you can do that, you're then eligible for the club championship prizing. And for Team Vision, they've already got 1 top 8 finish in a previous title. They need another one, and they're 1 series away from doing so. Team Vision, I hear we've got the coach Kitty. Who did you find?
Team Vision 战队的选手 Flancy。然后我的队友是真白、秦吹维和摸鸡鸡。摸鸡鸡是团队的大脑吧，因为他就是相当于说我们的指挥。然后秦吹维更擅长于连败锁血这样，更擅长于玩那种深蹲行阵。然后我和真白是属于全能补位型，就是我们玩到哪个位置都可以。我们平时就是还是队友之间就是还是比较轻松氛围，就比较轻松，比较就是没那么严肃的那种。但是去打比赛的时候，就大家还是非常严谨，就是不会嘻嘻哈哈这样。就非常感谢支持我们的粉丝吧，我们也会尽全力打好每一场比赛，然后真的用尽全力去赢得冠军的。
Welcome in, everyone. By my side, we have the TFT manager for Team Vision, Abchrono. Welcome.
Welcome.
So you guys are bouncing back from a loss against Flash Wolves 1-2.
Yeah.
What was the team's reflection from yesterday?
It was like a shock for us because we already, as you know, rank 1 and China qualifiers. So we back up our loss, scrims a lot for a little day. So I think we all confident to win today.
Yeah, and today's a really important series because it's a qualification into the quarterfinal and the loser is out.
Yeah,
With the tournament schedule being so tight, what are the adaptations that the team's making for today?
After our loss yesterday, we are back up to win today and go for playoffs, especially after Vitality is out, so it will be make easier way to us and our goal for this tournament.
And this is a really big international tournament for the entire year, so do you have any personal goals coming into the EWC this year?
Yeah, sure. We have the first goal for us is getting the EWC title.
Oh, the title, very
Sure.
ambitious. Okay, I know I already asked you, but how confident are you feeling for your matchup against T1 later today?
Full confidence for my players. They will make it like 2-0.
A rivalry between Team Vision and T1. Thank you so much, Chrono, and I'll see you guys on stage later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interview, Kitty. As you can see, just behind her, the players are getting ready out on that stage. They're about to go down. These two teams, man, are absolutely incredible. For Team Vision, though, again, for that club championship race, they need top 8. We move into our crunchy story of the day. It's T1, it's Vision. They're throwing down, and this means a lot. It's a decider matchup. Keys will be crushed. The question is, whose will be crushed? Now, for T1, they came into this event much storied, hyped up, top 4, top 2. They have history, but they bring in the young gun of Sangyup. It's been a bit rocky at times, I'm not going to lie. Their series have been tough, but they've been holding on. Dobbs, T1, what do they bring to the table today?
Well, I feel like for T1 mostly, every single player has shined in some way. So far, we've seen SCSC. He has a great average placement. And yesterday, so far, he was able to get 3 games in a row, finishing in the top finish. He was amazing.
That's right. Amazing indeed. And Dobbs, for Vision, though, they come in a lot weighing on their shoulders, not only for the club championship, but also to just prove that they're one of the best out there.
Yes, of course, and especially for Moji, Flancy was talking that he is one of the most important players in their roster, but so far he didn't have great results. So I feel like they must rescue him to be in a good spot to win against T1.
Ooh, rescue. So I've been hearing, apparently it all comes down to Flancy. Like, Flancy is that guy. He performs well, they win. Is Flancy truly the X factor?
I will say Flancy and Zenbai have taken turns being kind of the hero for this team. My big question is, if both of these players falter in a game, what happens to Team Vision? Does Moji step up in the way that he has to, I think, at this point in time? We're in day 3 of group stage. Moji is a coach-turned-player. He is still trying to prove he deserves to be on this team in terms of the role he has to fulfill. And I think this will be the first true test for Team Vision with a team like T1 up against them.
Ooh, and it is a test indeed. Flancy's got a lot of attention, but I love that you brought in several of the other players. After all, it's a team effort in order to win.
Yes, I feel like they are having a great spot, winning out a lot of their games. But I feel if they can actually not get into those 8s, not give so much resources to the opponent's team, they can actually have a great chance to be even the contenders of the tournament.
Well, T1 is also looking to be a contender themselves. Let's learn a little bit more about who they are.
저는 T1 빈틈이고 저희 팀에는 크레이지 무빙, SCSG 그리고 쌍엽 선수가 있습니다. 가장 상대하기 싫은 팀, 가장 강했던 팀이면 충분한 것 같습니다. 제가 이번에 나온 팀들 중에 제타랑 오로라 게이밍을 좋아하는데 토너먼트에서 꼭 만나서 이겨주고 싶습니다.
Oh, there they are, T1. They've had to go through the gauntlets, and even at the very start of TFT for EWC 2026 against Weibo Gaming. But even though they took the L, they took it in stride, and they're looking great coming into today. Again, T1 is such a talented roster. Sangyup is one of those guys, but SCSC has been on fire. You go back to the match, I believe, yesterday. SCSC took a backseat so Crazy Moving can move on up. The sacrifices that T1 are willing to make to win are incredible.
And Bintum, despite being historically the best player from South Korea in general in TFT, not just on this T1 squad, he had a very poor showing against Fnatic. It was all 3 games in the bot 4. I want to see Bintum back on his legendary status coming to this series. I think T1 will need it to beat Team Vision.
But Dobbs, I feel like T1 again have had these great moments. They've had some tough series. Have they looked like the T1 they need to look like to take down Team Vision and move forward to the playoffs?
Well, T1 had tough series so far. The first one was against Able, with the best team, so the defending title winners. So I feel like T1 had a great shot against them. They barely let Weibo win. And yesterday, despite the fact that the series was very close, I feel they have the tools to take down Team Vision. but it's going to be a very difficult series.
You mentioned Bentom, but we have some other star-studded players. Crazy Moving, for example. What does he bring to this roster?
He's the clutch factor. In last year's edition, he was a pickup on the 2025 edition of EWC, and he surprised everyone by being the true MVP of the entire tournament run for T1, making it to the top 4. And yet again yesterday, we saw at the very end there that Akali, with all those different artifacts, the moment Crazy Moving wins the game for his team, he immediately high-fives Bentom, and Bentom knows, hey, you saved me this series, you were the star. We'll see if Crazy Moving can be that X-Factor player, the clutch factor again today.
Let's find out unique clutch factors, and I feel there's a clutch factor for both rosters. Okay, you mentioned several for T1. We got Flancy, though, for Vision. This match is about to go down. Today means a lot. Decider matches all day long, and keys will be crushed.
T1 是一个非常有名的战队，在败者组比赛确实压力会大一些，因为再输了就真的要淘汰了，所以我们只能在竭尽全力去败者组通到淘汰赛。对于 T1 而言，从欧洲游到韩国还是比较远的，所以我觉得他们可以尽早做好被我们打败，然后游回韩国的准备。
我跟冒死这个战队的话，因为我们在同一个半区的话，也没有怎么特别多的那个训练吧。然后的话，但是也比较期待跟他们的对战，下一场肯定是有信心能够拿下的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of TFT here at the Esports World Cup. Yesterday, we already crushed multiple keys, and today we are continuing that trend as our teams are trying to fight for their place in the playoffs, Damascus.
4 places to grab on the playoffs. 8 teams remain, you know what I mean? Every single match is an elimination match. We got 4 keys to crush. Everyone is putting their tournament life on the line.
And the energy has been absolutely fire. Yesterday, I'm over there on the Key Crusher with movie star Koi, and I'm hearing that NA is free. People are talking crazy like that out here in Damascus, and it's of course with good reason. Not the NA is free part. We don't stand on that
hey,
one.
I love hearing Rob say, can you say it again?
I was not saying NA is free. I was quoting that NA was free, but of course we are not. One of the best regions in the world easily. That said, ladies and gentlemen, today we have some fire matches. Do you think it's about that time to bring out our first team?
I think it's about that time to go for our first team, man. First match, and that's an absolute banger match. Who do we got first, Rob?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Team Vision! Team Vision, the Chinese qualifier winner. They want to prove that they can replicate their regional dominance on a national stage. So far, they have already exceeded expectations in their first TFT EWC appearance. And Flancy has been on fire with back-to-back first place lobby finishes. Now, of course, we do have an interview with my guy Moji first and foremost. So you're looked at as the coach, a coach in China. Now you've switched to being a player. What made you switch, and what do you have to prove?
搏击选手，所以你也做出了从教练变成选手的这个选择，所以你是为什么做出了这个选择？然后你在这次的 EWC 想证明什么呢？
就因为我4-4其实练了很久，包括澳门公开赛也拿了冠军，所以说有这个4-4的比赛，有这个机会上来当选手，肯定是比教练还要再更让我兴奋一点的。
I've been practicing for a long time, including the Macau Open. So, of course, when I'm given the chance to be a player again, I'm always going to take it.
Coach to player, and right now he is one step away from the playoffs, Damascus.
Hey, usually it's the opposite. Players retire and move to coach, but that guy's back, and I love to see it. But they got a huge client against them right now. One of the absolute powerhouses of this game. Please, let's welcome T1! The powerhouse, the team, an experienced team, contenders for this entire tournament. They unfortunately had the bracket unluck of facing the running champs, Weibo Gaming round 1, lost 2-1, and then clutched it against Fnatic 2-1 to survive, as right now they are about to put their tournament life on the line against the best team in China, Team Vision. T1 stepping onto the stage, about to deliver a banger match. Of course, players joining us right now. It's looking good, and I am with Sang-Gyop, who I wanted to talk to. Sangyup, I have one simple question for you. This team is a true contender, and you have been the new addition to this team. How is it to join 3 players of that caliber, and what's your role today in lifting them to victory?
쌍엽 선수 이제 T1은 이제 강력한 우승 후보 팀이고 이제 올해 새로 합류를 하시게 된 선수인데 이제 합류하게 되신 소감과 이제 합류하심으로써 어떤 역할을 이제 수행하실지를 한번 설명 부탁드립니다.
제 역할이요?
네.
저는 1등을 자주 하는 역할을 하고 있습니다.
My role is to get first place in this team.
You know what? Banger awards! I don't need anything more. First place only. Listen, teams, it is time for you to line up in there for the traditional face-off. Can we get our players to face each other off? Because Rob, without further ado, it is time. Our casters are ready. Everyone is ready. It is Team Vision versus T1. Let's go!
T1 versus Vision. T1 looking to repeat the success of the last 2 years, but a wall remains in front of them. The first seed from the CN region, which has won both of the last EWCs, is in their way, preventing them from an easy road to the success they've had previously.
And there's so many legends to behold on both of these sides. Flancy, Bintam, Zumbai, and Koyoi, the newer generation of CN players coming up. Sanyap joining the squad from a finals finish in TAC round. You can tell these squads have so much respect for each other, they couldn't hold the smiles. They couldn't keep it straight and angry at each other because they know the reputations.
Yeah, and great to hear from Sangyup, the new addition to the squad. His role is to go first. And we'll see if he can do it once again. He had a great game yesterday against Fnatic where he was able to have that big beatdown on the Evelyn, be able to get all the way to a massive win to set the tone for that series.
We typically call Sanyap the brutalizer in the APAC region. He is known as a very heavy top 4 player, definitely one of the most elite ones out there, and he has won the entirety of the Eastern mid-season finals back in Set 9 over Prime Hwanmie, over Prime title. So he definitely can lay claim to knowing how to win in tournaments.
So far in this event, T1 has, of course, impressed. We had some big pop-off performances from both Sangyup and Crazy Moving, but SCSC has been the anchor for this team. He's continued to go for those top 4s, make sure he's always having a very solid placement, and make sure that the team is always still in the game.
Yes, he has the best AVP of any single member on the team, and this is what T1 is most known for. They usually have 2 great tempo players in Bintam and SCSC, and then they have those win-out players like Crazy Moving and Sanyap. On the other side for Vision right here, talking about their win-out players, it has to be Flancy and Zumbai. They're all-rounders sitting on the far side of your screen right here. And then they have the quarterback in Moji, whose placements have not been ideal, but have still gotten them to this spot.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big thing for us to watch in this series. Moji has taken 3/8 out of 5 games, but that doesn't always tell you the whole story when it comes to 4v4. Sometimes you just have a spot where you're kind of forced to hold a bunch of extra units from the opponents because you're not going to be able to get a good placement. And of course you want to aim for the 7th, but the 8th will come for you at certain stages. So is this a worrying trend for Moji, or is it just the circumstances of the event so far, and can he just bounce back in this series?
It definitely is a little bit worrying, but of course he has had the most impactful 8. When we think about the game against MKOI, he held on to 9 Zoe copies, completely shutting out Dallasum's win condition. We have the same worry coming actually from T1 as well. Bintam, he is known as a super flexible player. The team lets him do whatever he wants most of the time, but in this tournament so far, the placements have not been looking good. So both of the quarterbacks, the coaches, the ones with a lot of experience, they have to step up themselves and not put their teams in a hole.
Well, a battle of Bintam and Moji. It's not going to be a race to the bottom this time, but instead a way to see if they can bounce back as we jump in. Yasuo and Echo, our first gods for the first game between T1 and Vision.
We are going to get a lot of tempo and immediate combat power on the side of Yasuo. And for the Echo, Wabin has told us the most important thing to factor in is those 2 5 costs that you can get in stage from the stage 3 boons.
And with Prismatic Prelude, we're looking at some potential very high caps in this lobby. Anytime you get those Prismatic Augments, you can get those, and our Stargazer is going to be the Serpent.
Ooh, Serpent does open up the ability to go for something like the Xayah Flex, a very high AVP comp, but it requires tons of pose. It requires you find your spots early on. We'll see how these two teams start to maneuver in the early game. One thing we have noted from the CN region is that they play the most AP Flex out of any of the regions out there. They trust in their own macro ability. This typically is considered a B tier macro fast 8 line, but CN, they know they have that macro down, and they're willing to play it from a lot of different spots.
Yeah, and very specifically finding the Shepherd line out of the AP Flex more than any other region. We have seen a lot of players going in that direction, but CN has just continued to find their way there, when meanwhile we often are seeing a lot more of the Nami, as well as another side carry from the Space Group end of the AP carries.
Definitely. On the other hand, for the side of T1, they are the team that plays the most Challenger Misfortune reroll. A very unique type of line, a 3-cost reroll that we considered very easily denied, but they've had it in their back pockets. We have seen SCSE do great wonders with it, playing from a tempo angle.
Yeah, and looking at those 3-cost rerolls, the only other one we've seen a lot of, and by a lot I mean a few times, is going to be the Lulu, and often that is enabled by Medallion in the Stargazer, but we are on Serpent, so very likely we won't be having a Lulu in this game.
A lot harder to play from that spot, and I think it's understandable why 3-cost is so Lulu is so good. We saw the Medallion Lulu actually beat out Setsuko yesterday. 2-1 Prismatics, we're going to get a very, very strong start on here for Forge in Strength. Has been very popular, but as we see right now, Moji rolls that one away, isn't willing to drop low on HP early on.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised just in the sense that Forge in Strength has been incredibly popular in this tournament as a win-out angle, and it was rolled relatively quickly. Not sure if Moji in general is just not looking to be the win-out player for this team, or if this was more just immediately hearing from a teammate that they had an even better spot to play for loss streak into win-out, so Moji starts to look for another way.
Yeah, typically if you have some other player that is going to win out, has a stronger spot than you have, then you can try to play for tempo. And this is what Moji has done with the Deadlier caps, starting to stack up early as well. We're going to take a look at Sanyap's board and check in what he found for his worth the wait. It most likely will be the Pantheon, and we see him committing fairly early on into the sort of Lulu line right here. And I will say, like, the Milio Pantheon line, even with Serpent, it is still relatively playable.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Worth the Wait, and just for clarity, it is the Melio that ended up getting picked up for the Worth the Wait. We saw both the 2 costs, both of them paired. Looked like it could be either, but we've got confirmation it is the Melio.
So we have one Stargazer reroll already set in stone here. Moji will have to find another out in terms of the AP. Now taking a look at Flancy's board. Now this is our potential win-out board. Getting the Anima early is kind of a subpar choice. Unfortunately, you really want to play tempo with Trait Tree early on. So we'll see how he pivots this. He does have a Rift Forger, and you can see Anima and Bastion are being put onto the same units here for a possible consideration of just re-rolling the die.
Yeah, we'll see he's actually going to just kind of take everything out for now. Look to go for the full loss streak. Looks like there's probably a player from T1 also, at least semi-open fording, that he wanted to make sure that he can lose against. He is going to run into Sangyap instead, who of course does have that Melio 2 from the Worth the Wait, getting that online already. Sangyap is going to be a player who can look to win streak very heavily early. We've talked about him being the win-out player alongside Crazy Moving for T1 very frequently, but this is going to be a heavy tempo line with the Worth the Wait giving you a quick Melio 3.
And that is Sanyap's job. Sanyap and SCSC are the 2 players that are typically the bruisers on the side of T1. Meanwhile, for Bintam, he's kind of the free-flowing player. You never know what he's going to go for. He has won the Golden Gambit in this game, getting that Striker's Flail directly into a Radiant version. That sets him up very nicely for something like the Kindred Nova with an Akali as a secondary carry.
Yeah, and he's already got one Akali on the bench to start holding towards going into that line. Generally, we're going to see one Akali from each team, whether that's reroll or go towards the Kindred. The Kindred version has been significantly more popular as it's a lot easier to play tempo with your Akali 2, get to level 8, find the Kindred, than it is to reroll for Akali, which is such a contested unit.
And I have to say, the side on T1 is shaping up to be incredibly powerful with their tempo. They have two buried treasured players, and then you have Bintum winning the golden flip, and also Sanyap being able to play from worth the wait. So tons of early power coming out from the side of T1. They're looking to run away with this one.
Bintum going to be able to keep the win streak. Songyup should as well. We are looking at the potential for double streakers from T1. Currently, no one on the full win for Vision, but Moji has been able to pick up at least 2. Lost an early round, I believe it was to Songyup earlier on that we saw him get taken down by the Melio, as we are going to get our first selection from these gods.
It is going to be the artifact, or on the other side, the acceleration hex. It's one of the hexes that is a little bit harder to use if you're not using someone with attack speed, so that's why we're seeing most of the team members here, especially on the Vision side, who are lower in the HP bars, go for the delayed gratification of the artifact.
Yeah, it looks like I only saw Bintum take the Yasuo, but we'll see as we get through this game if that ends up being the case, if we see those hexes come out. But a lot of artifacts is going to open up a lot of variance a few rounds from now. We'll see where those artifacts land, if players are able to find some top level spots and actually cap out their boards very high, as SCSC does end up selling the board, recognizing Flancy's position with the Anima, and looks to grief. Generally a tempo player, SCSC is in the role of trying to grief the lost streak this time around.
Very interesting with the buried treasures. Typically considered more of a tempo option right here. He is going to forego that game plan to make sure he has nothing on the board. And let's see if he actually runs into that streak. It's not guaranteed that he can break it. And as we've been talking about for 4v4, usually players don't assume that they can actually get the 400 cash out that we see in solos.
Yeah, interesting spot for SCSC for sure, because you imagine, especially as you mentioned with the buried treasure, that he may have wanted to go for the win streak, and it just turned out that Songyup and Bintum both ended up finding better units to push that win streak. SCSC's kind of forced into this lost streak spot. However, when he tries to pivot on stage 3, he's going to have a ton of items to slam and kind of identify which composition he can go for and potentially turn that streak around swiftly.
His job here is just to break the side of Flancy, and this could be huge for T1. If the matchmaking goes their way, they could have 2 win streakers and a full loss streaker with a broken streak. If they get those 3 conditions, the game is almost tied into T1's corner.
Yeah, and with SCSC being so rich and having so many items, his pivot away from the loss streak afterwards is going to be really easy almost, which can add so much more value to this T1 team, where they won't be hemorrhaging HP for a long time trying to find SCSC's way out. He has a very easy way out by having a ton of items more than anyone else.
He can practically play anything, but good thing here on the side of Team Vision is that they avert disaster. We still have Flancy 154 stacks already in stage 2. He's played this really, really nicely, a kind of alternate way to play the composition.
And unfortunately for T1, Bintum and Songyup find each other, so Songyup is going to take the loss. They don't get to keep 2 full win streakers, but they do have 1 full win streak, 1 full loss streak, 2 just Flancy's loss streak. Now, of course, Moji has been able to complete a 4 win streak after that first loss, so actually relatively even stage 2 between these teams.
Yeah, and looking in hindsight, I have to say Moji's decision to skip the Fortune Strength was absolutely correct. He scouted the lobby and said, well, you know, there's too much pressure coming in from T1. I can't drop to 30 HP and then start playing the game. So I think the deadlier caps in the end did make a lot of sense.
And Flancy being able to escape stage 2, especially with SCSC's spot, really not wanting him to lost streak more. He has so many items that he needs to be using. It does mean Flancy may have a lot of extra cap out potential because he's escaped stage 2 with Anima ungriefed. We have not seen much of this yet on stream. It has been a lot of players getting caught with their Anima in stage 2, as they expect. But the fact is, Flancy escaped, and there's a chance he can escape further. We'll have to see if SCSE can continue to grieve for his actually has to start building a board.
This round is absolutely massive for Flancy. Usually, you have to start committing on 3-2. If Flancy can dodge another round, it makes it much, much more likely that he can get to that 400 cash out. We haven't even seen the 400 cash out so far on our A screen.
Yep. Meanwhile, Bintum is going to run into Moji, who had that win streak with the deadlier caps. It is going to be 3 items on this Caitlyn 2 with the Radiant. Oh, no. But the Lissandra cast nearly takes her down. AoE? She does get there, and Moji is going to break Bintum's streak and continue his own.
Oh, and you could see that on Bintum's face. He was so disappointed. The only win streak left on the team and taken out by Moji. Now, Moji trying to go into the tempo oppositions. We have the silver augments coming up from 3-2. This could be a huge reward for SCSE if he can find that restart mission.
Yeah, and especially with SCSE having to take all that extra damage before this, he is going to end up with Dumbify. He's not going to be able to get the restart mission going, but he didn't have much of a board, so easy enough to just get the dummy and then start to rebuild once more. Misses Flancy once again on 3-1.
Yep, Dumbify has been modified, so it's not that weird to build it out of an open board. You still get decent stats for it. But I think Flancy turning the corner right here is very interesting. He could still sell large portions of his board to maintain that loss streak, judging based on what SCSE does.
Songyup gonna run into Flancy instead though, and of course that is the 3-star Melio from the Worth the Wait already online. So that's going to keep going, potentially get to that 4-star endgame for Songyup. We'll see how much he ends up committing to the reroll or how much he just used this 3-star to keep pushing the tempo of the lobby.
Yeah, I do think that T1 are still in a very strong position, and we do have interesting things coming out from, I would say, both Zhenbai and Koyoi. We haven't spotted their boards much yet, but Koyoi sort of committing himself on the Shepard line. He has been sort of the brawler for the team on Vision side, always going for Shepard, his most played so far. On the other hand, we have another test for Flancy. Can he avoid this one again?
Yeah, I mean, SCSC's game is getting kind of obliterated by this, having to lose so much health. He's basically has a blank first augment. He hasn't been able to use his prismatic whatsoever, and he's still cannot find Flancy in this matchmaking to stop the bleeding.
I wonder if this is going to come back and bite T1 because they were in such a dominant position in terms of tempo. I feel like there was a world where you just said, okay, Flancy, maybe you're going to get the 400 catch up, but we're pummeling you on the HPs and we can still take it other ways.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just dispensed that punishment on the rest of Vision, kept all 4 players in the top 4 with a large amount of HP. Now, it's easy to say this in hindsight of SCSE never seeing Flancy. Of course, if he finds him earlier, stops the streak, and is able to just reset, we are saying a completely different story, but this is where the strategy comes in. You opt into variance of the matchmaking versus something that could have been controlled.
Yeah, the problem is, for me, that he didn't really have a high cap himself, right? If you are on a high cap and you can lose streak, you do that to the opposing player, it makes a lot of sense. But when you're playing sort of a mid-tempo augment coming in from SCSE, it feels very painful to kind of sacrifice that sort of tempo just to break Flancy. And look at Flancy, he's so close away from his 400 cash out. I believe one more round would actually do it. Yeah, he's on the 8 loss streak already. He's going to get the 80 cash out if no one runs into him.
Yeah, and he's at 43 life. This is a plenty healthy buffer. After 1 loss, he's probably still on 3 lives, if not 4 after the fact, to get this big cash out and play from there. And SCSE, yeah, he's trying to snipe him once more. Look at the left side of your screen and see this menagerie of items, and he doesn't even... Oh, he does find Flancy finally, so he will be able to stop this from directly going to 400.
Yeah, this is an absolute huge find right here. He finally gets the payoff he was waiting for. You can tell SCS he's happy. He's grinning a little bit just on his face right there, and that changes the calculus for Flancy quite a bit. He now has a tough decision to make. Is he still going to go for 400 because he's so close? 300 is usually considered an auto loss of a cash out.
Yeah, I mean, I think he must, and he still has a decent HP buffer. 43 is enough. He can still get there. though he is definitely not going to be happy after taking that loss. And now, SCSC, it's go time. He needs to find a board and stabilize. He was open forting until 3-6. He's on 25 HP. At most, he can take one more loss here, go on neutrals, and try and salvage this game with all the items.
And I have to say, it's quite difficult to turn the corner for him. He has to avoid everyone's composition. He's not playing a super high cap out in terms of his augments as well. So a lot is riding on the early roll downs for SCSC to see if he can stabilize.
Crazy moving going up against Moji for this one. Moji has fallen off a little bit, but he did find a 2-star frontliner as well to pair with this Lissandra that's been carrying the early game. Meanwhile, Crazy moving, having to play around just the Leona with the Zoe 1, trying to get the damage through, but it looks like Moji may just have enough with that Lissandra. One more cast, and that'll do it.
Crazy moving, obviously angling for the Space Groove composition here, our most played comp over the entire tournament. There's a lot of flex AP spots that are yet to be determined. Moji and Crazy Moving will most likely be playing against each other.
And here come the artifacts from the Echo earlier on. We'll see how this can impact the boards, if it can open up any additional lines, but SCSC had to commit to something before that showed up, so having to slam the items before seeing it is of course unfortunate, but he's been able to turn around the loss streak and find a win while staying above 50 gold, and I think that is a very impactful point for SCSC.
It's a little bit unlucky that he hit the Aegis of Dawn, an armor sundering item here after committing full AP. So he's going onto the Shepherd line, but because of that one round difference, he can't make the best use out of his artifact. He definitely wanted something for his LeBlanc carry right here. And he's not rich enough. You know, this is the problem here. You sacrifice so much and you don't have a win-out situation yourself, and you also have to run into someone on the other team, most likely Koyoi. Can you turn the corner without good econ?
Yeah, and I guess the hope for T1 is that the rest of their life totals can carry the day. Songyup and Bintum back on win streaks, 5 and 4 respectively, both still above 90 health. If they can maybe free SCSC, give him a chance to get on board, it could be strong, but there's also the possibility that SCSC has to be a sacrificial lamb for the team.
Yeah, it might not have paid off in the Gambit. We're taking a look at Sanyap. He's actually playing a very interesting board with the Corki and secondary carry onto the Milio here. Found a great artifact with the Pact. And also on the side of, we saw from Dumbai there, the Sniper is going to look very dangerous for him. Remember, Serpent is a playable Stargazer.
Flancy ends up taking another win, this time over Moji. As we do get our final augment selection of the game, it will be gold, so one of each for this one.
Yeah, and we see from Flancy right here, he is going to have to go for the Corkis rather quickly. Sanyap has already found some Corkis on his board.
SCSC ends up grabbing a pickup to get the 5 costs there. Gilded Steel ends up getting a Shen and a Graves, and this is a very early Graves that he can scale, but he doesn't have much itemization for it just yet. However, this will pair with his artifact with the Armor Shred, and if he can maybe find a Graves too, this can put together some mishmash board that ends up working out for SCSC.
He was rather lucky that he was able to find the Vex, which can hold the Guinsoo's Rage Blade he's already built on his composition, but overall I feel like SCSC is still in a very dangerous position. Given his gold, he's not expected to actually hit those 2 stars.
Yeah, he found a Vex and a Shen pair, but of course 2-starring on level 8 is tough. He's going to need to win a bunch on this 1-starred board to ever get there, as Flancy now does run into Songyap, who's been on this massive win streak, trying to continue to punish the lobby. You called him the Brutalizer coming into this game, and he's showing Flancy why that name makes sense.
Oh, but good loss for Flancy's here. He's still on 20 HP, 2 lives to go. He's going to cash out the 400. This is the moment we're waiting for. The gambit between SC and Flancy will be answered now. This is a decent item, actually. You can use it for the Riven if he can hit the Riven too.
Yeah, he does have the pair already and 30 gold to work with at level 8. You'd think the odds are in his favor. Earlier I saw Rammus being held, but I don't think it's being held any longer. couple extra copies of Corki. Does have two-star Corkis to play around already. Normally you would be like, well, he can't hit a 3-star, but that's not exactly what you even need with this Meeple comp. Double Corki carry is part of trying to cap out this board.
And look at that Reforge. Actually gets a Rogue after reforging the Anima, the best option he could possibly look for right here. And he is going to settle with the AD backline cash outs. Very strong spot from Flancy, getting the only 400 cash out we've seen so far, and great rolls on the Reforged.
Yeah, and we'll see if Flancy can prove why everyone has been investing so many resources to grief this Anima line when they can, as he does have a potential win-out angle with this Corki, and he's going to force T1 to hold Corkis for the rest of this game, as he's already on 6 copies.
Yep, Sanyap, of course, is playing into the Corki line as well, so they have someone blocking him there. We're going to be taking a look at the God Boons. Yasuo with the Cryogenic Hex is going to make those front lines so much stronger. If you already have a 2-starred one, they are going to heal that much more.
Well, SCSC could also pick up a 5 cost here, and if he did have a Shen pair, he could potentially find the 2-star that he needs for one of them, or at least pair another one of the 5 costs and start to get towards that cap out on this 5 cost board that he's been trying to scrounge together. You look at the 2 boards on our screen. We have Koyui with the snipers, not finding the upgrades yet, but great items for the Xayah at the very least. Meanwhile, we have Senbai on the Shepherd line with the LeBlanc.
The story here is the same for both Vision players. Extremely high caps, great artifact hits, but they haven't found their 2-star carries just yet. Koyoi 1 copy off of the Xayah, and on the other hand, Zenbai 1 copy off of the LeBlanc. If they can stabilize, I feel like Vision can outcap.
And still, they are behind a significant amount of HP overall because of Songyop and Bintum's early game. Koyoi going to take a large hit from Flancy because Flancy had to use all these resources to stabilize. Now he's hitting everyone hard indiscriminately, and that hurts a lot because Koyoi now down to a single life for this game.
12 HP, a hope and a dream, and we see Sanyap doing his job. 2 Xayahs held onto the board. This is how you treat low rollers in 4v4.
Yeah, he was also able to give Crazy Moving a win, and a very good loss for him as well, I'll say. Only losing to 2 units, I believe. Crazy Moving gonna take that win, keep alive a bit longer, and even finds a Nami 2.
Big hit here for Koyoi. He finds his frontline upgrade and his backline upgrade. Massive turn right in the nick of time, but can he actually survive? It's always so dangerous when you are on your last lifeline.
So gonna run into Bintum. Bintum had been on the streak for a while. He's back on a small win streak, but looking at this, he's only on the 1-star Kindred and a 2-item Akali as the carry. So these large hits of the Xayah could be enough to save. A massive stun came down, but the Xayah is now focusing on to Akali. She's healing quite a bit, but it's not nearly enough. This is enough stability for now for Koyoi on this Xayah.
Yeah, the name of the game for Koyoi is to avoid Flancy for as long as possible. If it does come to it, I think unfortunately he will be the player to drop out since there was a massive cash out for Flancy.
Yeah, and SCSC finally takes a loss. 5-win streak after finding that little bit of stability. Takes a large loss, 15 damage. Not sure where the matchmaking was. Could be someone like Flancy to take a big hit like that. Seems like it was someone who had fully stabilized. The question is can SCSC escape this 8th? Anything above an 8th, I think, is a massive success for how this game went for SCSC. And he does actually pick up a Graves 2-star. He's had the Graves for a bit, but he did have a lot of AP items. I'm not sure if he's been able to get to that itemization yet.
He is playing Gilded Steel, so all the actual combat buffs are towards your 4 costs. So it's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like the Graves is the last carry you would want to hit. I'm actually surprised he even built it, to be honest. I felt like you would probably prefer more gold and more chances to find the Vex.
It has to be the synergy with the artifact, had to be the logic behind it, right? You're trying to play around what was given to you in the game. The Graves was found. It's just anything to put together. Notably, he did lose to Flancy out in that last one. That was the 15 damage, so might not have to hit Flancy again, which could give him time to stabilize if someone else from T1 can finish off Koyoi.
So this should be going in the side of Koyoi. He has the backline upgraded here, and Zumbai still struggling to hit that LeBlanc. Hasn't been able to find the champion since there were so many holds on the top side for T1.
SCSC goes up against Bintum. His front line not that stable because it is just a Morgana 1. However, the cryogenic and the items are enough to make her so tanky, and just relying on what are pretty decent items around there. But Koyoi goes down. What? I looked away. I expected that to just be a one fight with just the 1-star LeBlanc. It felt like easily this should be a victory, and he's not able to get there. 8th place for Vision. SCSC has escaped the bottom. He might play 7th, but he escaped the sure 8th we were expecting.
Wow, what a fight coming out here. Because I actually feel like SCSC is playing this quite greedy. He's not even going for assault frame on the Graves. He's actually going for a backline power frame. So this is the max cap potential on 10 HP. The way they're reading the lobby is that I actually need to play for higher cap. And with Koyoi out, that's a lot less pressure for him. He can start to make more tempo decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, if he can hit this Vex that he has paired, the Morgana he has paired, suddenly this board looks like it has the potential to win, which is not something we expected to be saying about SCSC, but we mentioned how much of an anchor he has been for this team, how he is so consistent. Highest AVP for the team. Can he do it again to keep T1 heavily in this as he takes yet another win?
2 losses for the side of Vision right there, as Crazy Moving wins the 1v1 duel between the Nami and Zumbai's 2-star LeBlanc. So huge wins on the side of T1. They are looking still in a lot of peril, though.
The peril is named Flancy. It is Crazy Moving and SCSC both on 1 life. If they rotate into Flancy, they will be gone in an instant. So that is what we are looking for. That is what Vision wants. They want Flancy to rotate into one of these.
Yeah, T1 now is probably considering the fact that they don't have a win-out player versus Flancy. They have to play the tempo game. They need to send as many players as possible from Vision towards the bottom 4.
Songyup sacking for SCSC. All items off of the Melio. Should be able to take that one and keep him alive. Was Bintum able to do the same? It looks like only 2 items on the Kindred, so at least slightly weaker. And Crazy Moving is going to take a very small win over Bintum. Extremely optimal for their team. Meanwhile, though, Songyup's Riven has been doing a lot of work, making this very close, and that is exactly what they want. They want the win for SCSC, but they don't want that much damage on Songyup. Beautiful team play in this round for T1 to deal very minimal damage to their own team.
Perfect remover use coming in from T1, getting another 2 wins that might have gone the other way. Now Zumbai is left on 6 HP right here. There is a chance that they can send Vision to 7 and 8, and that would be very difficult for Moji to get a 2nd place to win the game.
Yeah, it's a huge way to kneecap Flancy. Flancy is definitely going for the first tier, and it seems unlikely T1 can stop him. But Moji, certainly more stoppable on a single life himself, and if he ever rotates into Flancy, it'll be very difficult for them to juggle that balancing act and keep them both alive.
Zumbai has to have a great sign of a relief right here. He actually dodges out on Flancy, gonna rotate into a Ghost, maybe can keep himself alive. Meanwhile, SCSC is going up against Crazy Moving. No removers left, so Crazy Moving is full powered against his teammate.
Yeah, they have to see who is stronger at this point. You can make predictions on who might be better into the lobby, but it can be hard to tell. And there's a lot of potential for SCSC to get even stronger on these 2 pairs, so they have to let Crazy Moving go. But does anyone else fall? Bintum! Bintum falls! That is a 6th and a 7th for T1, and a disaster for them as Flancy is looking towards that 1st place.
That's huge. As you pointed out, in this type of a point situation, if SSC falls, the game's over. Even if it is Zumbai that falls in 5th place, then whoever wins will win the match. So Flancy is in a dominant position right here. T1 knows they are in trouble. They have 2 steps to go here first. They need to send Zumbai out in this round for the game to even continue.
Yeah, Zunbai will be facing off against SCSC. We'll see. This Graves has been scaling up for a while, but Shojin, double Giant Slayer, is going to be the reliance here. He did find the upgrade to the Morgana. The front line maybe a bit more stable as he has the Alawi, the Morgana, and a Nunu one to try and make things happen. The LeBlanc dealing plenty of damage, but the Vex and Graves still pushing through. The Morgana in the front line does hold strong for SCSC. He is going to deal with Zunbai. Moji falls as well, but first is all that matters, and Flancy is looking to march one more home for Vision.
Step 1 completed for T1. Now they have to face the final boss. How do you deal with Flancy? He has multiple win conditions right here. Take a look at the number of Corkis he has. He can go for the Corki 3 game plan, he can go for level 9, and even if he doesn't do anything right now, he is still considered favored to win both of these matchups.
And let's talk about SCSC for a moment. The most sure 8th we've seen in the tournament so far, and yet somehow he may be the hope for T1 to beat Flancy by finding the Vex upgrade, by continuing to push this board forward even more. The most unlikely hero off the loss streak with an augment that was useless for the first 2-3 stages of the game, and now he's the one who can try and stop Flancy?
Not gonna lie, I thought he was cooked, but it is actually absolutely correct to play for your highest cap on this power frame Graves here. It is the strongest potential that you can get out of the frames. We're gonna get a quick preview against the Ghost, I believe, of Flancy.
Let's see if he can get the job done at a lesser power version. If he can't, of course, this game is likely done. If he can, there is a small chance in hell for T1 to bring this thing back in the face of our first 400 cash out for Anima. But already the Morgana falls. The damage into the Corkis is there. Karma and Graves get it done, but that is too close for comfort.
Ooh, we all know that the Ghosts are typically a little bit weaker, but SCSC still able to win that one out. He has 2 major upgrades he still needs to find, both in the Nunu and the Vexes. If he can get there, maybe he stands a chance. On the other side, it was a clean sweep for Flancy. The win conditions are laid out here. Sanyup most likely has to drop, and we're going to have a huge roll down coming potentially from Flancy to find those Corki copies.
Best case is SCSC rotates into Sangyup here, gives him one more round to econ a little bit more. He'll make 10, and he can try and find the Nunu and the Vex, and that's exactly what we get.
Beautiful play by Sanyup. Make sure that he does not return Corkis into the pool. Has to make Flancy wait for that one. And here we go towards the roll down. Let's take a look at it. SCSC can actually win. He's not favored to win, stuck on level 8 right here.
2 Vex and a Nunu being held by Flancy currently. He is 2 Corkis away, but not much money. What he can do, though, is return those to the pool to try and hunt the Corki because they're no longer being held. We'll see the decision from Flancy. Instead, he values holding. He buys an extra Nunu, so continuing to hold out. And there was even a Vex sell from SCSC to just try and beef the front line a little bit more. Feeling the damage from the Graves, from the Karma is enough, but he needs a little bit more stability, and he doesn't quite find it.
Flancy knows that his cap is high enough. All he needs to do is play the denial game. It is SCSC against Flancy, the one that tried to grief him early on, finally going up against the final boss.
This fight is for everything in this game. Winner takes game 1. The Graves trying to push through. The Corkis hitting the Morgana so hard. She is not lasting long enough as the Rammus continues to bring the big shields. One big cast from Karma. The Graves punching through, but the Rammus once again. Can Karma cast one more time? She doesn't get it off, but the Graves gets it done. And that's one win for SCSC, but it was only by a unit, so he needs one more.
Wow, incredibly close fight right there. Going down to a 1v1 between the Artifact Corki and the Graves in the corner right here. Will Flancy change his positioning?
And the Graves has been scaling since 4-2. So many upgrades. Nunu in the shop for SCSC. He's on 3 gold with Alessandra. He can get the frontline upgrade, but it rolled terrible TG items. And that could be the difference, is just the TG roll.
No positioning differences assist from Flancy, even at the last second here, changing the side of his Riven, trying to get over the front line a little bit faster versus SCSC. We'll see how this one goes. There's a lot more damage being targeted onto the Rammus this time around, pulling the rest of the tank units back. Can Flancy actually take his chances against the Nunu a little bit faster?
Nunu gets a cast off, at least gonna stop the damage for a second, but he can't get another. Morgana gonna fall very soon, and Riven takes out the Karma. Riven is now onto the Graves, and Riven with the 1v9 as Flancy is gonna take another first for Vision and get a game up on T1.
Flancy returning to his day one form. He had a 1.5 AVP coming into this tournament in his first series. Doing it again for Team Vision, being the hero of the first seed from CN.
Absurd. How could this even have been where this game ends up? It begins with SCSC trying to grief Flancy, destroying his own game completely, having an augment that does nothing in a lost streak situation, and yet he stabilizes around a Graves, a unit that we thought maybe he should sell for gold to get all the way there, and he's able to take it to the final where Flancy yet again is able to get a first place for Vision, to carry this team, to take the CN first seed a little bit further, and they're one game up over T1. The rest of that series coming right after this break.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered.
Now forced to come back. The Riven on the back lines, also the lost streak. So much to talk about. It was Team Vision versus T1. Yes, I will admit. However, in reality, it was Flancy versus SCSC, okay? If we're being completely honest. They go on this massive loss streak. It's highly risky. They go, I believe, 8, 9 different rounds. They end up open boarding to counter each other. There's a lot to break down in that fight. Now, when we're talking TFT, a lot of times in different esports, we're looking at the winners. Who's winning the most rounds? But TFT has this unique thing where sometimes you can go on a massive loss streak, look like you're performing poorly, but it's all in the game plan.
No, exactly that. I think it's all down to the traits. We have a trait in TFT called Anima, where if you lose streak, if you keep on losing, you gain stacks. And the more stacks you get at certain rounds, you'll be able to cash them out for big rewards, which is exactly what Flancy was able to do in this game. But SCSC, as you mentioned, Taylor, is the one that was open for him, trying to stop Flancy in his path.
Now, I know you boys disagree on this, okay? First, I want to roll the clip from that game. We go to stage 3 where they end up countering each other. Dobbs, I'm going to hand this over to you, but I would love to dive a little bit deeper onto what you guys think about the strat and if it was worth it.
Yeah, I feel like saw the gameplay about T1 on the early game, I thought they missed something. They had 4 very high tempo augments. 3 of their players had items on their prismatic augments as well as worth the wait. So instead of sacking SCSC early game, they could have pushed too hard the tempo on the lobby, and Flancy, even though he had the anima, he also had so many emblems.
So Dobbs, here though in this clip, right, we're looking at Flancy SCSC. SCSC wants to shut this loss streak down from the side of Flancy, and he eventually does it, but he had to hold on for the longest time.
Yes, I feel like even though he broke the streak from Flancy being able to have 3 emblems, he would be able to win anyway. So I feel like pressuring the lobby, they could have taken away the other teammates from T-Vision. So I think that it was a little bit of mistake.
So bit of a mistake, but maybe a positive thing because you're in that realm where this was actually a great play. Going open for it is risky, but you think it paid off.
Yeah, I think it was very risky because you know for SESC he's going to be down on 10 HP. We know that his augment is not a loss streak augment. It's not something that you can benefit from losing. But in that position when Flancy is just losing every single round, T1 felt, you know, that they were on the back foot. They felt like they needed someone on their team to step up, to be the one to sacrifice basically their entire game, which was SCSE. Even though he took Berry Treasures, he was able to stop the streak from Flancy, but in the end he did get that 400 cash out, which got him the extra item, some gold, some lesser champion duplicators, got him that double Corky 2-star, which allowed him to, you know, win the game, but it wasn't easy.
So double Corky 2-star, he's got a lot of gold now. We now go to the end with our final action of the game, and ironically enough, our two guys who started on the loss streak are now fighting in a 1v1 for the game.
Yes, I feel like SCSC, despite the fact that he didn't have any quite good augments to come back, he was able to find an early Graves, and that Graves made all the difference. And in the last fight, it was so close. We've seen that one round earlier, he took a fight against Flancy, but it was close. But I feel like even though they didn't have the quite success in the early game, SCSC was able to turn it down and almost got the win.
And the big thing here in this last fight is that Riven in the backline as well. That Riven being able to get into the backline, onto the Vex, onto the Graves as well. Like you said, Dobbs, one fight before this, SCSC actually won against Flancy, and I was jumping up and down. I was like, oh my god! I was like, wow, T1 were going to actually win this. They were going to pull off the absolute impossible against Flancy. But then one fight later, Flancy comes out on top as well, and it was just incredible to see. Like you said, like two players that were lose streaking the entire game were the two players at the end of the game.
Again, it's just so unique for TFT to have, you know, your bottom members who seem like they're not playing well, they're losing, actually be the guys setting up for the end game. It's just such a unique trait, and I'm learning as I go, and that's so fun to me. But yeah, Flancy, SCSC, as we know, two instrumental players for the rosters. They end up in a 1v1, and Vision now leads this series. Now, EWC is incredibly special, and where we are is due to our founding partners, such as STC and Kadia City.
Sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais t'es, jamais fait une gros pas. Big temps, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma page, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la caisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas de tourne, glace dans mes...
This is a song about a legend. Is that you? Wait, this needs to sound really iconic.
She's a wildflower. Got a secret power. Don't judge a book by its cover.
They've already got a top 8 finish before in a different title a little bit earlier last week. They need to win this series, move forward, get top 8 again in order for those club championship points to be worth it. We're talking $500,000 potentially on the line for the org itself just by winning this series. But T1, they're looking to come back. We head to the stage in just a moment's time.
T1 versus Vision. Vision grabbing an explosive game one off the back of their carry, Flancy, once more. He's done it time and time again for this roster, and no exception in our first game of this series. But SCSC on the other side has been that counterpart for T1, someone who has been a rock, an anchor, something that they can always rely on, and he almost brings it back from the brink to give T1 that first win. Now they are backs against the wall, key to be crushed if they can't win these next two games.
And you really feel the two trajectories of fate colliding here for the two teams. On the side of Vision, a perennial S-tier carry in Flancy, always considered one of the best players out of CN, but an unproven organization skipped over a lot by the domestic orgs coming out from CN. They are slowly making a name for themselves. In the meantime, for T1, individual performance kind of sliding down, but still holding on to that reputation as one of the giants in the 4v4 landscape. Will we see these lines start to flip? Will Flancy finally go after what he has sought over for so long and get that killer instinct tag to his name?
Yeah, it's been struggles for Flancy in 4v4, even though his solo career has been incredible. And as you said, the opposite for T1, as T1 has continued to have that pressure. They made the final in 2024, the semis in 2025, but will they be stopped in their tracks before the knockout stage in 2026? Thresh and Evelyn are gods for Game 2.
There is a potential for a lot of tempo coming out here. For Evelyn, you do have the steamroll. For Thresh, you do have the mini combobulator. And a good deal of randomness as well. We have seen on the Artifact Anvil encounter, a lot of the times the team with the better hits of the Artifact with their existing composition just kind of get away with it.
Yeah, so we'll see how much those artifacts end up making a difference in this game. It was big for T1 yesterday, having a 3-star Akali with perfect artifacts for crazy moving to pick up a win over Fnatic in a very close series. So they've been on their side before, but will they be on their side again as we have the whole lobby picking those up on 3-3?
We have seen some disgusting combinations on this encounter. I'm remembering the rapid fire into the flicker blades earlier in the tournament as well. There are a lot of crazy things that could just happen in this one. And this is very interesting. We have an early Cho'Gath 2 coming on the side of SCSC. We'll see if T1 actually likes this line the same way MKOI does.
Yeah, MKOI likes this a lot. We also saw Zeta Division find a first place on the Cho'Gath line previously. It is certainly seems to be the last remaining one-cost line that feels like players are confident in, but with 0 copies of Lissandra, maybe SCSC doesn't go there. He does have the benefit of seeing an augment and then deciding if this is a direction he wants to consider.
Koyoi with a great AD spot coming in here. The bow is in place. He has the Sunder that he wants, and most importantly, 3 Primordian for extra econ. We have seen this line mainly go into the Jinx Bel'Veth or just the Akali Nova, but either way, it usually is an AD solution.
And it is on the mountain for Stargazer, which we've actually seen a few times for the Xayah. It might not be the most optimal, but it's very strong. So this could be a potential angle to go in that Xayah direction.
Oh, a couple great options here. Just trying to talk with his teammates. He could pair up artifacts with Latent Forge. I think he has a good enough start where Kickstarter, you know, we have seen Precevin just get a random Akali, and a lot of players really like that one, but we'll have to wait and see the communication. We are getting some of our artifacts across the board. Koyoi going to play the long game here, going for Latent Forge. Now, on the other hand, the 2-star Bel'Veth coming in for SCSC.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of Latent Forges getting picked up now. Moji, Songyop, recognizing that, hey, what's better than 1 artifact this game? How about 2? And that can create those crazy combinations. You said the Rapid Fire Cannon Flicker Blades. Like, there are ways that getting 2 artifacts can create these absolute beasts of units, as we saw with the Prowler's Collector Akali from Crazy Moving.
Ooh, I will never forget that one. The way she teleported across the board and delivered T1 that win. I think that Team Vision is trying to copy that and get Fate onto their side.
We have a couple Caretakers allies being picked up. Senbai getting Gwen and Flancy getting Jinx, both of which can be powerful compositions. The Gwen generally really good at tempoing out the Space Groove. Meanwhile, Jinx reroll has been popular with the Flash Wolves and not many other teams.
We're going to be checking in on the items for Flancy. Does he have the correct items to go into that direction? You really want the Deathblade and Red Buff if you are playing for something like the Jinx. So it is very difficult to get those items. It requires repeating components here. And actually, this is a decent start for him. The AP is less than ideal, of course, but you can still decide to play through the Gwynsu's into the Kindred.
Well, and artifacts do like to pair well with 3 stars. So Caretakers is a way that you can get those really insane high caps, just accentuating the stats you're getting from having a 3-star unit already, and just putting even more value on top of that. So really, 3-3 is the stage that we're all going to be holding our breath for when those artifacts start to land.
And I'm checking across the board to see if all 3 of our level 4 players maintain their win streaks, and indeed they do. So good tempo across the board, slightly favoring into T1 right now, SCSC and Crazy Moving, both with 100 HP. This is the round that's really important. This is where your Caretakers is going to get onto 2 stars. This could be the sort of breaking moment for players on the side of T1.
Yeah, that's big for Vision, as both Flancy and Senbai have it. Does pick up that 2-star Gwen. It pairs with 2-star Rek'Sai, 2-star Briar. So this is looking like a powerful board, but just no items slammed for Senbai yet. And we'll see who can extend their win streak as Flancy goes against SCSC, and we do start to see a couple of items slammed down. SCSC holding a pair of Akalis as a potential out for himself.
Yeah, and SCSC here actually pretty lucky to dodge out on Senbai. The Kickstarter probably wasn't good enough against the Gwen 2, but against Flancy, he does have a chance. Or have I spoken too soon?
Yeah, the Talon 2 upgrade just provides so much damage in the early stages of the game. And Flancy also having, you know, the pickups of the Jinxes is able to have a strong enough board to get over the top. And that is going to be massive for Vision, as we are going to get 4 cost as an option for Evelynn, or we see everyone go to Thresh as is tradition.
The random boon being offered on the left side. 4 costs at the early start of stage 2, a little bit difficult to utilize, so everyone wants to get that extra econ injection. I have to say this is a much more tame start for these 2 gods. No steamroll, no mini recombobulator. Those could have gone crazy with silver augments getting Caretaker and Kickstarter.
Yeah, especially so. As we go back over to Flancy, he is currently benching those Jinxes, but he does end up finding the 2-star now. He can start potentially playing around it, as he does have the Akali and the Aatrox ready. He's got a lot of the pieces to go towards this Jinx composition, but he also hit 2-star Talon, he hit 2-star Briar, so there was just a lot of strength that he was able to play early to get this 3-win streak, as now Crazy Moving is his counterpart on the other side.
In the top, we only have Flancy left with 100 HP here. Oh, actually, the 2 of them going up against each other. I think Flancy should be considered favored right here. You have the Talon onto the backline on the Veigar already, and the Jinx 2 coming in is very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's not close. Flancy is the strongest in the lobby, and back-to-back, he gets to break the T1 streaks. So all that is left as far as the early economy is Songyup on the loss streak, and he is able to complete a 4 streak, making Koyoi end up picking up a win.
Wow. Flancy getting a Tom Kench on his shop, so pretty good for him. In the meantime, Songyup just using Latent Forge to kind of lose streak and make sure he gets those Mountain Emblems in just a little bit sooner here. So we have the lost streak battle on the bottom, and no, actually it looks like T1 just actually won that.
Yeah, they did.
Yep. Koyoi wanted to get the full lost streak. Songyup probably did stop that. And I have to say, the Veigar line choice coming in from Crazy Moving is very interesting, because T1 were one of the only teams that played it, and it was a very quick 8th place coming in from them.
Yeah, and it's coming off of a Silver Spoon as well, so my initial instinct is that it is just going to be for tempo now, playing around that Veigar, but we did see 5 copies. I mean, there's still a world that does go further towards that.
Yeah, I think if you have 5 copies, even picking up Silver Spoons and trying to play tempo Veigar is usually considered a decent line. The fact of the matter is that we just haven't seen it worked out in 4v4 just yet. A little bit too slow. It's very hard to get the 7 meeple printer online whatsoever. So I'm curious to see where they're going with this. We know that T1 is comfortable playing this line. It just hasn't performed so far.
Yeah, but Flancy once again in the position to be the hero for Vision. Early Tom Kench going to beef up that econ even further. He's going to be able to play towards Jinx 3 if he wants from the Caretakers, and he's also playing that Akali line, which we've seen placed so highly time and time again.
No swords being found so far. A little bit unfortunate for the Jinx on the back end. And some smiles coming out from Zumbai. Very interesting to see that. We'll see what he gets later on.
Yeah, they may just be feeling confident with the spot they're looking at on Flancy, their captain. They're just like, well, I guess, I mean, if Flancy's just going to win the game for us again, maybe everything's going to be okay. Meanwhile, for T1, they have no such spot that looks as incredible as Bintum is sitting on a 3-star Briar. Wow, where did that come from? I'm trying to identify where we've got this 3-star Briar on 3-1 from.
I feel like it has to have something to do with the random boon, most likely getting lesser duplicators into the Briar, but this does change the game quite a bit. It means that tempo now may be on the side of Bintum, and if Bintum can break Flancy's streak, that would be huge on the side of T1.
Yeah, he did have some pretty great items to just jam onto Briar immediately with the Titan's Resolve and a Bloodthirster, and now he's going to take down SCSC, who was starting to build a burgeoning streak, but that is going to be snuffed out quickly. However, still a decent power level of the boards from T1, just no big streaks outside of Songyup on the loss and Flancy on the win.
Now we go into the 3-2 augment selection. Remember, everyone is getting an extra artifact later on, so items are a little bit less important. Combat power and econ might be much more attractive in this specific encounter here. And indeed, Songyup, as we can see, on the bottom of the table, going for extra gold caretaker package right there. Bintum, with the Reforger, actually might be playing some very interesting assassin boards. It's been a while since we have seen the committal of a Briar carry.
Yeah, but the Earth's Gambit can potentially push that further. I mean, Primordian was a pretty broken comp for a little bit, and now it's been a while, though, since we've had it dominating in TFT, and maybe these are the conditions to revive her to her former glory.
As Tim has said before in the patch notes, they felt like she was a little bit over-budgeted for a 1 cost and had to be taken down quite a bit. Flancy still doesn't run into Bintum, so is not punished just yet. I still expect him to be winning his current matches.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit closer on this one with that Maokai being very tanky, the 2 items on the Bel'Veth letting her scale up, but the TK gets another cast, and that's likely going to be enough. I will say, though, that Rek'Sai is still pretty tanky. 1 more cast needed from Jinx. Will she get there? It's quite close, and she does, but it's a little too late, and that's going to be Vision breaking their own win streak.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Koyoyi, of course, he has slamming, so he doesn't really have a choice to play his board any weaker. And now we have the artifacts. Can the players find what they need? We're going to be taking a look at SCSC, who's currently committed to a Nova board right here, as he was doing last time. Silvermere Dawn is actually a pretty decent option for the Akali because you're just using her for the passive.
Yep, just for the passive, and then that's going to give the extra stuns that come through. Nova Emblem, as you mentioned, SCSC starting to get a pretty decent board together. We'll be taking a look around the lobby to see what people hit. Collector for the Jinx, pretty solid pickup, gives you crit, going to be a very good item.
Yeah, really good find right here for the Jinx. You want extreme combat power at the start of fight. Execution fits right in there. It powers up your challenger, as we're seeing, and also gives you a little bit of gold. So SCSC, even with that Nova emblem, well, we'll still take that one.
We're gonna have the Kappa juice there for Koyoyi as we continue to go through and see a bit more of these artifacts. But of course, before then, God Selection Random Boon or 12 gold, and you cannot buy champions.
Ooh, not buying champions this late is pretty detrimental, so I expect most people to roll the die once again for random boons. This makes our job as casters really, really hard.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those very, very high variance games, and for both of these teams in this situation, in the lower bracket, to go through this, it's a test of your wits and how much composure you have.
Yeah, I mean, for T1, there's no room for error in this. You have to make the right decisions as you navigate through this game because there's not a 1-game buffer. If they lose this one, they are done. Their key is crushed. For Vision, if this goes to variance, well, you know, there's a way back in afterwards as we see a Silvermere Dawn for Moji as well, and he is going to get another option because the Latent Forge has arrived.
Yeah, he's trying to think about his outs right here. Silver Mirror Dawn is actually decent on the Corki. This is one of those like secret techs that people might not have imagined because Corki's cast time is so long, you're actually losing a bit less on it. It's also decent on the Rammus as well. But in for the Kappa Juice he goes. Moji trying to build his streak up is clearly going to go for the Riven and Corki line.
Yep, runs into Bintum, and there goes Briar running through all of these boards. Bintum on a small streak that he's started to build up after finding that Briar 3. Flancy has been losing a lot of these rounds, but this one going to be pretty close. It looks like maybe the Jinx can just get there with the Collector, so Flancy going to stop a little bit of bleeding that was starting. As we go over to Songyup's board, he has the Blighting Jewel.
Yeah, a lot of great hits for all these players. We basically have no misses so far when it comes to the artifacts. Just looking at the side of Sanyap, 2 backline AP items. He's in a very perfect position here. The biggest issue is just the tempo. He hasn't been able to win streak on stage 3, which is typically what you want with this composition. You want to roll on level 6 and get your Jaxes and Milios into the action early.
See what Songyup can do. He runs into Moji, but with these double artifact slams, I think he is ahead of the game over Moji with the Silver Mare Rek'Sai 1. I think that's not so efficient versus the Lulu 2 with double artifacts. And you're going to see that in this fight as Moji is going to start falling very low. We talked about coming into this series, Moji 3/8 in the first 5 games of EWC. In pole position currently, potentially to go for yet another 8th.
Yeah, things not looking good for the last round for Team Vision there, as they also lose their win streak on the side of Koyoi going into that. We haven't still seen the full breadth of the artifacts just yet, so we'll be taking a look across the board here. Zumbai, very, very strong board on his side. Great find on the Gwen, and he's very likely to hit a Gwen 3 just going into level 8. He's already on 7 copies.
Yeah, so should be getting towards that, and as you mentioned also the 70 gold, level 7, 20 gold away. Very close to hitting that level 8. He's going to be continuing to push the tempo. So Vision spots overall looking still pretty good. I think Moji is in a bit of trouble, but he can still find that Corki 2. He can find the Rammus 2. He did just find his first copy of that Rammus, and he has a lot of gold to roll right here. Finds a Corki pair. Can he find the rest? Mighty Mech, at least going to be an upgrade for the front line once the Rammus and the Corki not getting there just yet, but finds a Shen.
Wow, and everything is found for Zumbai as well. Gets the Shen and the Blitz on a level 8 roll down, and the Gwen 3 right off the bat. So Zumbai is looking to bounce back. I have to say Moji, though, is still in trouble, has not stabilized well.
Yeah, he did kind of miss. The Mighty Mech was the least impactful 4 cost that he could have found, and he did find it, but it's not going to be enough when it comes to the Rammus and the Corki only being paired. Goes up against Koyoi, trying to see if there is maybe a remover use here. Only a single item on the Kindred backline, but there's a lot of frontline items available for Koyoi.
It's a big moment for Moji. He needs some econ injection on 4-2, and if he really can't find anything, I think he needs to start selling his Lulus. You don't really want to go out 8th place just trying to hold down Sanyap.
Yeah, and then see if he can be successful in even holding down Songyap. One more win here is going to buy a little bit of space. We'll see the 4-2 augment for Moji. Can he get that injection?
Oh, he doesn't get punished right there. We do have just the gold augments for the rest of the players. So the advanced loan on Moji, completely fine. Very, very strong right there. And now the other side is Crazy moving. Also kind of low HP. He needs to find the 7 meeple to actually print out his copies of the Vygar. Yeah. Still 3 Vygars up and contested. This is going to be kind of hard.
He found it. There it goes. There's the Vygar printer can start, and it has a Lichbane to go with it. So at least trying to find some way to make this composition work. You said last time this was played, it went dead last. We'll see if Crazy Moving can improve upon that performance.
Yes, 35 HP and 3 rounds he needs to wait for. I'm not going to be too confident in that spot, unfortunately. On the side of Flancy, he doesn't decide to stay for the reroll. Instead, goes full tempo.
Moji has found the Rammus too, but the Corki upgrade did not get spotted. Going up against that Silver Mare Dawn on the Akali from SCSC, the Nova Spat available, and a Kindred 2 getting picked up. The damage is there. Akali starts to wrap, but Corki has changed his focus onto her. But is it too late? And yes, in fact, it is. Moji gonna take a big hit from SCSC.
Huge win from SCSC, and the body block from the Aatrox was massive. Akali actually walked directly into the backline, and now Moji is on 2 lives. It's been a while since we actually seen a Primordian board work out, so let's take a look at Bintum right here. Super interesting board, trying to flex in onto the 4 Darkstar with a Briar. I've never seen this type of board.
Yeah, 4 Rogue, 4 Darkstar. Finds the Riven too as he gets more items. He has yet another carry to be able to itemize. Is going to be just playing around this Briar with that Rogue emblem that we expected off of the early Spatula from the Earth's Gambit.
Huge find by Moji. He does hit the Corki 2, which might stabilize him over Corki, over Crazy moving. That's going to be the 2 players to watch right here. Bintum still relatively healthy. This fight for T1, I feel like they can accept any result.
Yeah, they just want the loss to be minimal, and it looks like they're going to get that result. A bit of a close one. Ends up taking down the last couple of units. It is just a 4-unit loss, not too terrible at level 8.
Oh, but Crazy moving does go down to just 7 HP, and I have to say, T1 has not been very lucky with this Vygar. You really only want to print 2 rounds. Is there something that could save them right here? Doesn't look like it. You can't lose health for Crazy moving at this point, so it is going to be another random boot.
Well, you could, because you're basically at 1 life either way, so you might as well lose a little bit of HP, but I don't think the 2-star 4 cost is actually giving him any help.
Yeah, he ideally, I think, might want to survive longer than Moji, but you are correct. He actually goes for the additional gold just to hit the Vygar. I'm not sure 8 gold is going to find you the Vygar on level 8, though.
Certainly
we'll see.
Not. We'll see if he can get there. And even if he does get the Vygar 3, does it save him in this moment? As we go over to Flancy's board, he is going to take a 2-star 4 cost as he finds the Jinx 3 now. He has an upgraded Master Yi. Immediately did sell that Mighty Mech, though. Not going to be trying to keep that 1 Vygar away. If T1 can save Crazy moving for 1 round, he gets the Vygar 3, but is that enough to actually stabilize the board is the question they have to ask themselves. Is it worth sacrificing HP for Crazy moving, or do you let him go? But he finds it! He finds it on the roll down. They don't even have to ask that question. Can he hang on? Goes up against SCSC. No removers used for SCSC. We do have all of those carry items available. Does the Vygar with the Lich Bane deal enough damage?
Can they actually target the Akali fast enough before the Nova Strike even comes out? And it doesn't look like it. The damage is already accumulating on the back line. And there goes Akali. Once again, another 8th place for Vygar reroll for T1. And we have seen this over and over again. The comp is just too slow.
Not strong enough, and now T1 has to play from the deficit, but you look at the top of the tables and it's SCSC and Bintum. Moji still in trouble, even though he has found that Corki. The Kappa Juice, though, has been scaling up. Moji looking to try and keep this dream alive for Vision. They are 1 game away from advancing to that knockout stage, and they want to end it right here, right now.
Sanya, for me, is the one we have to check. He's still 3 copies away from Lulu. Actually has a large duplicator, so only 2. But I have to imagine Vision are holding all the copies. You see Sanyup is not rolling right now. He knows he needs to stay around a little while longer, maybe wait for some of the Team Vision players to drop before he can roll down.
Yeah, well, he will be fighting Moji, who did find just all of those upgrades, and can the Lulu 2 do enough? Can that Magic Shred from that Blighting Jewel get them through the Rammus in time? Maokai, the last remaining frontliner, is going to get knocked down by the Corki, and that's just going to be too much. There's not enough strength for Songyup to get through the Corki, get through the Meeple, and he's going to be going down 2 lives himself, joining Moji there.
Yeah, the mountain matchup against the Silver Mirror Dawns is just so difficult for Sanya up here. He's not getting the stuns across on the front line. They're still casting away. Just a very unfortunate circumstance coming in from Sanyap, and you can see what he's doing. He's actually not rolling. He's still holding on. He says, I have one more life. I need to play for the maximum chance because we already have an 8th place on the team.
Yeah, needing to avoid this 7th to prevent SCSC and Bintum from having to go 1-2. There is a chance with their boards that they can make that happen. We haven't identified an insane win-out angle from Vision outside of maybe that Flancy board that was worrisome early on. The early Tom Kent printing a lot of extra gold throughout this game as we do see Songyup finds the Lulu.
Oh, huge find here coming in for Sanyap. His next upgrade will be the level 8 and the Ross. It's actually massive for this roster. Look at how many traits he has active on the left side here. 7 extra traits. So if he can turn the corner, go straight to level 8, I think he could still claw a potential placement over someone like Moji.
Hitting this when he has 2 life left is massive in the fact that he now can still take a loss at a strong point and potentially find that level 8 you're so talking about. He will have to run into Flancy's Ghost, I believe, as he is going up against that Yi Jinx board that we've identified as the potential win out for Vision. And it's looking rough for Songyup even here. Just relying on the Lulu 3. One more cast. Can't get the Jinx down. 1 unit lost, but 1 unit is all that matters because he was always going to be 2 lives.
Yeah, the only thing Sanyap can really play for right now is to go for level 8 and try to get placement. But Moji is on a 4-win streak. Koyoi's still at 32 HP. Things are starting to look dire.
And Flancy just went to level 9, still has 30 gold to spend. SCSC, though, has snuck in a 3-star Akali.
Once again, the carry for the team. This is a tremendous amount of damage he could deal. Look at his combat augments. It's great pairing up with the Hextech Gunblade. He once again is tasked at being the carry. Can he take down Moji in one swoop?
Yeah, meanwhile, Songyup going up against Bintum. Was Bintum able to weaken the board a little bit? It looks like so. I'm not seeing all the items, and even the Briar may have already gone down. It's going to be a big chunk out of Bintum's health, and they have to make it worth it. They need Songyup to escape the 7th place as SCSC hits Moji hard, but not hard enough. A single life remaining for Moji.
And that could actually decide the game. 1 single HP, 1 single placement change could mean that also Bintum needs to go 2nd place. And judging by his board, I don't think it's likely right here. The match is all about Sanyap and Moji. Which one can actually survive here? Sanyap, no upgraded frontline. I feel he's pretty much at the brink of his capabilities.
It's not even just about Moji anymore either. With Bintum and Songyup's HP totals, they need to escape the blowout. They can't have 3 members exit in the bottom 4. That will immediately end the game. Songyup versus Koyoi. This is the other Akali, not an Akali 3, but Kappa Juice stacking up massively onto that Kindred, and still the Silvermare Dawn Akali putting damage everywhere. Songyup's front line was never stabilized. Even though he found the Lulu, he did not find the Pantheon. He did not find the Jax. And while the damage is there, the fights are too short, and the Kindred will take down the Lulu. Songyup will go down. Moji will survive, and now Bintum has to play for a top 2, but he only has 1 life remaining.
This is such a difficult spot to top 2 from this Primordian composition. After the nerfs is usually considered a top 5 composition at best here. Let's see what he can do to pull the win out, but it's looking incredibly unlikely. He's also tied on positioning because of the Hex here. He might have to pull some shenanigans. Moji taking a big sigh of relief, sitting back into his seat as he got a friendly roll against Flancy, who removed his items.
And Moji, after all the 8th places yesterday, the day before, now coming back with a chip on his shoulder, escapes when it matters most to give his team the best possible shot of advancing to the knockout stage. And now Moji can carry his team all the way to the stage himself. If he can take down Bintum in this fight, if he can beat the Primordians, the Corki with so many caps from the Kappa Juice is enough to do it, as Moji does win the fight over Bintum, sending T1 6th, 7th, and 8th obliteration in the knockout stage.
T1, one of the teams that has been a giant in the 4v4 scene, gets knocked out right here against the first seed coming in from CN. Team Vision proves their worth. They prove the doubters wrong. More organizations should have been looking to pick them up.
And the CN #1 seed, what can we expect any less from the region that has won the last 2 EWCs? This is the best, the brightest, and they're coming back from that lower bracket to make it to knockouts with a 2-0 over a tournament favorite, T1, who had made the finals in 2024, the semis in 2025, but they cannot match the same glory this time around.
I feel like this is a threshold where the individual talent on the side of Team Vision has finally overcome the experience coming in from Team 1. What a well-deserved win. They played their spots perfectly, they recognized the tempo, and they're able to take down giants in the scene.
And now they can look forward, not just to the knockout stage, but forward to crushing the key of T1, a key so coveted by many of the teams in this tournament, wanting to be the ones to do it, but Vision are the ones who will have the opportunity.
It truly was a dynasty for T1, but it now has to end. All reigns come to a close at some point, from the runner-up to the top 4, and now into the bottom.
And we'll hand it down to the stage as Rob is with our winners of this game.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, T1 hands over their key as they have been eliminated from the tournament. Team Vision moves on, and we have Kitty ready with the interview.
Congratulations to Team Vision for winning the series 2-0, qualifying for the quarterfinals at the Esports World Cup. How is Flancy feeling? 首先恭喜 Vision 能成功晋级到8强，现在的感受如何呢？
感受就是非常开心吧，因为其实昨天的局输的有点可惜，但好在就是还有一条命嘛，就是我们从败者组杀了出来。
We feel really good because yesterday's game was quite unfortunate and we're very lucky to have a second chance and come back through the lower bracket. We had your manager, first of all, for the pre-interview, showing us that their prediction was going to be a 2-0 coming into today's T1 match. So was that your expectation as well? 之前你们的教练有说今天的预测是2-0，所以你今天也有这个预测吗？
也有想过吧，因为我觉得我们的实力是比 T1 强的，对。
I also had a 2-0 prediction because we believe that our strengths were going to be stronger than T1. You also crushed T1's key, eliminating them out of the tournament. Now you guys are going to go into the quarterfinals. So who would you like to verse in the quarterfinals? 因为你们也要打进8强了，所以你们希望面对的队伍是谁呢？
希望面对队伍就是WBG 吧，因为他们是上一届的冠军嘛，对。
We wish to first Weibo Gaming for the quarterfinals because they were the champions and the tournament title defenders of 2025. 谢谢 Flancy 选手 Congratulations once again, and let's see T1 crush their key.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Flancy, of course, congratulations. Team Vision with the big time call outs. Congratulations again, destroying T1 and ending their dreams with all of the experience they have. This is Team Vision's first time here with TFT at EWC, and yet they start off with this level of competition, this level of dominance, and let it be known they want to play against Weibo Gaming. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be it. No, T1, not like this. Not like this. No, all the way. Keep going, more. Finish it, Flancy. No mercy. No mercy, Flancy. As, ladies and gentlemen, they move on and they're officially in our playoff picture. Congratulations again, and Team Vision has proven they are a force to be reckoned with.
Team Vision get the job done, knocking out T1 for the first time in EWC history earlier than semifinals. What a historic event this is, and for Vision, for the club championship race, another top 8 secured, which means they are now eligible for the club championship race, which means potentially $500,000 going to the org, depending on where they finish. Team Vision came in with a bang. That game number 1 was excellent. Playing chicken with the loss streak, it pays off. Flancy the hero, but T1's exit, my goodness, this tournament now looks entirely different.
No, exactly. I mean, no one would have expected T1 to go out in the group stage. As you mentioned already, you know, it's Clement mentioned on the caster desk as well. Top 2 in 2024, top 4 in 2025. This was a team that came in as favorites, that came in as the most experienced team. But I think Team Vision overall proving why they are the #1 seed in China.
Yeah, I feel like it's when you look at the standings, okay, T1 got out of the groups, but they just faced the best teams in China. Weibo Gaming, the title defenders, as well as the first seed in China. Team Vision just confirmed they actually are one of the favorites.
Yeah, they played well, though, for what it's worth, but Team Vision were out of this world. We take a look at our first action from that game number 2, and one of the rare 2-0s we've had on this stage. Break it down for me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this game was very different than the first one. The first game, we talk about lose streaks, we talk about players trying to sacrifice and open fort for each other. This game was just all about artifacts. We saw the encounter at the start of the game, and the artifacts just enable so many different compositions. We saw some unique compositions from T1 this time, from Bintium going for the Primordian. The artifacts, so the Silvermere Dawn on Akali. We know Akali is one of the strongest 2-cost units, and now being able to, you know, use the Silvermere Dawn to give that extra damage over to Akali meant that Team Vision was able to tempo out of control.
And I thought at one point maybe we were going to have a chance with the Akali 3-star. Maybe, just maybe, T1 pulls off a win in the end, kind of like they were doing in the previous series, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like SCSC had such an amazing spot in this game again, but I don't like the choice of Crazy Moving. They didn't have quite success playing that Veigar in the hands of Bintium this week, and they tried to go for that again, and they got the second 8, so that composition didn't quite work.
Yeah, I think T1 in the end just went for more unique compositions that we haven't really seen too much throughout the tournament. We know it's all about Crazy Moving with the Veigar printing, 8th place again for the Veigar printing. Bintium with Primordian, the 1-cost reroll that we don't really get to see too much either. It's all about the 2 costs, all about the Akali, you know, the Belveths as well, which we saw at the start of this game as well. 2 players going for Kickstart, 2 players going for Caretakers, which shows the power of 2 costs in a 4v4 environment, and players wanted to save HP early on.
Dobbs, take a look at a couple of stats here from that game number 2. Again, ending in a 2-0, T1 gone. What do we notice? Obviously, walk me through this graph because it looks crazy.
Well, I feel like Flancy showed that he came from yesterday. He didn't have that quite success, but today he was so good, as well as Moji. We were talking about him because on the last few days he was going late a lot of times, but today he showed up, and that actually helped Team Vision to get the win.
Team Vision gets a win, looks incredible. Zenbai up top as number 1.
Yeah, Zenbai doing an incredible job, and Team Vision overall as well. Like I said, you know, they've been stable. They're proving why they're China's #1 seed as well, coming from the qualifiers, proving how strong they are individually, but also as a team.
Told you I came into today. I said, I got a feeling. Vision's going to take it, and they did. But we celebrate T1 as we look at the emotions on the stage. You know, things started to get hard, especially towards the tail end of things. It was smiles, though, for Vision at the very beginning. They're just coming off a 1-0 lead, but you can tell the stress is mounting for the T1 roster.
Yeah, the emotions overall in a 4 versus 4 environment, you know that even if you get 8th place, you know, you can still try and help your team. You can help them decide, you know, positioning, augments, everything else that, you know, throughout the game in this unique format that we have for TFT. But yeah, the emotions are rising high. You know, we've seen it throughout the last few days. These teams that are losing are just on the back foot every single time.
Yeah, I feel like on the halfway into this last game, we could see on T1 faces that they knew they're going to lose. because everybody was down already, and we could see in the faces of Team Vision, they were smiling, they were happy, because the game was not so predictable at the beginning, but halfway through, Team Vision got it.
They took a risk on Sangyup this year. He came in with the 3 veterans from this T1 roster from previous 2 EWCs. Feel like he made an impact. Obviously, it is a team effort, but it's got to be hard for him. Of course, as T1 fall with one of the worst placings for EWC when it comes to TFT, but we celebrate the fact they made it here, and T1 is still an amazing TFT roster. And again, you mentioned, Dobbs, like their route to get to this point was very difficult, and again, even going against the previous contenders is just unbelievable. Going forward now, though, Vision has now cemented themselves not only as a contender but a potential contender for the title.
Yeah, I feel like they just made a statement. Even though T1 got out on the group stage, I feel like they were strong. We know that this roster can do a lot. And for Team Vision, they confirmed that they were first seed in China, the most powerful region in TFT, and they're heading into the playoff with great momentum.
Great momentum indeed, and now superstars being created. I mean, Flancy, for example, I mean, he is out of this world, and one of the major reasons why game number 1 was won on the side of Vision with that stalemate against him as well as SCSC on that loss streak. Of course, he had to hold on tight to what he got, but he managed to do so, and you can tell just by that loss streak. Look, Flancy commanded respect from SCSC, but more importantly, he gained the respect from his team. They have so much trust in him as a player.
No, exactly that. I mean, that's what you have to do in this 4v4 environment. When you know someone is playing a trait like Anima, someone is going for the loss streaks, they're down to single-digit HPs, Flancy and the SCSC, like you mentioned in game number 1. But like you said, they put full trust into Flancy. They know the experience that Flancy has on this team. They know that if this is a player that can get a really high cash out, he can find the right board to play around these items that you get from Anima, from the extra gold that you can get, and he can win the entire lobby. And he, for me, was the MVP in the series.
Yeah, I feel like when I was watching those other games from T-Vision, I would say Flancy was the MVP on day 1 for Team Vision. The second day, though, he didn't have the quite success, and I feel like that's why they went into the elimination game. But here, he showed up again, and if he can maintain that, he will be one of the contenders to get the title.
Oh, I would say even MVP, right? I mean, towards the tail end, he's been that spectacular. Big fan of what Flancy's bringing to the table. Big fan of Vision as a whole, and a tremendous fan of what Riot is bringing to EWC.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why wouldn't there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Right, they're doing a lot of things right. Second series of the day. It's Aurora Gaming going against Mouse. This one is going to be a good one. And I believe for the first time, they take the stage here on Stream A.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a very exciting matchup. We've been seeing, Aurora Gaming and also Mouse on the B stream over the past few days, if people have been keeping an eye on that. But it's the first time on the A stream and the first time we get to see the Space God Tactician's Crown winner in Huanmei, which I'm really excited about.
Oh, I am too. And he was actually called out during one of the interviews. So Aurora Gaming making it through might be an interesting storyline when we do reach our playoffs. Degon had a chance to catch up with some of the players, and I think this one is going to be quite interesting.
What's up, guys? Digon here. Day 3 at TFT at the Esports World Cup. The brass tacks is due. Gold keys are getting crushed. Team Aurora walking by right now. Surprisingly, they're in the 1-1 as Hyunmye looking to lead his team to victory and into the playoffs. Their opponents, Mouse from EMEA, looking to do the biggest upset we've seen so far in the tournament. Let's go check it out with a couple of the guys over there. As again, they defeated Nemesis yesterday from the Americas region. And they should be coming out here in just a second as the stakes are getting even higher here throughout EWC. And there they are. They're coming out on this side. My man, Wet Jungler, how are you doing today, brother?
Feeling good today.
So one question that the crowd want to know, are you more Wet or more Jungler?
I'm more Jungler, I would say.
Okay, more Jungler. All right. Now, you guys had the victory yesterday. What did that do for your confidence going into this huge matchup against Aurora?
We feel pretty confident now since it was a 2-0. I think it was it wasn't that hard for us yesterday, so I think today our confidence is back and we probably will win today.
And what is that score going to be against Aurora to put you into the playoffs?
I'm going to be humble because I know it's a good team, so I would say 2-1 for us.
A humble Wet Jungler. Good luck today, brother. Cheers.
Okay. We're learning the big things, the big facts out here. Wet Jungler, a bit more Jungler than Wet. Digon, what would you have said if his answer was the other way around? Super curious. Hey, check it out. Wet Jungler, he's going to be taking on the stage going against Mouse versus Aurora Gaming. Feeling confident in their game style, feeling confident is Team Mouse. But Aurora Gaming are a powerful team. Let's start talking about what they're bringing to the table. For Aurora Gaming, 60 seconds. He's at the top of the list. Who is he as a competitor?
I feel 60 Seconds is one of the greatest players in China. He's very known for his stream as well. But I feel like the whole team of Aurora, they're such a condecorated roster. Huami, 2-time Tactician Crown winner, winner of Paris Open as well. Together, they hold 16 Tactician Crown appearances, as well as Li Luo also being a Tactician Crown holder. This is an amazing roster.
Oh, you got a lot of big names there for sure, and a lot of achievements as well. They come together, and they've created this super squad representing a great organization. For Aurora Gaming, though, they've got to take on Mouse, and that is going to be a tough task for sure. This roster, they're coming in strong, and they've got to protect their key. Let's dive in a little bit deeper into who Aurora Gaming is.
我是幻灭，我们战队欧若拉，然后我们成员有我幻灭。60 second 黎洛阿豪，我和60 second 算是就是一直搭档的嘛，然后我们风格都是比较多变，且就是玩法很有想象力。然后黎洛算是我们合作比较长的选手，然后玩法比较稳定。阿豪的话算是就是相当于我们队伍里面，就是如果我们我和60的基金操作出问题的时候，他是那个负责兜底的那一个。云顶之弈各个项目其实我都已经走到了顶点，接下来就是 EWC 的征程了。
A versatile team, they said so themselves, and you're going to need versatility to take down the dynamic team of Mao. 62nd, they put a lot of faith into him as a player. They said he's the one to pick up the slack, so I'm getting a lot of Flancy vibes here for 60 seconds to lead the charge. Wame as well, you also mentioned him. For Aurora Gaming, though, in this tournament, this is a big one. They've got to take down their nemesis, which is Mouse. And speaking of Mouse, let's break into them. We heard from Wet Jungler just a little bit ago. More jungle than Wet. Who is he as a competitor in your mind?
Yeah, he's one of EMEA's best in most recent years as well. He's been to multiple regionals. He's been to Tactician's Crowns before as well. He's probably the star player for Mouse as well. But overall, the Mouse roster over this year, all of these competitors have been to the EMEA regionals in both this set and previous sets as well. So individually, they are great. After day one, they were very disappointed. We saw them after the game. They were very distraught. They were very disappointed about that, defeat. But they came back yesterday with a very surprising victory against JDG.
Yeah, I feel like, as you said, Wet Jungler most contact rated player on this roster, but Travis is the one that stands out for me from the past seasons. He is doing very well on TPCs, so I feel like he can actually help Wet Jungler getting into the win.
So when Travis does well, what do you mean by that? What does he do to separate himself from the other star-studded players on this 4 roster?
I feel like he has been very consistent throughout the sets. When Riot launched TPC, they tried to put their best players across each region, and he has shown that he has full of capabilities that he can actually reach the tactician crowd multiple times. So I feel like he's very good.
Well, let's take a look at our match predictions and see where the predictions lie. Who are they going to have faith in? Is it Mouse? Is it Aurora Gaming? I don't know. It's kind of hard to choose between the two. Honestly, I think I'm leaning towards Aurora Gaming. I really am, especially if Mouse was disappointed in their earlier loss. But then again, through disappointment comes strength. Do you all think this is accurate? Because this match predictions was wrong once before on day 1.
I think I agree with it this time, though. I think Aurora Gaming definitely come in as favorites. As I said, Mal's, had to go through AGAL in round number 1, had to go through JDG in the lower bracket as well.
If you think you can call it and you want to enter the prediction race, scan that QR code and get involved. We would love to hear what you have to say. And also keep chatting, because you never know when your comment is going to pop up on the screen. We'll shout you out. We'll give your time to shine. Mouse Gaming is truly, truly talented, and I think it's time to take a deeper dive.
Hello, I'm Cubixon. I represent Mouse at EWC. On my team, there is our captain, Travis, who is really vocal. He speaks a lot in-game, or also in the outside of the game. There is also Ak. He's a bit quiet, but he also has like the different perspective of the game, and it definitely helps us. And there is also Jungler, who has like the most experience of the 4v4 format. He been on all the EWCs yet, so me, Travis and Dog played the last year qualifiers as well. I want Mouse to be remembered as the best team in the Europe.
Now, China is a dominant region, and a region that is looking to win it all here when it comes to TFT, and Mouse has had to go through the gauntlet.
No, exactly. They had to go through AGAL, in round number 1, unfortunately lost that, and then had to play JDG in round 2 as well. And now they face Aurora Gaming. So Mouse have gone through 3 of the strongest teams, not only in this tournament, not only in China, but in this tournament. They got that victory yesterday, very surprising 2-0 victory yesterday against JDG. Can they pull up the upset again?
That's the big question, Dobbs. We take a look at Aurora Gaming, the roster once again on the screen. And just to give a visual to the viewers, again, we talked about many of them, but who are you truly expecting to be the star?
Well, I think Huami, of course, he just won Tactician Crown last week, but I feel that differently from a lot of other teams, when I look at this roster, what I think is that do they have enough synergy? Because on the paper, they're the best roster by far.
Yeah, I think for Hwamne and 60-Second, both these players have played together before. They were in EWC in 2024 for Twisted Minds, so they've both been playing since 2024, have that little bit of synergy, but they have 2 new players coming in.
Taking a look at the Mouse roster, Travis, obviously a lot of big talking points regarding him, Wet Jungler as well, feeling super confident coming into this series. Both of them are going to be playing off each other to try and take down Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, Wet Jungler as well has been to every single EWC, but on different rosters, never made it out of group stage, which I think is going to put him under big pressure this time around. Will he finally make it out of group stage this time with Mouse, or will he fall the last hurdle again?
It's been the year of upsets, I think, so far as it is,
sure.
Right? We just lost T1 for the first time ever this early on in the tournament, and you go back to last year. Again, big surprises. Weibo Gaming coming out. They were a contender, but did we think they would win the championship? No, but they ended up doing it. Who knows? Maybe Mouse, maybe Aurora Gaming are going to be contenders. Aurora Gaming, though, is a heavy favorite in this series. Therefore, Mouse has to truly dig deep to beat them. How do they do it?
Well, I don't even know. I feel like they'll have a plan. I mean, they need to be aggressive. I feel like, especially for Aurora Gaming, having so many stars in the team, it means like probably they have a lot of players that can cap high their boards. So I feel that when in the mid game you have to pressure, you have to be aggressive. So that might be a window to actually surpass Aurora.
Stuart, how do they be aggressive? How can they be aggressive while simultaneously trying to fend off Aurora Gaming?
Yeah, it's very difficult because Aurora Gaming are a very flexible and versatile team. I feel like they can play so many different compositions. You know, we've seen it before that sometimes the flexibility can be quite difficult, but for MOUZ, they need to be on the front foot. They need to give it the tempo early on. They have to have that win-out player as well. We've seen throughout this entire tournament that we need to have that win-out player in these games to try and get guaranteed that first place.
Yeah, another thing that you can aim when you're playing being the Dark Horse is to flip your game plan into crazy augments. I mean, Call to Chaos, strong augments, forged in strength. These augments can potentially give you a window that you might not have against the best players in the world.
So basically, we're going first or eighth.
Exactly.
Seems to be the case. Hey, default play isn't going to work here if you're MOUZ Gaming to take down Aurora Gaming. You've got to pull all the tricks out. And honestly, this is the time to do it. Top 8 is right before you. And for your organization, it's important to do. They want to move forward. And for MOUZ, let's see how good they can answer some quick questions.
Welcome to Hydration Station here at EWC for Teamfight Tactics. We have 2 MOUZ players right here, and the rules are as follows. If you answer a correct question, you can drink a cup and prevent yourself from dehydrating in this Paris heat wave. The first one to drink all 5 of their cups answering the correct question will be the winner. Here we go. Which champion has appeared in TFT for the most sets, including mid-sets?
Ash, I think, yeah.
None of you can drink. The answer is actually Jinx, including mid-set. She's been around in 18 different sets. Second question, which team was the runner-up in EWC 2024?
T1.
Okay, you both got it on the same time. Great answer, boys. Which player at this EWC has the most wins in EWC TFT?
K3 Soju.
Nope, that's incorrect.
Wanmi.
You're both wrong. The answer is actually Bintum. He has had the most wins.
Makes sense.
What item can you make by combining 2 spatulas?
Tactician Strong.
Correct. You may drink. What is the name of set 18?
Enchanted Whites.
Correct again. Wet Jungler. Wow, huge lead already. How many champions are available in this set, set 17? This is a tough one.
I'm guessing 60.
That's incorrect.
76.
Yours. Also incorrect. Unfortunately, the answer is 63 champions. All right, you guys need some help, so let's go for an easy one. Who currently holds the most tacticians crowns at this event? Okay, you already got it. You already got it. You knew it before I even answered. What is your avatar called officially in Teamfight Tactics?
Little Legend.
Correct again. Wow. All right, now we have a tie. Things are starting to heat up here. How many champions do you need to make a 3-star copy?
9.
You got it correct. Now we're down to the last question here. Wet Jungler slightly in the lead. What is Misfortune's origin for this set specifically?
Yan Goddess.
You have answered the correct one. So now we have a tie, 4-4. Which team was the first seed out of CN for this EWC?
Aurora?
That's incorrect. The floor is yours.
Team Vision.
Yes, Wet Jungler wins it. Congratulations. Stay hydrated. For our lightning bonus round, we're gonna have the Boss Cup. Are you ready, guys?
Yes, we are.
You're gonna get 3 guesses at this because it's so difficult. Which player at this EWC event has the best career AVP?
Ironbog?
No, not Ironbog.
K3 Soju?
No, but I'll give you a hint. It's one of the players you're about to face really, really soon.
Li Tuchuan?
Correct! Congratulations, Wet Jungler. Li Tuchuan has been the AVP leader since set 11, a very elite player. Wet Jungler has clearly done his homework to scout the opposing team. Well done, well done. And that's been Hydration Station at TFT.
Wet Jungler staying hydrated. Who knew he would have been so wet? Hey, check it out. This is a great series. It's MOUZ Gaming going against Aurora Gaming. It's for the key to protection. Who will protect their key? Who will have it crushed? We're about to find all that out and more as we head to the stage.
Thank you, Taylor. It is time indeed for our second one. I love these little competitions with the players, right? Like that just shows who's got that ball knowledge a bit more. Kind of impressed on this one, but now it's time for the big match.
It's definitely time for the big match, Damascus. So far, we've seen certified bangers. We just saw Team Vision pulled up, and they came to play, but they ain't come to play. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to bring out our first team. Please welcome to the stage, Aurora Gaming. Aurora is led by the king of Teamfight Tactics, Wamie. This is a 3-time Tactician's Crown winner, and please understand that his teammates are no slouches. 3 out of 4 of these players have already competed in TFT EWC, so they do have the experience. They've defeated Nongshim Red Force 2-1, and then of course they did have a rough loss up against Virtus Pro. They are back to show that they are the best team here and try to punch their ticket into the playoffs.
Always love to see teams coming formed of warriors, of people you expect. But of course, you know, it's not a single player, it's a team. They might have the biggest champion, there's still a full team ahead. And against them is another client. We're looking forward to see how well they do. We've seen the ball knowledge. We need to see the game knowledge now. It is time to welcome the EU representatives, Mouse! Representing Europe, this team had the typical start of going through the trenches, a difficult start losing to AGAL, and then completely swept JD Gaming yesterday to get back in confidence, to get back into the mood, and to join that stage today. 1 game away from accessing the playoffs, the top 8, bringing some valuable club championship points to the org as well. Mouse joining us on stage for what's about to be an absolute banger match. Guys, all in there. Rob, I'll let you do the honors first, you know?
And I'll tell you what, I'm really excited to do so, as I can even feel the aura emanating off of this man right now, the king of Teamfight Tactics. Wamie, you have won the Tactician's Crown twice, which means that you are used to being under extreme pressure and winning. Why is it that you're so comfortable under pressure, and how have you sent that off to the rest of your teammates? How have you prepared the rest of your teammates for such a high pressure moment?
那换面就想问你，因为你也对这种生死局已经是一个很熟的一个常客了。那然后就想问你，因为你现在是世界总冠军的最强的一位选手，应该说是最能在这种背水一战的情况下最打心脏一个选手了。那能不能跟我们说下你是如何在这种高压情况下一直发挥如此稳定、如此冷静的呢？以及你是否将这种技术或这种心态传授给你的队友了呢？
其实生死战虽然打得多，但4v4的舞台其实我们还是经历的比较少的。既然我们选择站在这里，我还是希望我需要相信我的队友。
Even though I'm very familiar with high stakes situations, even though I have been up against the wall many times, but those have been individual tournaments, and this is a different format. This is a team tournament, and I have to learn to. I have personally to learn to trust my own teammates and trust them to do that we're all part of a team, that we're all here to do our part.
Damascus, of course, this is a star-studded team led by Wamie, but overall, dogs from top to bottom.
Absolutely, and of course, another big question for you, Travis. I've seen your big smile when you crushed that key yesterday. It must have felt good. You guys have had a difficult start, but yesterday was absolutely incredible. So what are the vibes coming on today? We've seen the morning interviews. The vibes seem kind of good in the team today.
I think they're good. I think we have very good shot to win against this team. Wamie is a checkmate merchant, so this isn't a format for him. And I mean, who knows the other players in this team? It's Wamie. We're gonna win for sure.
We're gonna win for sure. This is exactly what I want to hear, Rob. You know what? They might have a champion, but we got 4 soldiers in their teams. It is time to go for the face-off, for the lineup. I will let you guys please line up there, face to face, to get ready for this elimination match. Rob, the stakes are out there.
This is absolute insanity. You hear the trash talk on the side of Mouse, but overall, in the end of the day, no matter what's said, it is all handled on the sticks. One of these teams is about to go home home. It is time for a playoff qualification match, Miles versus Aurora Gaming.
Thank you so much. We can see the players facing off against each other. This is going to be a hell of a best of three. We saw, of course, from the audience watching at home, they do not have faith in Miles, but I think they are small but mighty.
100%. I mean, you have Aurora. These are the Dragons. These are the best players in the CN region right now. So many Tactician Crowns appearances and 3 crowns for them. And for the Mouse is the power of friendship, will. They have obviously a lot of recognition also, especially on EMEA regional finals. But when it comes to the world stage, maybe Wet Jungler is the one who's been popping up there. He got a 2nd place, so he was very close to pop off. But they're against the Giants. They're against the best. So the Mouse need to beat the Dragons right now. We see QB here at the start. He used to be a coach, and now he's directly with the players. And it's so beautiful to see here counter the young guns from EMEA coming into EWC, having a chance to have a longer career into TFT.
Yeah, of course, we've got to build up Miles a little bit more here because, of course, there's so much hype around Aurora already. We've got 3 EMEA regional champions on the roster. As you mentioned, Wet Jungler a step away from being a set champion himself overall. Absolutely astonishing run. But you said, we've got a lot of fire in the belly. Of course, Travis, known as a player who has plenty of fire to spread around the place. Hopefully, we get to see the best from him as well.
I mean, a player that doesn't do silence even if he's asked by the team. He's always talking. That's why he's the captain. He's calling the shots, and they give him the leeway. They give him the possibility because they know he's good. This is the win-now player. This is the player that actually performs best for the team. And, of course, the rest are there to support him, if you will. In the place of hero of Aurora Gaming, everyone has a chance here to commit. Juanmi said it in the interview. Each one of these players, maybe 60-second, and here are the pop-up players. We're looking for that merchant first place that Travis was mentioning about. But each of these players can win it all, and they have the flexibility to turn and maybe give some additional chances together.
So Travis maybe just intended it as smack talk, but I want to take it a little bit more seriously here. Because, well, Juanmi, of course, as you said, when you're playing at the Crown, it's all about landing that final first place when it matters the most. First place is important in 4v4, but, building around that, what kind of things would you like to see, something from both sides, aside from just chasing that first place?
Yeah, you need to protect yourself, right? We've been talking about throughout the days the tempo play. I mean, what does it mean? It means that you have to be strong. You have to slam items. If you do that, you lose cap-out possibilities. So at least you have to have one player who's playing strong, who's going for the win streak, who's pressuring the lobby, and then funnel that HP to the cap-out players. The one who has maybe doing a lose streak, who's maybe are doing something more risky and doesn't have the resources to play the early stages of the game. So if that plan is being accomplished, that's exactly what you want to do, and that's what we have to face. Mouse are more into that savage possibility, that tempo line, and of course, Aurora just want to go for the cap-out.
All right, let's get things kicked off for our second series of the day. Whichever team loses out here goes out of the competition. Certainly Aurora heavily favored coming in. He said we've got Juanmi with the incredible performance over this last year, looking to add another huge feather to his cap.
And also great gods that we have to start. We see Ari on the start, normally a lot of economy, some additional resources that help you go to level 8, helps you go to level 9, and Evelyn, the goddess of mercilessness, if you will, and this is the tempo one. If we get stream roll, someone can go in there and get so much economy and actually pop off. We're starting off with Juanmi, and we have to talk about the acolytes. What does Juanmi means for the CN region here, Counter?
Well, as we were talking about before, it's been nearly 5 years between Tactician's crown victories for Juanmi. That's unprecedented anywhere else. To come back and perform as well, to win at the Paris Open as well. As I said, to add the EWC alongside those incredible accolades would give him a year that maybe nobody will ever match.
Yeah, I mean, the golden road, if you will, here for Juanmi, starting off with a primordial start. Always wanted to do the economy, obviously open to any possibilities. Juanmi keeping it cool. A player that is not only the acolyte of results, he's cold-minded. We remember when he won the TAC Crown a few weeks ago, he low-rolled. He didn't have the best game, and he was laughing. He was like, okay, game is not my side right now, but I'm prepared. I'm doing good. I know I have the chance to pop off. He's just maybe comfy there on the table, just trying to make sure, and this is a player that has it all.
Well, absolutely. Of course, that's going to be part of any player's kit. We've seen from some teams, not every team, the ability to turn around a losing game. But as you mentioned, we've got no encounter. We've got the Ari and Eve, so a lot of our powerful players are going to be coming from the Augments, going to be coming from the gods instead. You mentioned first place, can't be entirely focused around Hwame in this lobby. Really, on average, a team's going to need a couple of players with top performances, sometimes even first and second, as we get into silver augments and starters.
Yeah, something variable. I mean, normally these are not the strongest augments in the game, but they have the biggest variability. Immediately going for the caretaker into a meeple angle. So meeple possibilities here, you can try to play around it. It's not easy, it's not the ideal one that 60 Second was looking for, so probably just an economy booster for him.
Well, yeah, certainly having that guaranteed one every time we're leveling up. Been seeing players talking about how much that is. Well, I've got the booster here from Lilio. Of course, we've got to make sure we mention him as well. The Gizmos and Gadgets set champion. He won the following championship after Hwame won that first one for the CN region and started the era where Triton was just literally on top of the world.
I like to mention it or talk about it as the Garden of Greatness for the CN region. Those 3 years where CN won everything and everyone's like, okay, this is the region to beat. And now, once again, they have the chance to bring the region into a great spot right now. We see Lilo full tempo. This is what we were talking about. You need one player who puts every item in, who has the upgrades. He already has the Gragas 2-star, has the Briar, so he's just pushing tempo and he will at least be the one with a lot of HP and then trying to punish the rest of the lobby. Now with Kubikson, the Polish, the John Gun, a guy that, I mean, he just expressed joy every time, very clear-minded, a youngster, if you will, but with so many veterans here, and that's so beautiful to see in TFT.
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely astonishing what Kubikson has been able to do in a very short amount of time. Certainly coming into this one, we weren't sure who would be the captain of the squad just because he's got so much experience. You mentioned doing the coaching from before, but he is equipped with the augment you need to make a big impact, the Expedition.
100%. Expedition together with Timebreaker. So he's going for everything. So in contrast with the tempo play where we're talking about, you need a win-out player, and that's Kubikson. With Expedition, we see in the bottom right that he's going to eat champions and get gold out of it. When he eats 30 gold worth of champions, Expedition will give you so much utility, so much resources that Kubikson will be the player to see in the later stages of the game to see how he pop-ups and takes the win for the team.
So we already see some of this kind of strategy we've been talking about developing here. We've got players moving forward aggressively to start, players who've got their investment for much later on in the game. We'll be going up against 60 Second in this round. So we take a quick look at these burgeoning streaks. It looks like Org is the player for Mouse who manages to keep things going with Lil and 60 Second for the Aurora side of things. Of course, generally it's going to be a trend. Win streaks, loss streaks spread across the teams early on. If the team can control both of them, they're in a very good spot.
Yeah, and Mouse is the one, Aug is the one who has to go for that placer. We saw Kubikson maybe thinking about more of an early spot, but Aug is the only one with win streak so far for Mouse, so he needs to protect it. Let's see if this is enough for him. 60 Second already with the Meeple 2-star there in the front, trying to pressure a little more. Has the Veigar 2-star also, and has a great unit also to try to pressure. 60 Second, Lilo, the only one with 100 HP, and Owl, the only one defending here for Mouse.
It looks like 60 Second will not be struggling at all to punch through with this early board, just playing everything. And honestly, a very impressive board, thanks to, you mentioned the Meatsy coming in as the free unit from the Caretaker. Without even slamming items, 60 Second is making a lot of ground here, giving him that flexibility to potentially give ground to Lilo if he needs to. And you called it before, the steamroll is here. This has been the boon that has been defining games.
100%, and we see Lilo going immediately for that. And it's difficult here because you need another player to try to defend the steamroll and try to go for it. It should be Aug, but no one else is going for it. We will have a confirmation and possibilities here. So Lilo will be the one, and the other one is 60 Seconds. Those are the two players that for Mouse from now on, they need to contest. They need to try to avoid the win streak for them, because if not, the game will go out of control. Steamroll, what it does, gives you additional resources at 2 costs every time you win. And that's infinite. It could go into the end of the game. So he really needs to be in pressure from now on.
Yeah, we saw that for Sanger before. You just get completely wildly away. Of course, once you've got enough gold from the Steamroller, you're spending it to get more levels, more Steamrolls. You just get to the point you just can't be caught anymore. And basically, you're just completely out of the question. But Org, give the steamroller of his own. There's a lot of pressure being put on his shoulders. If he can maintain, this will be massive for Mouse.
100%. You need that HP to control the later stages of the game. Both of them with it, and this is the face-off. 60 seconds against Og. Og, the only one going for steamroll for Mouse, and this could be the threshold. This is the moment, the inflection point, and we see the tension in the faces of the players.
Yeah, the Shepherd already locked down. The item's looking pretty good for Lysandra, but I'm not sure. There's a lot of AoE damage going across this clumped front line.
The tank is down.
The Pike in the back line gets blown to pieces. Steamroller at stake. The Veigar's tanking so much damage as a 2-star, but I think it looks like Mouse is going to do it. That's a huge win for them.
Yeah, the early game now turns around and goes for Mouse, as you mentioned, counterfeit. This is great news for him. Aug is normally that tempo player, that player that is not a capped one, so he's doing exactly the work he has to do. So now, Aug maintaining the steamroll, and Liluo, the only one left for Aurora, trying to get that additional resources and try to pop out in the middle stages of the game. So very attentive to see if they face each other. And of course, Aug doing anything to position ideally against his nemesis that is now Liluo.
Yeah, we imagine a world in which we saw Aurora controlling 2 steamroller players for the rest of the stage. It would be unthinkable and unrecoverable for Mouse. And it looks like Org will run into a how this time won't have any problems on the other side as well. Leo will keep the streak going, running right through Kabixon and his more defensive board. So for the time being, we've got 2 players with vastly inflated economies compared to where they should be.
Yeah, and they know, I mean, we're maintaining the steamroll, so we saw Liluo there taking some water, maintaining hydration. We already saw Wet Jungler taking a lot of water.
It's a steam train.
Yeah, they're great already. So yeah, making sure you're okay. We have 2 players to watch here, Wet Jungler with the full lose streak and having that chance. Travis, on the other hand, the one with the lose streak here. So he's going to protect. He's going to think about the later stage of the game. Doesn't have the best board here, hasn't slammed any items so far, so thinking about how can he cap the possibilities. I think he can go for a LeBlanc angle here, but it's not the best spot to be.
It's worth noting he is running the Arbiter, which is not dependent on how his round goes. Depending on how much interest he would gain, he's got a 9% chance of getting 2 gold. So he can sit back here, play Lost Trick. Doesn't matter necessarily to draw out the rounds that there might be with some of the other Arbiter variants to make sure he's still got the economy coming in. And then he can abandon this entire line if he wants to later on.
Yeah, that's additional possibilities there to even consider and hop on. Out here having 2 Ilawis also to pressure a little the possibilities. If he managed to get it 2-star, that would be the ideal tank to preserve HP for so long and maintain it. So Out very present here, talking to the players, making sure the position is correct, and of course he wants to maintain this win streak. The 2 players to watch here counter Liluo and Og.
And it's worth mentioning, it came up yesterday, I was talking with Dobbs as well, you know, in terms of the team play aspect here, as you were kind of alluding to, the teams from both sides can position to make sure this steamroller goes as well as possible. They play against their teammate, but they'll face each other instead. And what do I spy in the top left-hand corner but a Nami with a 3-item, including the Sonic.
And Leonis in the back.
Just walks up to her. I'm confused, it's Leona with an Akali. If she gets one more shot off, she'll kill the carry. You got the regeneration,
wow.
She does. What a way for Mouse to take the steamroller purely for themselves.
And you see the body expression. Aok trying to keep it cool, but he knows it's great for him. This is exactly what they wanted to. So now the lead, at least in a small spot here, goes for the Mouse and an additional possibility. So now the beginning phase, the tempo, the HP lead goes up for Mouse. So for Aurora Gaming now the option will be to pop off and have more than one player being on the first placement to try to avoid obviously the downfall that the tempo has.
Well, yeah, let's kind of build this into the big picture for Mouse. So, you know, because we've had, of course, the plans developing slowly over time. If you've got this spot here, you know, obviously you want to keep all going as long as is humanly possible. Farm has much gold. How does this affect what the rest of the players are doing in the lobby?
Yeah, I mean, you have to adapt to it, and that's the beauty of TFT. The early game, I mean, you know, it's like chess. In the early game, you know exactly what pieces you want to do, what is the out or what is the positioning. The later stage of the game, you know exactly the board that you want, the ideal spot with legendaries and everything. And in stage 3, right now, is art. You don't know. You have to be a magician here. You have to control your pieces. You have to check positioning because you don't have upgrades. You're in the face of luck, in the space god. So actually, this is the best, the most beautiful part of TFT. The expression of ability, and Travis is the one who does it best. Get whatever the game gives you during this round that is normally close, is dead, if you will. You don't know what to do, and that expression of ability is mentioned right now and right here.
And we see Travis using that opportunity we mentioned before, farm up even more gold. He's got a brawler emblem from branching out. Just say the art, the dance for Travis is in full flow while all continues. Of course, again, his teammates are going to step back. They can't really be building win streaks of their own because Org is occupying a lot of the oxygen in the lobby.
Okay, Kuba here holding items, finding a 4-cost here is ideal. So he goes directly to Expeditioners, so he's ramping up to have a good clear spot. Probably in the beginning of stage 4, we'll see him pop up here with the Expeditioners. So also having a plan here. Aug will make sure to then transfer HP in the later stages of the game to Travis, to Kovixon, and then they will be the one to pop up.
We're getting confirmation from our wonderful observers that he's on 20 right now. So most, or at least the majority of the way there. But further to your point, as we see Org taking on Kovixon here, for Org, there is an eventual end to this. He's having to spend aggressively, roll aggressively to keep this win streak going. It can't generally last for the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, an OP level 7 here on 3-3 for Aug, making sure he maintains this win streak. I mean, the money's coming from Steamroll, and he knows it, and he's doing exactly what he has to do. Stacking his economy, only 20 gold for him, but already level 7. This is total pressure coming in from Aug and the Mouse against Aurora.
So speaking of pressure, as we get our next gold blessing in, let's see. So of course, gold is in the mix, but you're willing to give it all up for Tactician health. Of course, in the team format, you can control much more. It looks like we're going to see most of our players going for the less health expensive version of this economy boost.
Yeah, also waiting a little, and I love it because Evelyn normally gives you the downfall, gives you a trade-off, so they really want to know what the rest of the enemy, the rivals are doing, and then take the decision. But as you mentioned, everyone going for Ari, that's free gold throughout all the game. So, I mean, that's a lot of rounds coming in, and everyone wants just that slight advantage that can give you an additional roll later into the game.
But I didn't miss my guess there. I believe that we did see more of the Mouse side of things deciding to go for that gold. So they're willing to take more risks, knowing that they've got more to lose. Let's talk a little bit about the HP in the lobby, though. Of course, Org riding high, undefeated so far. The rest of Mouse, though, despite the fact they've not been necessarily winning a ton of rounds because of Org taking up all that space, they've actually managed to maintain HP relatively well.
Yeah, it's very close. I mean, Org, as you mentioned, in the leadership, 60-second also preserving HP, and difficult spot here for Ahau and also for Juanmei. Low in HP right now, especially Ahau, who has a time-breaker board together with Primordial, starting to stack a little of the combat augments here with the Twin Guardians. So expect him to roll deep and strong on that level 8 and try to accomplish something. He already has the Death Blade, so probably going for a Corki angle. If he doesn't hit Corki 2 and Ramos 2 on stage 4, it will be a dire spot here for Aurora.
Well, talk to me about this kind of spot as a team. So from Ahau and from Juanmei, they're both on low HP. Presumably both at some point looking to turn the corner and start climbing. It feels like it's more awkward when you've got two of your same team in that same spot.
Yeah, if you have a low HP players, you have two options. The first one is they have to pop up and try to win it all with high risk. But in terms of Ahau, for example, he's not. He's just trying to not go 8th, maybe try to go for a 5th and make sure he doesn't give away points for free for the rest of the game. That's why he needs to pop up at stage 4 to avoid elimination and then maybe get some slight points there to take an advantage later.
All right, we're almost done with stage 3. Miles definitely disfavored heavily by our audience coming in. We'd be living in a very different world if Org had lost that head-to-head. But he has not. He's almost running the streak for 2 full stages and getting that steamroller. One last chance to see it broken. I don't think Ahau is going to be the one to do it on the left-hand side. So on the right, we'll see how 60-second does against his teammate, Juanmei.
Yeah, 60-second already with the Nova angle that we know needs to be protected. We've seen Akali throughout the tournament being a menace, especially with the access to the backline, hitting so many units in the board, already having a Kindred. It's a good spot here for 60-second, taking a win against Juanmei, who once again will need to step up, especially on stage 4, and try to balance. For Aug, perfect placement. I mean, 10 win streak right now. Counter, this is an amazing place here for Aug, not only because he's preserving HP, because his board is strong enough. He can maintain this a little more and then transfer into an additional board.
And I want to give a little bit of credit to Aurora as well. Even while Org does maintain that full 2-stage streak, they've managed to put together 60-second with a 6-round streak of his own under the circumstances. That's an incredibly narrow field to run.
Yeah, 100%. We see Kubikson here trying to hold on to something, already finding another 3 costs here to feed into the expedition. So very close to the transfer and having a chance there to just pop up soon enough.
Yeah, it'll be next round that will be dropping in. So Kubi's got a chance to step forward. Again, it's worth reiterating just how crazy good Kubikson has been. Of course, we mentioned the 3 EMEA regional champions. He's the Inkborn Fables EMEA champion. Absolutely incredible career so far. Hopefully, a long way still to go.
Has the chess here, decides to roll first, so doing the due diligence. He knows that it's random. He knows already what he wants to go for. Rolling on level 6 here, trying to find the Milio especially. Milio 3-star, going for the Lulu. We know Lulu is medallion, so he really needs everyone 3-stars. That's why he's rolling on level 6. Thinking about the Lulu later, already 8 Lulus right now, close to the Pantheon, close to the Emilio, doesn't hit, and finally now goes for the chest.
All right, so Kubikson has finally arrived in this game, has a Fiora as well, just for a little bit of extra bonus. Remember, of course, the Masterwork upgrade, the big feature of the Expedition cash out means you can really go in hard for these rerolls and make them count.
And this is a beautiful read for Kubikson. He doesn't hit anything 3-star, but he's close to everything. So once again, a great spot here for Mouse, going up against the Dragons here from Aurora. And I mean, a great win if he managed to do it here for Kubikson, not finding the 3-star and winning the round here. So great spot, at least for now, coming into Mouse. We have final augment here. It will be gold, and Kubikson is looking for strength here.
Yeah, I mean, already, you mentioned, we saw a little bit of it there. Once Lulu hits 3-star, especially the cash coming in from the dropped means that we're going to be seeing this ball getting stronger and stronger. We've got the 3-stars on front and back. We don't have the Lulu quite yet, but we're getting gold for the bucket load. This is a Lulu built for car speed and thus gold generation.
Beautiful here for Kuba. He finds also a Twisted Fate, one off the Lulu, finds the makeshift that you mentioned, going for the Rabadon Radiant, and a magnificent spot here for him from now on, trying to get the 3-star, and of course the influx of gold that the Lulu is giving you because it's medallion. So every time you see gold, that's Lulu giving you joy, giving you the possibility to roll even more, and that's why he's not concerned about being 0 gold right now.
It's worth noting as well, Org has taken a loss. The Steamroller is finally over. 60-second moving up with a 7-round win streak. So we're going to make the assumption the 60-second was the person who eventually put Org down. We knew that was coming sooner or later. We've got the Kindred on 60-second side, but Kubikson may be the one to step into the gap that Org has opened up. Even without the 3-star, still rips through and does some real damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse already has a great spot. Now the players to watch has to be Juanmei, Ahao. What are the spot? What are they looking for here to transfer? We know they want the win-out spot, but they need to pressure. For Ahao, he needs to find the stabilization point, if you will. For Kuba, trying to find, obviously, the Lulu. There it is. Finds the Lulu tree, finds everything, and now the pressure even more will be. He just, I mean, he's happy right now.
Oh, he should be. That's an amazing, as we said, the gold generation scaling with star levels, so that means Kubi has a chance to build out from the center table. Again, Wet Jungler and Kubi basically on the same HP in the same spot as each other. Travis definitely lower, of course, but building out towards an Aurelian Sol board. Not the only one, though.
Ahao, on his part, finds the Riven, finds the Ramus, doesn't find the Corki. And we have 3 items on this Corki, and this is the only source of damage that Juanmei has. So Ahao, so he truly needs to get a discounted. It's so important going up against 60-second. Friendly fire, 60-second with a lot of gold. Decides not to go level 8 on level 7. So just trying to protect the Akali and the Jax angle, trying at least to take one away from Kubi, who's also trying to 3-star the Jax.
And a very nice positioning there. Again, we're talking about how the teammates are positioned against each other to make sure the Akali did trim the extra units, take as little damage as possible, while still not threatening to steal the round. We will have one more boon coming in, so a 2-star forecast has got to be pretty tempting, but it is expensive, and it looks like most of our players want to go for the rerolls instead.
Yeah, I mean, getting free rerolls here. We know a lot of players trying to stabilize the Corki 1-star players. We know, especially the players from Aurora. They really need a stable board right now, and the rolls come perfect in a perfect way. Here it is. Additional roll here. Ahao try to look for the Corki. So important for him. Low in HP. If he doesn't fight the Corki, this could be doomed for Aurora Gaming in this game 1.
Looking for those upgrades, but we only find the Millie, unfortunately.
Two Corkis here for Ao protecting, Ao doing everything, maintaining HP while protecting and playing defense against Ahau, making sure he can send him 8th.
And of course, yeah, that's worth mentioning again for anyone new to 4v4, just how much influence the entire team as a whole can have on reducing the champion pool. We're given champion as we see two of the Aurora members low HP. We knew these two would face each other eventually. Someone's going to give ground here, because we were talking about before, they can't both necessarily climb the table.
Yeah, I mean, probably one of them will be sacrificed, so you need to pop off, and even if one goes, what you have to avoid is two of them going bottom. If that happens, you have the 1-2. So, I mean, just roll whoever hits first. I think Juan May has an additional possibility to cap out. Ahau, I think, not finding the Corki strong enough. Even if he finds the Corki, it shouldn't be strong enough for state 5, so it's just a survival state right now.
That means Huamie and Ahau are both pretty much on the same HP as each other. Travis, again, down the bottom, is building out the Aurelion Sol Warlord. Hasn't got quite fully online as of yet and has spent his money. And we're talking about the denial. We've got the Aurelion Sols on the bench, of course, for Aurora to try and make sure Travis goes out before their members.
Yeah, and we saw that's the reason Ahau is holding into Aurelion Sol, contesting Travis. And Travis has 3 Corkis. Travis has more Corkis. It's like they have the different composition. I have you to start Aurelion Sol, I have you to start Corki, and of course protecting. This is elite 4v4 we're watching right now. Counter Ao going up against Ahau, and this will be a pivotal spot here for Mouse. If they win, Ahau really needs to pop off in this one.
Yeah, of course, Org's been farming up money all the time round. The Ascension does kick in. Ahau could be in a little bit of trouble. No, the front line is not quite good enough. But of course, for Aurora, they're spending out everything they can to try and stay up and fighting really across the entire field. Barely anybody keeping gold in the bank.
This is such an important win for Ahau. Aurora getting the lead right now. Travis falling off, playing defense. Ahau decides to get an additional Aurelion Sol, because if Travis doesn't have the Aurelion Sol, he cannot win. He doesn't have the damage. So defense play for both players, and this is the additional goal. Will Travis manage to accomplish? Finds the Mighty Mech, decides to skip it.
No, he's already got it. He's got it at 2 star. He's farming up some more.
Yeah, looking only for the Azul. There it is. He finds it.
That's absolutely huge for Miles. We've got a knockdown brawl at the end of game 1. It's going to be so much difference. 1 life across, I believe, all 3 players are close enough to it. This is going to be a massive difference as to how the tail end of the game looks, as to who drops in this round.
Ahau sees that Travis already finds the Aurelion Sol, sells the rest of Aurelion Sol, tries to roll, but doesn't hit that Corki right now. And this would be a pivotal spot right now for Aurora. Juan May doesn't find the LeBlanc, but has a great front line.
And you have to think, Juan May, if there's going to be one of the 2 players between him and Ahau, who's going to be stepping forward. Juan May's got the win streak. Ahau has been doing a great job of providing utility for the team, trying to keep a lid on Travis. The question is, can Travis survive a little bit longer up against Org, which I have to imagine has weakened his board somewhat to keep Travis alive?
No items on the Nami, so it should be safe here for Travis, at least for 1 round. And Ahau going up against Wet Jungler. Is this strong enough? Has a Kindred 2-star in the back, has good front line, and this will be pivotal right now. Corki doing great damage. The Akali doesn't have access to the backline, and that's exactly what Wet Jungler was looking for. Raw damage from Wet Jungler takes out Ahau, and we see the expression. He knows this is bad news for the Dragons, this is bad news for Aurora, and the first point goes directly to the Mouse.
And that starts to close some doors for how we're going to be seeing Aurora approaching this game. The only good news for them is we do have 2 Mouse members also on low HP, a very volatile bottom 4 that could still go full reset and end up with a top 4 that only matters about the first place.
100%. Kubi here, holding up, doesn't have additional front line, but is very low right now, and this could make the difference. Both Travis and Kubikson, even though they have the board, at least Kubi, they couldn't accomplish. They're losing spots, and right now both of them in only 1 life.
So let's see on the left-hand side, Kubi is going to be facing Vizsla. On the right-hand side, Juan May, so it will be opposing teams against each other. There's not going to be any freebies in this. The Lulu should be doing some pretty darn good work with the front lines. Maybe not quite as strong. Pantheon holds for a while. The Lulu damage is obscene. Ripped through. They're safe on the left. Travis on the right, still fighting through. The Red Soul gets blown to pieces. He will be the one to drop.
Kubi stays alive, but Travis takes the hit, and now we have a tie. The series is tied right now. This game 1, Ao still with low points, and Ao, the one who pressured the initial lobby, he transferred HP to rest of the team to have a couple possibility counter is not working out because he need to help the rest of the team. Now he's in a difficult spot, finds the Nami, doesn't find the additional spot with 5 pace group, and it just doesn't look enough.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. The amount of sacrifice you have to give to your team versus, playing the best game you can yourself for Org. It's crazy to see him almost on the verge of elimination. This could be a big round for Maus. Both these players really need to stay alive or it's going to be over in a hurry.
Yeah, on the right side, Kubikson going up against Friendly Fire with the jungler. Supposedly should be a good one for him. Supposed to be the Ghost on the left, trying to win the next round here, and it could be the end for AUG. Going for the Nami, trying to access the backline. We have a mirror match. The other Nami step out first, going for him, and AUG is down. Maus takes the fall, and it's -1 point, and now the lead goes for Aurora.
Which means that Maus must eliminate one of the Aurora members into the bottom 5, or it's going to be over immediately. 3 players in the bottom 4. It's just instantly shut down, and how much things have changed in a hurry. Now Aurora in the top 3 spots, and Maus look like the ones who might be getting blown out.
Early game going for Maus, but the late game is going for Aurora. They played it perfectly. They used their strength or having the couple players 60-second playing defense, doing the Jax 3-star, avoiding Kubikson from getting that. That was the difference. So great defensive play also for 60-second. They play exactly to their spots, and now this is the face-off. Kubikson going up against the LeBlanc on the side. 60-second has a chance to close the series right now.
Again, Maus need to get 1 member into top 4, 1 member into first to win the game for Aurora. They just need to bring down both Maus members, or ideally 1 right now. There's so little room for error. Aurora on the left-hand side looks like they should be able to punch through this time. The backline is too good.
Wami has it.
Kubikson out, which means we will not get another member into the top 4. Maus are eliminated, blown out in game number 1.
Being resilient with a difficult spot there with the steamroll together for AUG. Elite play right now for Aurora, looking for the angle. 60-second, that is supposed to be the win-out player playing defense, making sure that Kubikson doesn't find the Jax 3-star, making sure that they have the win-out spot, and in the end they send 3 members of Maus bottom. Great win in an amazing show right now for Aurora.
It just seems like almost indecipherable, that game that we had. That big win. Maus could not have come out of that one looking better from the early going, controlling the streak, controlling the steamroll. It just felt like it turned so quickly.
Yeah, we see it right now. Wami doing great, Kubikson doing amazing, and in the end, is the win for Aurora.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Aurora will face up against Maus once more.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We checked out the predictions before going into the series, and it was heavily one-sided towards Aurora Gaming, and for a reason. They are looking out of this world in this matchup against Maus. They take map number 1 in sensational fashion, and they are knocking on the door of a spot in the playoffs, which is imperative for this organization, as well as Maus, for the first ever club championship points here at the Esports World Cup. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Clement, Panda. Good to see the both of you once again. My goodness, I don't know, Maus, I felt we're doing a lot right in that series. For example, right, AUG, the blood brother on the 10-win streak. Things were looking up until they weren't.
It was a little bit surprising that AUG ended up going for the level 8 board instead, didn't try and cap higher. Overall, it was a low cap lobby, and there were a lot of low rolls on stage 4 on those level 8s. Roll downs for Travis as well. We saw him just bleeding out to a 7th in the end. The biggest surprise for me is that AUG, I think, could not cap higher. I think he had the chance to be the win-out player on the AP Flex. With 100 HP coming to stage 4, you would think that you're able to just coast through stage 4, trade HP away to your teammates, and then come in stronger in stage 5.
Taking a look at the live view from the Vault, Maus just quickly doing some research. They don't have a lot of time before they step back on that stage, and they've got a lot to fix. This is, again, live. Look at what they're doing, breaking down all the strategies. And it's so hard, Clement, to go in there after a loss like that, 7-minute turnaround time. You go to your vault. What are you truly looking at? What is the coach thinking to himself? Like, okay, going into game 2, this is what we can fix.
I think they have to understand the tempo of the lobby a little bit better. I think Og specifically should have just gone straight level 9 right there. He was the win-out player. The bottom side of Mao's game plan actually worked that right there because they had Travis going level 7, holding a lot of Aha's units.
Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the moments from this game, and it was stage 3-1. You actually wanted to talk about this, Clement, for a reason. What are we seeing?
This is just a great play from Og that really set him up for success. Unfortunately, unable to convert, but what he did right here is he had an assassin Leona actually wrap all the way to the other side of Lilo. Lilo was also full streaking at this point, and because he was able to get that win, he got the steamroll for 7 rounds going into stage 4. Plenty of gold.
It was Ari God as well, so with the Steamroll gold, plus the Streak gold, plus the Ari God gold, you would expect Og to go 9. I think the reason they're VOD doing right now is because they know, coming to stage 4, they were in a very strong position against a favorite team, potentially in Aurora Gaming, and they should have closed it out a little bit better, I think. They know their mistakes were made on kind of the macro elements of the game, and I think coming to game 2, some changes have to be made in terms of how they confront that stage 4 in particular.
Absolutely, because from what I was hearing from you yourself saying, like, Mao's, you know, they played well, but they kind of beat themselves. Aurora Gaming we're just cruising through like they typically do. Let's take a look at some of our comments throughout that game number 1. Clement, you know, these get kind of wild. Leona, holy!
That was about the 3-1 streak coming in from Og. Great positioning on his side. I felt like his early game was flawless, but his transitions to groove has been very difficult to watch. It was 8th place the last game he played it, now 7th place this time around. He needs to do better on the line.
Lulu 3 with Radiant Item Bot 4, and I'm laughing. Hey, Iran, shout out to you.
That was another big surprise. I think the game from Kubi in terms of just the game plan itself was fantastic. Expedition into Lulu, the Lulu 3 with honor roll. I think he hit it on like 4-3, so very early on. You'd expect Kubi to take over in stage 4 and 5. It didn't seem that the damage came through, unfortunately.
That's right. Well, I got a question for you, Clement, and I guess Kara too as well. How is Wanmei so good at the game? We're all asking the same question.
I think he just played around the low rolls really well. We saw Travis with 4 copies of the LeBlanc, but he was able to use Karma as his secondary carry, and he was the one that actually took out Kubicon in the end.
Let's take a look at some of the emotions from the players from that game, man. And I'm sure, Mao's, you're going to be seeing a lot of head grabbing, feeling kind of bad. It was a tough series for sure for them, especially with Og looking so good at one point in time. They faced off, and man, that face-off was looking intense, staring each other down. But coming into the series, Aurora Gaming knew they were a heavy favorite, and they absolutely did not waste that. For Mao's, though, again, a big breakdown of communication, maybe a breakdown in strategy, and there's the pain that I was expecting to see.
It has been a challenging path for Mao's as well. They faced 3 CN teams back to back across the 3 days of competition. CN, of course, one of the strongest regions in 4v4, so it has been a challenge every step of the way for this Mao's roster.
I mean, but then again, they went through the gauntlet. You would expect it made them stronger getting to this point, but Aurora Gaming just is simply too strong at the moment. Luckily, they can smile. Again, doing the VOD review, we took a look at their live vault viewing. They're going to come back in with the game plan. But Wet Jungler, I'm looking at you. What does he need to bring in the next map?
I'll say stability. I think Wet Jungler on this team has been the one player across his career individually as well that is best when playing for stage 4, playing for any 4 cost. He can make strong boards out of thin air, and I think he's going to be the stable point for this Mao's roster. My question is, who is going to be the win-out player? Who's going to be the player that is able to carry that momentum forward into the late game in particular? Yesterday, it was Og. Is it going to be Og again in this game too?
It could be. I hope it is. On the opposite side, though, they've got Wanmei. They've got 62nd. Now, you need to figure out who it is for Mao's. Who's going to truly challenge them toe-to-toe? Hey, I love putting our players into the hot seat and seeing how fast they can react. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC with some TFT. I'm joined by Aurora Gaming here for the tournament. We're going to ask them some tough questions here in Hot Seats. So let's start off with the first one. Which player do you think has the worst hairstyle? Which team is simply overrated? And why?
是我们当时第一轮预选赛的时候，我们就第一轮打他们吧，结果他们这回把运气比较好，然后就一路直接1号种子进了。
Which team is the most demanding, like toughest team?
T1.
Which team should already book the shuttle to the airport because they're going to lose?
我们第一轮对手。
Which player has the worst fashion sense?
作为 WG 的这个定队服。
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for hot seats. Best of luck in the tournament. Thank you, Aurora. That's it.
It makes me cry, though, seeing who is one of the strongest contenders out there, T1, who was just eliminated moments ago on that very stage. And once again, another team faces elimination. It's Mouse Gaming. They've got to come back, but Aurora Gaming is looking strong, and they might close this out 2-0. We'll be heading to the stage in just a moment's time.
Team Vision 2-0, T1 in our first match of the day. The atmosphere is gloomy for Mouse after that game one where it felt like they had everything they needed for a win, but Aurora Gaming just too strong, Ben.
For Mouse, they had the early game, but as the test mentioned, they lacked the momentum to transfer that into the later stage of the game. Kubi couldn't win or couldn't close the round there. Great defense work coming in from Aurora, and then 3 cap-out players, 3 players going for that win versus Mouse not having even one. So once again, early game, it's been done. In an amazing spot here by Mouse, but now they need to close it out. As Auk was the one doing it yesterday, so now he needs to step up again. Maybe Kubi can do the same, and of course, Aurora is now in a breeze. They're in this perfect spot, and they have confidence.
Yeah, and of course, from Mouse's side of things, it feels like this is, one of the real tests of a team as overall. We mentioned we've got Travis as the team leader. We've of course got Gabixon there, who's got the strategic, coaching, which is already applied.
See the aura from him. Look at how he's seated. I mean, that's a guy who just won Tactician Ground. That's a guy who just won an Open also in Paris. And you see him. I mean, he's just chilling there. He has the confidence to know that he's one of the best, if not probably the best in the world right now.
Yeah, and then of course he's been through so much to achieve that. He feels like this is a big moment for them to come back into the field with only a little bit of time between games and say, okay, game 2 needs to be something different.
100%. I mean, they already had the possibility to go for angle, and we start the game. Varus and Aurelion Sol, one of the most difficult to appear gods, has a lower chance, but of course, if you manage to do the quest, if you manage to find it, of course, emblems will call either way, and of course, it's random. People will have to adapt. One of the most powerful gods, if you will, here on Space Gods.
And I do like how well it slots, it slots into the 4v4 dynamic here. We've got the Varus here for the rerolls. We've got the Aurelion Sol for the huge cap-out versions of the board. Of course, we see more than a few players, in fact, sometimes the entire lobby is willing to go on that trade quest just because of how powerful it is to get a free emblem.
Lilo here, Taka winner also. In the top of TFT in the old days, in the old Garden of Greatness, you will hear for the Chien region having a small cap up here, good possibilities for an early game, just holding everything. So important in the 44. Hold everything that the game gives you and then talk to your teammates, decide what is going to be the plan. You see the stage here. For Aurora, it's a breeze once again. They already won one, they want to play in a comfort spot, and the one to take risk will have to be Mouse.
Let's talk a little bit more theoretical then as we get to our first one who's coming in. In terms of between the win and loss streak, of course, Mouse from the previous game, they had an incredible win streak with all. From the Aurora side of things, mostly down towards the lower HP bands. Are you more comfortable with a team who are more on the win streaking side or on the loss streaking side of the game?
I mean, if you want to go for ideal, you want the sandwich, right? You want to have one win streaker and one lose streak, so you can really protect both. And I think that's the spot players want. If you have one and don't have the other, obviously win streak is a little better because you can preserve HP, but the lose streakers are one popping up because they are doing it for a reason. they have economy, they have something to win out later, and that's what was missing here. Kubikson, the player to watch, once again, he took risks with Expeditionist, didn't work out because of the great defense coming in from Aurora.
Yeah, it felt like that we had such a promising ball come together, but just not enough power. Again, we'll be keeping a close eye on where those streaks develop in the early going. We have got the early full duplicator for Kubikson, so if we are looking for extreme and late game versions of the board, having Shepard this early isn't a bad start. Patient Study, another key to an extreme late game board, but decides not to take it.
Yeah, reach for the start also as a possibility. We haven't seen it throughout the tournament, I believe. It's the Jax Hero Omen that is also interesting. He already played the Lulu, so maybe thinking about some possibilities and chances here. Also, Travis going for the emblem. 60 seconds, already thinking about the later stage of the game, gets Bodyguard. This is a combat augment that is much stronger later into the game. So same history as the last game counter. 60 seconds, already thinking about the cap-out possibilities.
I'm very curious to see where some Kubikson. We'll see what emblem he's got for us. And hopefully in just a little bit. He said having access to those extra options is always fantastic. So we've got a couple of Legion of Freeze. In fact, Travis and Kubi both decided to go for it. We'll find out in a second. So we've got Meeple on the side of Kubikson. Certainly we've seen enough of the Corki boards getting around to make this a worthwhile, as Premier will open fort here. The calculated loss. We're talking about teams controlling win and loss streaks. Premier is not messing around.
We're seeing Kubi here, so the Legion of 3 gave him the Meeple emblem. It's not ideal, but you can go into Corki and you can try to play Paintball. Lilo, same. So both with Meeple, there is some chance of some weird reroll possibilities, but I think both of them will contest themselves and will try to just play into Corki. Another chance is to play the Veigar print, but you really want to have the spot in the early game, so let's see what they both do.
Gosh, we saw this from games before, of course, when teams roll the same emblem as...
Travis has the same, so we have 3 people.
Wait, what?
3 people with random emblems, and the 3 of them having the Meeple.
We had 3 challenges in the previous game. What's going on here? Apparently we found the right RNG seed to put everyone on the same path. But okay, you're talking about the idea of being able to potentially run 2 different lines here. We've got 3 of them in the lobby. I mean, I don't even know what this is going to mean long term.
You can Meeple Fast 9 also as an AP angle, but it will depend on the item. I mean, they're prepared for this, but the option is that, yeah, you're contested. Not only your teammate, you're contested by a rival also, and that's not the normal situation. So this game will have some chaos, and the adaptability will be the name of the game.
It's just point of clarification. One less Meeple emblem that we thought was in the mix there. Just the 2 Legion of 3 players. Unfortunately, it's on the same team as each other. I don't know, I suppose there's the bonus of saying you can work around each other if you're on the same team rather than actually contesting with each other, but it's still very far from ideal.
Yeah, having exactly your teammate there contesting you will be a difficult spot to navigate, but of course they're capable of doing it. Travis just trying to find the early game chance. Right now having the Caitlyn 60 second, already thinking about late game, starts with Stargazer as a chance, and now a player that was contested in the last round and played into the win streak possibilities also. Just trying to play tempo here with the Leona. Having a chance with the Arbiter to get in that Leona 3 that is so prevalent and has a good chance to stabilize in level 8 with the LeBlanc.
It definitely feels like Aurora are putting the best foot forward and saying, we're going to put together some ludicrously strong boards. But let's kind of tie this in with what we're looking at from the game number 1. Mouse ultimately, despite a very strong start, did get blown out in the end. They won't be able to pull all the plans together. How do you feel this kind of interacts with the double Meeple setup here? That the players are not going to maybe be able to find as many of their units as quickly as they would like.
Yeah, there's 2 options, right? You can leave one player that has the best Meeple angle to go full into there, go into the vertical and try to commit to the units, and then the other guy will have to play more flex. Maybe he will not cap out, maybe he will be in the middle stages, but if he's able to get some value out of the Meeple emblem in the early stage of the game, then he can play defense. So I think you have to at least sacrifice a little one of the players to get the other one stronger.
Well, we have got that trait question, which the players immediately leaping on it. I mean, I suppose maybe this is the way out of the Meeple trap.
Yeah.
You find yourself in, say, you know what, I've got an emblem, it's not ideal, but you still got the Legion of 3s, you still got the bonus for putting the emblems on units. Maybe you can find a different direction.
100%. As you mentioned, also, remember, Legion of 3 gives you additional stats for 3 costs and for the emblem holder that you just mentioned, counterfeit. So maybe there's something else they can cook. Maybe there's some line that we don't know that is also a commitment. Obviously, 3 cost reroll is not a chance with Meeple. It's very difficult to execute. So we see Travis, Winsus going for the additional possibilities, and with Jungler playing defense right now with the trade treasure, full open, trying to contest the rest of the game and trying to be the only one with the lose streak. But Juanmi, the king, is doing the same.
You see Juanmi trying to avoid the hooks out of Wet Jungler. They just look at each other and say, you know what, we're both going down in flames here. But of course, the calculated loss is only going to work on a loss rather than a draw, which will break both of their streaks.
Yeah. Good chance here. So they don't face. So they will maintain the lose streak. Both trying to do it. Wet Jungler, of course, already having a chance to reroll. And it's not ideal for Wet Jungler because normally you want to hold some units. You want to hold the Akali, you want to hold the Velvet, you want to hold the Paralmoria and make economy. Juanmi is making the economy here with it. So in the early game, difference from game one, the advantage goes slightly into Aurora.
Yeah, and it feels like you're going to get so much more benefit off of that when Juanmi does eventually decide to cash in. He's going to have all those rerolls. The extra money you can already see is 9 ahead of his closest opposing member. It's going to take a while before the treasure hunt is fully completed, but they'll both maintain empty boards as long as they can. Wet Jungler going to take one for the team, even if he's not benefiting as much as Juanmi is.
Yeah, we're seeing the players with the most acolytes on each team. Wet Jungler, second in Tactician crown, and Juanmi with 2 crowns. I mean, just the GOAT of TFT right now. The player to watch, a player that likes to stream, likes to share the text, and obviously a player that is a fundamental pillar in the TFT community right now. They don't face each other once again. So huge spot right now. Lilu almost open also with a clear mind. So another pop-up player coming in for Aurora.
So we're kind of left in the same position here in game 2 of the series with, of course, Aurora having the 1-game advantage already coming into this one. So we've got Maus in the top 3 spots for the time being. Wet Jungler does maintain the loss streak towards the bottom, but I'm a little bit worried. Anything that reminds me of game 1 is already making me worried that this could head towards a 2-0.
Similar here, 60 seconds against Friendly Fire. And yeah, 5 win streak also for Travis, the captain, the win-out player. Going for the Gnar, knows that Meeple is being contested by this lobby. Gnar is difficult to execute, and obviously already having the Windsor together with the Deathblade. He might not stay on the Gnar. There's a possibility that he plays something else, but of course the Deathblade is giving us some possibilities of Corki. I think he's open to whatever the game is giving him, and if he gets additional Gnar, maybe he can go into the line. Normally you want the IE, the crit damage, also to have good chance. And Travis is a player that can adapt. I mean, this is the tempo player. This is the captain. This is the guy that does the magic in stage 3, so I'm sure he can keep the pressure up.
No, it's a big responsibility you're putting on the team, and certainly Mars a very big brand to be carrying forward into this event. But Travis, of course, keeping the win streak, you see, keeping the focus up. We see could be there, looking actually very relaxed. Honestly, I usually take this as a very good sign when players are relaxed because they're not panicking, especially when they're down 1 in this series. It'd be very easy. We've seen players, getting emotional, starting to even have tears coming down their faces because the emotion is overwhelming them. Not seeing that from Maus.
Yeah, I feel that if players are already emotionally live and they transfer that for a TFT is fine, but the normal spot that we see in players are they're cool. They keep it cool, they keep it composure, because that's the way they can really influx in all the knowledge that they have gained throughout the years playing TFT. So as you mentioned, Kubi, good spirits, and also transfer that to the rest of the team to get everyone in a good spot.
All right, so let's just take stock of everything. I suppose the big difference here, so we've got Juanmi, Wet Jungler, both on loss streaks, both still intact.
Yep.
Travis, the only win streak, along with Kubi, who's a little bit behind. So that is a place where Aurora are missing out here in terms of gold income. They're not getting the win streak gold, even if Juanmi is, of course, benefiting more from his loss streak than Wet Jungler is.
Yeah, we will watch Wet Jungler soon. He should roll here and try to stabilize the board. He already holding a Velvet here and try to have a chance. Obviously trying to pop up here, to be the strongest one, to pressure the lobby, to protect the Akali. That is the unit that normally is being contested so much throughout the tournament.
All right, we'll see gold ornaments coming in next. For our players, of course, we do need to bear in mind we've still got the Drake quest live at this point, so our players will be trying to activate that, get the emblem for free, and choose their final direction. Hopefully won't see too many narrowing in too much, as Wet Jungler, as you said, he is spending out the money in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm finding 2 units that change the game plan for him. He finds the Tahm Kench, he finds the Morgana, and he's thinking about it because is the shiny Tahm Kench there. Normally a good unit that can eat additional units and can give you some possibilities, but it's not ideal right now. Morgana is stronger. So he's really thinking about it. Is this a bait from the game, or should I use it and this is my stronger board? Decides to use it for 1 run.
We're facing Orgman this round. I imagine just looking to soften the loss while keeping a loss streak intact. course, we talked about before, the teammates much more able to extend those loss streaks for you if they are so inclined. Even on Huame as well. Of course, I imagine it's still open, forcing down the bottom and building up a lot. Yeah, takes another loss in this round. Imagine Wet Jungler will as well. This one's headed for what looks like a soft loss, maybe not actually. The Gwen not doing enough damage, and that Tam Kench, the shiny Tam Kench you mentioned before, Wet Jungler's streak is officially over.
Okay, Ao also taking the loss here for a lose streak here for Og. Ao finds the Leona 3-star with the printing. Great possibilities here for him. And Kubi, he's decided to be the tempo player, so he left the other Legion of 3 players go for the vertical, and now he's just, he has to play flexible here. He has the additional emblem, so he can go either way.
Looking to see what Kubi's going to be going for. We have the spatula. See how big of a board. I wonder if we might be seeing more towards the Shepherd side of things as a way to still make use of the Meeple element without necessarily going deep into Meeple itself. And it seems to be what's on Kubixon's mind.
Yep.
5-win streak is looking pretty good up against a How, of course, is less willing to give way. I'm really not sure about which one of these two boards is going to punch through.
Okay, Space Group is being committed here by Kubixon, so that's the emblem. He will go into the line, ideal line also. You can measure it together with Meeple in a good spot in the middle stages of the game. So Kubi just committing to this and trying to play that board. He will try to contest the Nami, and of course he hits on the later stages, on the beginning stages of stage 4. It could be a good angle for him. Doesn't look happy, we have to say it. The expression of the faces of the players is what gives us the most information. And for Kubi, this is not the ideal spot.
No, not at all. So Wet Jungler losing the loss streak, Kubi losing the win streak. That's a lot of gold out of pocket for Maus as the emblems come in a calling. We've got some more decisions to be made for our players. Looking forward to the back half of the game. And again, calling back to game 1, we started to see Aurora emerging as the game went on and starting getting stronger and stronger. That is starting to happen a little bit here as well. If we want to get 60-second up towards the top, he's now controlling the win streak.
Yeah, and protecting also the Akali angle. It's level 6, and I thought he was going to roll here, but of course having bodyguard means that he prefers to go deeper. He has additional emblems, nothing to connect. Will reforge.
Oh, and it's restarted as well.
Yeah, finding something interesting here. Better than what he had before, but of course not ideal. So the rogue angle has the also Marauder here. Not the ideal spot for 60 seconds. I mean, he will have to pop off and just try to go level 8 and play a flexible board.
Yeah, I mean, that is a whole grab bag of emblems he's got in there. So hopefully he can put something together in a hurry. Again, the trait quest means we're seeing a lot more emblems we would normally. Wet Jungler at a 2-round win streak. Maybe he can start building up something for Maus. He's still relying very heavily on that talent to get the job done. And you can see, against backliners, he's pretty good, but against this bunch of brawlers kind of setup, he's not enough damage.
It's difficult. You have Treasure Hunt. He doesn't break 30, and he needs to spend the gold. This is the round that Wet Jungler needs to win. And we see the expression. He's holding his head, thinking, what do I do? Do I spend the gold and go for the Hail Mary, even if the odds are not against me? Or what's the chance? Travis, 3 Meeple emblems. If he managed to find level 10, we have a 10 Meeple angle, the Prismatic, and we will see them facing off.
So we thought there were 3 Meeples in the lobby. It turns out we were just right, but a little ahead of schedule. Travis doing his happy dance there. Okay, so we know we still got to deal with the fact that Maus do have 3 members in the center. Even if Travis does hit 10 Meeple, that's not a guaranteed game win for Maus at all.
Yep. This is a team effort, so they still need to get there. And also for Travis, getting to level 10 in this tempo play is not easy. You are very pressured by Aurora. They know he has this 3 emblem, so it will not be free for Travis to get the pop-off.
I suppose the good news here is hitting Meeple 7 ahead of schedule means you can be printing gold every round, which will hopefully help with that economy. And against the win against all, of course, more than happy to give way. I'm really curious, I guess, to see what the rest of the Maus game plan is alongside Travis.
Okay, he finds the Poppy 2-star and he finds Anar. So now he has the chance to take a decision. Does he go in that reflection or does he change the situation? Lilo, on the other hand, has the Darkstar emblem. Try to commit into Aurelion Sword Darkstar. That is the preferred line. And of course, on the left, Huame. Going for Space Group, also protecting Avec Kubixon. Everyone is playing prefer here counter, playing defense, and being able to not let the other side pop off.
And this is one of the things that makes 4v4 so fascinating, particularly from these teams who are at the very top of their game here at EWC. They understand the format, even with every single step they take strategically. We head into the next stage. We'll see. I mean, there's still a vulnerable moment for Hwame and the rest of Aurora to potentially start dropping members early.
Hwame finds the Riven, trying to find the front line also. Not even pair of Nami right now. Very important for Hwame to find the Nami here, both to preserve HP and also to take it out of Kubikson. Decides to roll to 22. Has also the pair of Tam Kench for the front line. There's the Tam Kench, so front lines is ready, is prepared, but one off the Nami.
Yeah, you were talking about before from a previous game how important those front lines and finding the 2-star version will be up against 60second, who, as we can see, has a lot of HP in the tank, but not necessarily the full board he would be hoping for as of yet. This feels kind of ideal for Aurora to be able to donate some of that HP of 60second across to Hwame and allow him to get the full board online.
Yeah, and for 60 he decides to wait. He knows he has a level 8 Thwart, so 50 gold for him and will roll later. For Liluo, doesn't find the Aurelion Sol 2-star and makes a flexible board here that I love. LeBlanc with Darkstar Emblem, he finds the LeBlanc 2 for fun, and it's a perfect spot. And this is the magic that the players want to give us. If you don't find your DL carry, a LeBlanc 2-star can make the work for now. It's not ideal, but it's what will preserve HP. So great flexibility here coming in from Liluo.
Yeah, missing the normal attack speed we see from LeBlanc, but you're absolutely right. This is the kind of lobby that's very defining for a team. Won a game up in the series are Aurora. As we can see the lost streaks and the winning streaks being displayed on the screen at the moment. Right now, it's in full control of Aurora up at the top. And, of course, the lost streaks at the bottom have ended because Hwame and Lilo, they know they need to start pulling the trigger now.
Yeah, Lilo doesn't find the ideal carry, sells the LeBlanc, trying to find the Aurelion Sol, doesn't find it. So now he will be facing with a 1-cost carry, at least for this round. He really needs to find the Aurelion to get the damage. And facing close to elimination, Hwang is the one in a difficult spot against 60second, who still hasn't stabilized the board and is now 0 gold.
Oh boy, this is starting to look a little shaky for Aurora, especially when you got players like Wet Jungler and Travis who've got a decent amount of gold in the bank. Of course, how with the win streak is happy enough as a clam up at the top. But I start to wonder here if we see enough Aurora members missing their boards or not getting the units they want at all. Things could get nasty in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if 60second has something else in the bench. He has additional units, so he's stacking a little, but the units itself are not upgraded. So a little low roll and a little helping the team to be able to transfer 6 HP and get an additional possibility for both Lilo and Hwame. Ao finds the tank, finds the Morgana 2-star right now, and we see Hwame here looking for the additional spot, doesn't find the Nami.
And we're back where we were before. Lilo and Hwame, they're down at the bottom, low HP. Hwame especially low. Yeah, of course, both of them are going to struggle to make it all the way up for the rest of the lobby. At the top, of course, and we've got Wet Jungler for the opposing teams, both with massive win streaks, and they're going to face each other.
Important round here for the preservation of HP. Ahao coming up against Wet Jungler, still holding the Darkstar Emblem on the Zoe. It's not ideal spot right now, but the Leona 3-star is holding so deep. Akali doing so much damage, takes down the Leona. And it should have an open space here for Wet Jungler, but the damage is still on the front. The Maokai holding deep. Mordekaiser the last to stand. Ooh. And Ahao takes a loss, and the lose streak goes now for him. Wet Jungler maintains the win streak.
Yeah, that is pretty big. Of course, we've been misled by streaks from before, but certainly that's very good news for Wet Jungler. We are back to where we were before. As you see our final boost coming in, it looks like our players want to get those duplicators in a hurry. Of course, gold has been spent, as we saw from before. A lot of players not able to really take advantage of this reroll quest, at least in the immediate.
Yeah, also the fight for the low round, we've seen it a lot, and it's very close, and great to see there. I mean, Wet Jungler holding deep and playing tempo. No one here countered with an ideal spot maybe to pop up. Only the 3 emblems coming up in for Travis, but it's very difficult to get there. So Hwame really needs to maintain experience here, to maintain possibilities. Trying to find really this Nami is so pivotal for him.
Yeah, say on the right-hand side, barely any money left in the bank. Only Ahao, Wet Jungler, and Travis. Of course, remember, Travis is saving gold because he wants to get up and activate the Meeple 10, pretty much the instant win condition for him specifically. I really love that alongside that eventual win condition, Wet Jungler is looking so strong towards the top as well.
You look here, Darkstar finds the Aurelion Sol, and it's very strong right now. Has also the Nunu, that is a unit that doesn't appear, and Kubikson is the one to find Denami, playing defense completely against Huami, committed to the emblem, the space group, finds also a Shen to have additional chance there from the front line. Both front line holding deep, and the Ornn is trying to hold for Kubikson, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. Aurelion Sol has great damage. Here comes the ult, and it should be the down here for the Ornn.
The Aurelion Sol damage with the Dark Surround is just so crazy. See Kubikson definitely looking a little worried there.
In danger zone, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very tough board. He drops down to 17 HP. Huami does lose as well. Kubi at least has the long loss streak to be able to make that a little bit more worthwhile. Finds a 2-star Tam Kench. But there's still a very open question as to which team drops the first member.
Yeah, this is the mirror. Kubikson versus Huami, both of them with space group. Kubikson finds the Tam Kench just now, and Huami didn't find the Nami. That could be the difference. If they face, it will be the end for one of them, where Jungle finds finally the Akali 3-star. So much raw damage, exactly what he needed, and now will pressure even more the lobby.
Unfortunately, it's a little too late to keep his win streak intact. We've got Aurora members taking up the top 2 spots. For the rest of the lobby, we'll see if Huami can hold on against Travis in this round. Of course, not the Meepo board eventually as the Riven just dances into the back line. We're not the Meepo board that this could eventually become. Huami gets the win. Travis can soak that loss. As we check in with Kubi as well if we can. Down to the wire. This time, the Aurelion Sol's not enough.
Yeah, close fight here. So Kubikson stays alive. Also, Huami and him both in difficult spot. And Travis trying to hold on. Has the additional poppies, has the additional Nars, but doesn't have the front, doesn't have Corki, doesn't have anything else. So this board, even though he has 7 meeple early, is just not coming in together a counter.
Yeah, he rolled very deep to try and find what he's specifically looking for, and it was a big pile of gold. He wants to get as close as quickly to his final board online. There's the Poppy 3, at least at some front line. He has been winning for a little while. Checking back in with Ahau, of course, with 62nd. It's currently leading the field HP-wise.
Yeah, trying to find the additional upgrades here. Finding the Blitzcrank early so huge for him. He was the level 9 player, as you mentioned. Trying to find Sona, trying to find Bar, trying to find the real damage in the composition. Bar together with the Dark Star Emblem is the best placeholder for this. Aurelion Sol is the normal one that we see, but Bar is even better, but you need to find him 2-star.
Yeah, level 9. There's 2 spots in the same shop! That could be the stroke of luck that turns this whole game. Able to now start farming up that bard at speed. Terrible news for Miles, amazing news for Aurora Gaming fans.
Okay, not putting items so far, just waiting to see the play. Goes up against Huami, so decides to maintain himself weaker. Ahau playing perfect 4v4 here, giving an additional life to Huami.
And that's going to make all the difference. Kubi as well, fighting on this round. On 17 HP, might be able to slow the loss, but it could go very poorly if he takes a massive hit in. Huami fed that win. So some of that big HP at the top of the table goes to their teammates. And we're starting to see again, all these lobbies we see for the really skilled 4v4 teams become very close because they're all donating HP to each other.
You have to play for the captain, and that's exactly what Aurora Gaming is, funneling all resources together for Huami, who keeps rolling for the Nami, that is just shy, finally finds the Nami. The damage is there, and holding Ramus, just in case Kubi falls down, he has an additional possibility there to get a 3-star.
They wanted to make a note here as we check out a few more of our boards, including Orgs. Maus are back in the position they were in the previous game. They've got 3 members currently in the bottom 4. That's how they lost game 1, by having those early eliminations. We know Travis, you know, the ceiling for his board is the moon, but the rest of Miles, as we said right back at the beginning, needs to be staying alive long enough, at least into a top 4.
So important, both fights. On the right, Ao Gomez going up against Ahau. On the left, Huami facing possibility of elimination here against 60-second friendly fire, and should be enough. 60-second news this. So on the right, Mouse is the one going down. Ao takes the hit here, and it's minus point right now, directly going into Mouse. Aurora on the lead.
And this could get out of hand very quick. As you mentioned, the Mouse players have very little HP left to go. Wet Jungler taking a loss against Kubi. Things starting to get a little bit spicy. We know Travis, if he's got the level 10, he's got everything, but so little room left in the game.
Yeah, level 9 has the gold, but it's a difficult spot here for him. Decides to go directly. There it is. Level 10, 10 meeple. He lacks one. He's lacking a unit and doesn't find it.
Ramos.
No Ramos. 5 Ramos being held by all the players and doesn't find a Ramos. Level 10 for Travis. Can't find a Ramos, praying to the god, to the space god, to the possibility. Goes up against 60 seconds and he's not stacking for him. He's not making it work for him.
This would be absolutely bonkers if a 3 meeple emblem board cannot make it work. I'm not liking what we're seeing from Travis's ball so far. We don't have that much damage on the backside. Just the gnaw to try and punch through. This is disaster upon disaster as Aurora Gaming are just too damn strong. Travis gets knocked down and out. It's a 7th and an 8th for Mouse.
Aurora Gaming doing exactly what they needed to, and they made it happen. Travis didn't find the Ramos, couldn't put in the prismatic synergy with the meeple, and now is 7 and 8, holding hand for Mouse in a dire spot after losing game 1. Aurora in the total lead.
Remember that if Mouse drop this game, the key gets crushed, their journey is over. Aurora, of course, came into this one heavily favored by everybody, but we were hoping to see big things from Mouse. It can still happen. Kubi's on the win streak. Wet Jungler's got the HP, but we've got a very narrow road to walk for them.
Keisa goes here for Lilo in a great position. Kubi, 17 HP. Going up against Ahau. This is exactly what he wants to win, but Ahau has everything. Bar 2-star, Sona 2-star. Great front line with the Blitzcrank. Total dominant position right now. I don't see anything that Kubi can do here. The fight totally under his favor. He's not even killing units. Ahau finds the threshold possibilities and takes the win.
Kubi gets knocked down and not completely out. He is in the top 4 position, which means that it's going to be over. That's not good enough. They needed first and second. Aurora Gaming, they had all the aura. They came in, they saw, they conquered. They gave us a second, 2-0. The golden road still lies open for Huamier and for the rest of the squad. A job very well done.
They were serious. They were taking a cold-minded approach, but now they're laughing. Now they know they play well. Now they know that the game's in their favor. And Huamier, normally with good composure, taking a laugh here, taking the joy with the players, and we see what Younger here, totally destroyed, one of the best players in EMEA, and well deserved for Aurora, but also the Mouse, being against the best, but in the end, the Dragons taking the win.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be an uphill struggle. Mouse had all the fight you could ask for from them, but even comparing the two, there's still tons of experience on the Mouse side. But in this case, Aurora, it just felt like their 4v4 prowess was unstoppable. What a terrifying force they remain in the competition.
Yeah, we see it here. They're talking about it. They feel well. 60 seconds there on the bottom side, just being prepared, and that's the leader. I mean, we saw it there. Travis, so tough. I mean, what could he do? Should I roll on 9 maybe to try to find the Ramos? No, man, I have to go level 10. If no, I lose either way, and they're doing it.
It's so heartbreaking to see in this moment. These are those moments you have on stage as competitors at EWC 2026 for Teamfight Tactics. You've got to give across your key to be crushed. But let's take a few moments just to appreciate what these teams gave us, which of course was everything.
The final show of standing, Kubikson winning the race against Huamier, but it just wasn't enough. Ahau finding a crazy board on level 9, find everything he needed, taking the win for Aurora, and we see the expression, pure joy right now for him.
All right, let's head across to Damascus on the stage. A key needs to be crushed and a dream ended.
And it is time for another key to be crushed as Mouse has to hand over their key. Aurora Gaming clutches it and are the winners. They will be in the playoffs.
Congratulations to Huamier for destroying Mouse's key. That game 2 was so intense. We were in the threat of a meeple 10. So I wanted to ask, how did your team adapt to that situation? 首先恭喜Huamier可以拿下今天的比赛2-0。想问一下，因为第2场是非常激烈的，对面差点木灵10，所以你看到这一刻的时候，你的队伍有做出什么改变呢？
就是其实我们团队策略执行的很坚决嘛，一直针对着对面比较有上限的那个3个木灵转嘛，所以他最后导致就是10木灵，然后没有克格莫和那个，就他只需要就是9张卡里面出8张嘛， 就是我们让他巴德和那个龙龟都找不到嘛，拉莫斯。
We were very sure on how to approach the Meeple 3 because we saw the 3 emblem very early on into the game, and we were very sure on sticking around and taking the Bards and Ramesses away from Travis, so he wasn't able to hit that Meeple 10 and he was on 9. 那么你们现在已经成功打进了8强，所以你希望面对的队伍会是谁呢？ Who would you like to verse in the quarterfinals?
其实8强的队伍，其实我们私下都训练的比较多嘛。其实对我们来说可能都差不多，我们将8强队伍都一路碾碎过去吧。
So we've already scrimmed a lot of the teams that have qualified for the quarterfinals, and I think we're gonna be able to sweep all of the teams in the quarterfinals. 那么最后就是你今年也是再次来到了 EWC， 所以想问一下你对你自己的目标有什么要求吗？ What are your personal goals for this EWC?
因为第一届 EWC 我们是4强嘛，而且4强当时也是 BO3 很可惜的就输得很快的0比2落败嘛，所以我们希望先进入决赛打一场酣畅淋漓的 BO5。
It was really unfortunate my first EWC we weren't able to make it further than the semi-finals, and it was a 0-2 in a best-of-3 format. So hopefully this time in the best-of-5s we can last a lot longer and try our best to bring out the blood, sweat, and tears. Now it is time to crush Mouse's key. So 幻灭，请把他们的钥匙毁灭掉吧。
It is time to crush the key, full of confidence for Hwanmi. I love to see it defeated the adversity and says that he's confident they will sweep whoever is sent their way on the quarterfinals. We can wait a little bit until the key is set. Hwanmi cannot wait to break this key, but of course little security as always. There are break hands. That's a key that is removed right now. There we go. Can we give us a nice pop? It is time. Goodbye, Mouse. It is the end. Aurora Gaming moving forward. Ooh, that is the sound of dreams shattered. That is the sound of the end of the run for Team Mouse. Unable to access the playoffs as Hwanmi himself did a ton of work to send them out. Aurora Gaming moving forward. They will be there for the playoffs tomorrow. And everyone wants to face this team. This guy is the guy to take down.
And our second series of the day is done. Aurora Gaming sweep Mouse, knocking them out of the competition, crushing the key. Hwanmi, you vicious man. He even tried to put it back together, but you know what? It can't be put back together. Once it's crushed, it's done with. The heart of the competitor is out of EWC. Aurora Gaming playing flawlessly. And the reality is, man, they were in the driver's seat early on.
It all came down to the initial augments. We saw what we got from Ahal there because it was birthday reunion into Leona Printer. That's kind of the GOAT in terms of win-out spots. And we also had Hwanmi, who was on calculated loss, was not stopped by Wet Jungler, even though they opened for it for 6 rounds.
That being said, major plot twist in Stage 3. Travis loads up with 3 Meeple emblems off of the Earth's Gambit, and he says, I am the win condition player. I'm going to start playing for 10 Meeple. The entire lobby then revolves around Travis. His entire team says, okay, we're going to play for HP, we're going to play for level 8 boards, for 4 costs, we're going to try and win as many rounds as possible on Stage 4. Everyone on Aurora Gaming then says, I'm going to hold Ramesses, I'm going to hold Bards, not allow Travis to hit those 10 Meeples.
Don't like that.
And that's just the moment that Travis goes out, you already know the game is over because the entire game on for Mouse revolved around him going specifically first place.
But you know, coming into it, the conversation was Mouse was going to have to pull off some tricks, okay? Because if they just played default against Aurora Gaming, it wasn't going to be easy. They had to do something, and Travis was that wild card. We take a look at some statistics from that game number 2 where it ended up ending, and man, what a fight. fight it was. This is going to be our health bars throughout that game. And Clement, I'll let you take it.
Well, yeah, Lilo, I think, played a very good game. You could see early on he was pressured in the tempo, but he was able to switch out on the Shepherd and then go back into the Aurelion Soul. Very smart shift. And in between the bridge was that one-star Bard. He was trying to deny it from Travis at the same time while using that as a solo carry into the later stages.
Even Aha, when he whirled for just any upgrades on level 9 and to activate the birthday reunion, he found Bard 2 the turn before Travis actually went 9 to try and roll for it himself. I think Travis also did not find an Econ augment on 4-2. He found the crash test dummies instead, so he barely made it to 10 in the first place. He had no gold to roll on that turn. He needed to win that one last fight, and maybe he'd find that Rammus or Bard in the shop.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into that game number 2, heading back to stage 5-3. We take a look at a play that ultimately ended up getting Aurora closer to the victory. Clement, what are we seeing?
Well, we're just looking at the aftermath of the roll down from Travis right here. This is very unfortunate. He just went to 10, 0 gold, and just missing either the Bard or the Rammus would have done it. He would have had 4 extra Meeple gods to help him out and actually come back to win this game. It was unfortunate. This was the round that he needed to stay alive, and it didn't happen.
And we know how strong the current version of 10 Meeple is. We saw, at Tech Round, that was one of the ways that a player denied the check just a few weeks ago as well, with 10 Meeple taking over that lobby. Travis tried to emulate that game plan, did not have exactly enough gold, and I think also Aurora did a very good job of pressuring Travis before he made it to 10, trying to strengthen their boards and tax him for HP to have him down to that one last life.
Well, let's head to the end of the game for the final round. This is where Aurora Gaming finally closes the vice grip. It's done, it's dusted. Mouse will have their key crushed. As we're ending, though, with this final action, I do wonder, man, is this where Mouse truly realizes it's over?
Ooh, the final round going into that, I feel like once Travis was out, they kind of knew the game was over. The rest of it was just Lilo kind of stomping through, and Ahao, as you see with the birthday reunion and the printing Leona, it was just way too powerful. You knew this was going to win out. It was going to be the win out pair. If you couldn't stop him early, no tempo spots, this was the result.
And let's be honest, Mouse had an incredibly hard path across these first days. They only faced teams from the CN region, some of the just strongest teams in the tournament outright. I think Aurora especially, we saw the confidence from Palmia going into the playoffs in terms of where they stand compared to the rest of the teams and how confident they are. They're going to sweep everyone, apparently.
Yeah, again, I have to praise Mouse for how far they made it. They were just shy of playoffs, however, and Degon had a chance to catch up with Travis.
Hello, everyone. Degon here, alongside Travis here from Mouse after that game against Aurora. Very strong squad. You had a 10-win streak in game 1. Here, you're looking for the 10 Meepo. It was also close. Kind of talk me through this series.
I think first game, we had a good game plan. Until 4-1, it looked great. I had like a 10 lose streak almost. Had a lot of gold. Planned to take out 2 of their players, send them 7-8. The problem was I missed my carry on the roll down. I lost rounds. We got really bad matchmaking that game. I think we were honestly favored going into 4-1 that game.
And then what happened here in game 2?
In game 2, looked like I have an instant win out. Played around the Meeple win out since 2-1, since we didn't seem to have any other possibilities there. I got the Meeples, but unfortunately 4-2 with bonus augment rolls as well from the scouting party. I just missed an Econ augment and ended up being 1 round short.
Yeah, just talk me through this experience here at EWC. You got the victory against JDG. It felt like a big moment. Ends here, but how do you feel about your experience?
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed with our result. It's of course kind of unfortunate that we are facing 3 Chinese teams in a row while being first seed. That's like something I didn't expect for sure. But I mean, it's a fun experience, just disappointed with the result in the end.
Tough draw, still walk away as one of the few teams to get a win against the Chinese team. Hopefully things go better for you in the future. Travis, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Degon, for the interview. That's Travis. Clearly disappointed. You guys have broke it down very well, not only on the B stream, but also here. The route they had to take, the Chinese teams they had to play, I mean, it was the absolute gauntlet. Maos could not have had a more difficult run than what they had this EWC.
That's right. I think they have to still be proud of their performance. I think it is an incredibly stacked field overall, but specifically for them, the 3 CN teams they did face ended up being, I think we're seeing it now, some of the strongest in the tournament outright, especially as a first seed in EMEA. It is a little bit unfortunate for them. And again, some of these games were so close. Right. A little bit more gold, and the Econ went on 4-2, and Travis might win that game, and we could be seeing a game 3.
Well, China's looking like one of the strongest regions out there, absolutely. EMEA, though, they still got a chance with the 2 teams. Now, for all of you out there, like I said, and I say it all the time, the Esports World Cup is tremendous. There's so much to get involved with, including the EWC play. We've been asking for your tournament predictions, right? Well, this is one way to get involved. Check it out. All you have to do is go to esportsworldcup.com. There's going to be a little triangle on the left-hand side. It says play. You click on play, go to the game of your choice. In this case, Teamfight Tactics, of course. Click on that, and it's going to have all the games that you can choose from. Now, these games, you can choose the winner. You can choose the series score. And doing so allows you to earn points. You earn those points, you can cash out with some big prizes. We're talking $300,000 up for grabs. Check this out, man. All the prizes you could possibly imagine, and all you have to do is just scan the QR code whenever it pops up a little bit later on. But EWC play is tremendous. Check it out.
You come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Do you think you can make the best predictions? Well, put your hand up there and try it, man. I want to see it because the tournament predictions actually been quite fun, and they finally struck gold getting the right one with Aurora Gaming. Check it out. Scan that QR code on the screen now. $300,000 in prizes. It's a wonderful addition to the Esports World Cup narrative that we have here. Again, though, we celebrate the fact that Aurora Gaming did, in fact, get the win, and that's big for them because the club championship race is still on.
Zeta Division already hold 200 club championship points, so a win here and entry into the playoffs will at least double their tally. NS Red Force, on the other hand, have got all the momentum in their back, coming off for a huge win in the lower bracket. Will Zeta prevail, or will NS Red Force crush yet another organization's key?
Thank you, Trav, for the update. Setting the stage, we move into our 3rd series here on that very stage. It's going to be Zeta Division versus Naksham Red Force, and both teams were arriving to the venue just a little bit earlier. We take a look. Coming in, feeling fully confident, feeling good. Look, sometimes that walk can feel like an eternity because you know you're walking up to your potential demise or your potential championship, right? That's what's at stake. To be a title defender, you got to beat the best. And for Zeta Division, they're looking to do so. For this org, they have already earned 200 club championship points. A top 8 here would be tremendous because not only earning more points, but you're also getting your club closer to being eligible for the club championship points, which is a lot of money. Now for Naksham Red Force, they're coming in to prove a point, to prove that they belong here, that they are the best organization. They are the best team when it comes to TFT. Yes, they're not playing for club championship points, not eligible, but they still are a tremendous roster. For Naksham Red Force, their route, their journey to get to this point was not easy, to say the least. But you can also say for Zeta Division, it was exactly the same. And I want to take a deeper look into who Zeta truly is.
僕のプレイヤーネームはタイトルゼータディビジョンに所属して活動しております。さらにチームメイトとしてタマータイマー、八橋、森4人がチームとして活動しております。僕たちのチームの強みはチーム結成以前からもともと仲がいい TFT プレイヤー同士で集まっている ということもあり、コミュニケーションが非常に円滑に行うことができています。日本の視聴者の方に向けては TFT 自体がまだまだ知名度が低いゲームなので、これを機に TFT についてもより知ってもらえるように、さらにはゼータディビジョン全体、チーム全体として、よりファンがつくように4人で活動していけたらなと思っております。ファンの皆さんへ、皆さんの期待に応えられるよう全力で大会に臨みます。応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Zeta Division, hungry and determined to beat Noxum Red Force, enter into the playoffs, and who knows, have a historic run, not only in TFT, but also for the organization. We talked deeper about Zeta and what makes them so good, and we got to go to the top of the list. It's Tidal. He's making big waves in our tournament.
Title, of course, in the GOAT conversation for TFT, but I think the question still hangs over his head, over Zeta's head. Can they convert individual prowess for someone like Tidal and Summertimer and their attack round wins into team play, into 4v4 dominance? Because we expect at the very least a top 4, maybe a top 8 from Zeta. They have to win this series.
So Clement, is this one of those moments where it's like you got a star-studded roster on paper, but the execution of it isn't necessarily the best? Or have they proven in their track record in a tournament, for example, taking AGAL the distance to a game 3, beating JD Gaming? Was that enough to say, you know what, they are talented and excellent on paper as well as in execution?
I think this is a brand new team coming in from Zeta. They swapped out 3 members compared to their roster in 2024, and every single one of them has been into attack round finals. They have been practicing 4v4 quite a lot. I think they're coming in with much higher expectations than their previous form.
Well, Noxum Red Force, they're going to be the opponents, and they are talented just as much as Zeta Division is. Let's take a look as to who Noxum Red Force truly is. Man, the emotions on their faces. It's been tense for this crew, and it has been heartache at times, but also elation as they make it to this stage. For Noxum Red Force, losing to Aurora, who just made it to playoffs. Now, the benefit to that, though, yes, they lose, Panda, but they lose in a 1-2. They go to a game 3. They've also beaten Nemesis 2-0. But I think showing great strength, taking Aurora to game 3, that's difficult to do.
It was a huge test for them. I spoke to their coach, Casigod, over in day 1 at the very end of the day, and they were incredibly confident. They come in as kind of underdogs from the APAC region, but he's told me they have a very good feeling in terms of team synergy, in terms of understanding of the meta, despite it being very different to the qualifiers meta that they made it through on. And overall, I think they could be a surprise. I think they might be one of the dark horse teams alongside MKOI in this tournament, where all of a sudden you're writing them off, but they come in, they perform pretty well against Aurora, almost winning that series in the game 3. And now this is the real test for them, I think. If they defeat Zeta in this series, all of a sudden, you cannot write this team off. They might be contenders.
Now, you heard, of course, from some of the members on Noxum Red Force. Let's hear from the Noxum Red Force players themselves.
일단 팀 이름은 농심 레드포스입니다. 제 이름은 쌈디이고 팀원들은 실럭, 지하닝, 타이니 자이언트 이렇게 총 4명의 팀원으로 구성되어 있고 모든 선수들이 그 각자의 맞춰진 상황에 그 주어진 역할을 돌아가면서 정말 잘 수행하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 한 순간이라도 놓치면 어느새 져 있을 겁니다.
More determined than they've ever been. They have to take on the Titans of Zeta Division. Another elimination match. One more key will be crushed. The question is, which org is it going to be? It's heartache. It really is. It's hard for me sometimes to hear that snap, but I'm not going to lie. I remove an IEM whenever I want to listen in, and I have to listen into that snap. Whose key is getting snapped today?
Oh, if you're looking at me, I'm actually going to go with Zeta Division. This might be
so
really
that's
surprising.
Crazy. That's spicy. Go on.
Okay, I will say this. Actually, Nongxing was the first seed of APAC. They were actually ahead of even Zeta Division. Even though none of their players are in Tier 1, they've played 4v4 together for a long time in the Korean circuit, and they have a very unique strategy that we might be about to see.
I have my dark horse slot occupied by MKOI, so I can't go with Nongshim here. I think Zeta is going to be the favorite. I think just the experience, I think title leading them is a huge boon for them as well. It'll be close though. I think Nongshim will surprise some viewers, and I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Zeta.
Ooh, okay. So Zeta, you're going Nongshim. For me, I've got to go Zeta. I think they just got too much firepower on their side, and especially with Tidal there, I've been believing in him since the very start. Summertimer as well. Come on, how could you not believe in him? Chat, what do you think? Who are you going to be supporting throughout this series, and who do you think is going to win? This is one of those points I wish we had predictions ready to go, because I would love to see where it was split. But I think for the most part, people are probably going to be going towards Zeta. But again, Nongshim taking Aurora down to a game 3. I mean, that is pure talent to say the least. Actually, we do have the predictions. Woo! It seems like we're outnumbered.
Listen,
Clement, seems you're pretty smart, Panda. What do you think?
On day 1, I think it was Zeta that also lost a prediction here, and they ended up winning that series. So I was vindicated. I think I will be vindicated again. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, hey, chat. Panda says you ain't nothing, okay? You don't got it, all right? But you might actually be the people's champs.
Oh, for sure. I really think that Nongshim is a huge brand all across the world, right? I talked to Cassie guys, like, what's your favorite thing about joining the organization? It's like, well, we get to eat ramen all the time. And I was like, well, that's an amazing perk to have.
I don't even need a salary. I just need infinite ramen. I'm perfectly happy. But all jokes aside, though, seriously, for Zeta Division again, I mean, I'm looking at title for him. I'm looking at Summertimer, Yatsuhashi Mori. I mean, come on, you've got 4 star-studded players. But you did bring up an interesting point. You know, on paper, they look great, but execution-wise, you don't think they're necessarily that talented. Let's make an argument why, on paper, it should work out.
I think it's mostly the disappointment from 2024, the first edition of TFT at EWC. Tidal was at his peak of his power in terms of the GO contention, in terms of just having won his 2nd TAC crown, and the results were not there back in that edition, back in that formation of that roster. The roster, like you said, Clement, is very different now. I think the addition of Mori, for example, one of the young up-and-coming players from Japan, is a big addition. I think it cannot be overlooked, and I think this is a whole different version of Zeta, still with Tidal, of course, leading the pack, but I think with 3 teammates that can do a lot in terms of also becoming win-out players, having that clutch factor, and just staying calm in pressure moments like this one.
There's one important factor that you might be missing here, and that's Cassie God. This is not a fluke for him. He has brought 2 unknown rosters from Korea to EWC in 2024 and 2025 in MSJ and Rock Esports before. He's done this multiple times. The team has been playing solely for 4v4. They don't even play in the Tier 1 tournament, so more time on the practice, an experienced coach, you can't discount that.
Oh, I like the arguments for both, and you can make an argument as to why one side is going to win over the other, but it's up to the players to decide if they want to continue on or have their key crush. It's Zeta Division versus Nongshim Red Force.
グループステージのパフォーマンスは、練習通りのみんないいプレーだったと思います。ただ相手も強くてやっぱりほんの少しの差で勝ったり負けたりって感じでした。NS も多分韓国のハイランクの選手が集まったチームで、同じアジア APAC 地域の選手チームなんで、お互い無敗で決勝で当たって負けてしまったので、手強い相手なんですけど、当たったらリベンジしたいですね。
I'm really excited if we play against MKOI because they are all Spanish. I love to joke with them. Spanish community is also like awesome with me, especially like with Dalsam. We love like to S-watch each other for fun. Yeah, I'm down to play around Dalsam and kick him out of the tourney for fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this ball rolling here at EWC with TFT. So far, we have already seen 2 teams get their keys crushed, get sent packing today, and we are not done yet, Damascus.
We're not done yet. We have fighting words from Absolute Team 1. Juan Mie just was there, was like, whoever I fight in the quarterfinals, I don't care. I like just win and continue. So there is a man to take down, but first you need to reach the same spots.
I mean, when you are the best in the world, or at least widely considered that, then of course there is good reason to have that confidence. And speaking of confidence, this next team, they have confidence, they have aura, they have the track record. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Zeta Division! Zeta Division, already with 200 club points, club championship points when it comes to EWC. This is the only representative from Japan, and they are represented well. We've seen them first in 2024 where they had a group stage loss. Last year, they had not qualified, and this year, you see that they're looking the strongest that they have, as they are only one win away from qualifying for the playoffs, and more importantly, having their best result to date here at the Esports World Cup.
I love to see it, regional pride on the line, but also trying to get their best performance. But against them, it's a team that people were not expecting so much. At this level, it's a team that we've loved to watch. Make some noise for Nongshim Red Force! The team who got that first place in the APAC close qualifier, and funny enough, the finals was against Zeta Division. They won that final 2-1, so it's just a run back. It's just another day in the office for them. These guys, they might have lost to Aurora Gaming, led by Juanmi in the first match, but then dispatched Nemesis yesterday to make it all the way here. Might be on the lower bracket side of things, but right now, it is time to go for the tournament. Life on the line. Haikyuu, enjoy, rejoice, because the little giant is about to be on stage. Our teams are there. We're getting hype.
It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. You can't talk about hype without this next part right here. Zeta Division, please join us right here. And you as well, Nongshim. We need the face-off because right now, someone is about to go home.
Someone's about to go home indeed. This is the run back for the finals of the qualifier that Nongshim Red Force won. So there is a lot to do for Zeta Division. Without further ado, let's move on to our third qualifying match. Tournament life on the line. It is time.
Nongshim versus Zeta Division. The run back from the APAC qualifiers. You heard Damascus say it. Last time Nongshim got the better of Zeta, but now a key crush is on the line. Isn't that right, Dobbs?
Yes, I mean, the revenge match for Zeta, but in here there is so much on the line. When they played, they were both qualified to EWC, but in here, their keys are actually on the line. So let's see who will stand out.
Yeah, especially since we've had Title in this position before. He was on Zeta Division back in 2024. He did not have the other three with him, and he did have his key crushed. I believe it was by you, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact though, when I was playing on GK on 2024, we faced Zeta on the elimination game, and the only player that we had a precaution was Title. I think most of our strategy was to take him down because we knew that he was the ace of that team. But when we see Zeta today, it's a completely different situation. They have Summertimer, they have Mori, they also have Yatsuhashi. These players are very good, so I feel like this is another kind of conversation.
Yeah, it starts to show why even though Nongshim is the #1 seed, many people are expecting Zeta to take the win. All 4 of their players have been to TAC Crown. Between the team, they have 3 TAC Crown wins, 2 of which on Title, 1 of Summertimer. You compare that to Nongshim. None of these players have appeared at a Tactician's Crown before, so the individual success heavily favors Zeta. But that didn't stop Nongshim in the qualifiers. They advanced as the first seed. They have shocked everyone, and they want to continue to do so.
Exactly. I feel like when the game starts, all of your history stays behind, and it's just a game of TFT. Whoever can be the best team inside that game will qualify. And I feel like for Nongshim, they know how to beat Zeta. They've shown that before. Even though it was a different meta, that can lead them into a win, being confident that they already have done the job once, they can do it twice.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing a lot of one-cost reroll in that meta. It's not so prevalent now, but there's still the potential of Cho'Gath, and they played that on the B stream when asked about it. They felt that it was still strong, even without as much success as it could find before. We'll see if they pull out anything unconventional as we jump into our first game of this series between Nongshim and Zeta, and it will be Yasuo and Evelyn for our gods to start.
Yeah, I like Evelyn pretty much because this is a type of god that people can actually pick her to pressure the lobby. Very aggressive play style can happen with Evelyn, so let's see if the players are going to be able to explore that.
Yeah, the big one we've seen are those steamrolls. When that opportunity arises and you have a strong enough board to pick that, it can really take control of the game. So all eyes will be on that first god selection to see
if there is anyone able to get that, if it appears. If not, we often just see Yasuo, but Dobbs, what the hell are we looking at with an Akali too?
I mean, this is all that you want in a game of TFT right now. Akali 2 on 1-3. I mean, Nongqing just looking very good. This is one of the units that are pretty strong in the meta, and he just got it very early in the game.
Little bit of help from Meepsy, I presume, with the 2-cost start, but other than that, you had to find 2 more copies, and Jihin Young did find that to get the 2-star immediately.
Yes, I mean, now he is already probably committed into that line, and I feel like it actually helps him towards the augment selection, because when you already know that you're having an Akali 2, you can pick an augment that will empower your composition.
Yeah, the ability to just commit on 2-1 because you already know is so invaluable. It opens up so many more options, and we're going to get those 2-1 augment selections right away. So Dobbs, why don't you walk me through the selection as we get there and what some of the things you'll be looking for in this 2-1?
Well, I feel like, especially for silver augments, Caretaker's Ally, we've seen that players are aiming that for a lot. Latent Forge as well, great augment overall. I like Breaching Out pretty much as well, can lead you into great compositions with the emblems. A lot of good stuff, but I feel like Expedition is the best silver augment in the game, and I just can see on the left of the screen the best player in this series just got the best augment.
Yeah, giving the opportunity for Tidal to play for the win out spot. This is exactly the position that Zeta is going to want to put Tidal in. Give him those opportunities. We also see Yatsuhaj taking augmented power, which is the ability to also get some more power later on into this game and potentially go for the early loss streak. So we'll see whether Tidal or Yatsu is the one who actually gets to go for that. Meanwhile, we have double Latent Forge from the side of Nongshim with Tiny Giant and Jihan, who is playing around that Akali. The Latent Forge can give you a very good artifact to play with that. We saw the success of Crazy Moving's Akali getting 2 artifacts yesterday.
Yes, on the side of Zeta, I like very much the choices that they had, because knowing that Title has Expedition, 2 players actually got 2 tempo-oriented augments. The Continuous Conjurators, it gave Mori extra items. He can use that to save HP in the middle game, as well as Quick Start, giving a 2-star unit very early, so you can balance your team. You have 2 players going to tempo, and then you have Title for the win out, and also you have an augment augment power that can give maybe a prismatic, and that can be an advantage.
Can open up Yatsuhashi to even potentially have some first place equity in this game, even though Tidal is going to be the main focus for Zeta for that start. Nongshim having their potential win outs via the Latent Forge. We've seen the potential that artifacts can provide, but also having Siluk on the Caretaker Jax. We'll have to see if a reroll line will come from that, because that can pair nicely with Akali. However, they already have Jihang on that 2-star.
Yeah, I feel like the Akali is the type of carry that 2 players on the same team can aim for. Maybe you go for the Jax 3 and Akali 2, and the other player can play Akali and Kindred. So I think there is a bit of overlap, but on this specific comp, there is no problem at all. Both players can go with it.
Yep, you see Tidal ends up picking up a win. We expected the early loss streak, but he does kind of run into one of the lose streakers from Nongshim and is not able to continue losing just yet. But getting that streak broken early on means it is still pretty salvageable, just won't be a full 5 streak into neutrals. Looking at currently Samdi and Mori as the 2 on the current win streaks that can look for a 5 streak in stage 2, as well as Tiny Giant and Jihan at the bottom of the tables for Nongshim, looking for those loss streaks. These are both of the Latent Forge players.
Yes, I feel like he has great items already. The Gargoyle is quite good on Jax. It's very good for tempo as well, because when you have an upgraded unit with this item very early, you can do a lot of damage on the enemy teams. So very good choice so far.
Yep, that is one of the best slots for Jax, being able to get that Gargoyles going, and because this is, of course, the Caretaker's Jax, Siluk will be able to get towards that Jax 3 relatively quickly, and we did see an Akali on the bench alongside the Aatrox, so we'll be ready to pivot there after the Primordian's use has been gone through. No Steamroll. Instead, it will be Finalist Gambit, which is going to immediately prompt everyone to go to Yasuo instead.
Yeah, I feel like this choice for Evelyn, it's quite rare to see in a 4v4 match. You might see on solo play because you want to try the win out, but here it's so difficult, and Yasuo can provide you some extra power throughout the whole game. So that's what the players are actually aiming for right now.
We jump back on board with Yatsuhashi. See that he has recently picked up a win as well. Is just going to be playing around that AP flex. We see the Zoe for now will be a Jeweled Gauntlet and a Shojin already slammed. And that augmented power, when you look for those prismatics and you're playing in this AP line, Dobbs, what are some of the things that would allow Yatsuhashi to become even more unlocked and gain some of that first place equity we were talking about?
Well, I feel like as he has this augment, and maybe if there is a prismatic, no other players will have it. So I feel like almost everything is good enough, you know, because the power level in prismatic it's so strong. But I feel Hold the Line is very good because playing AP you have an extra unit and then you have a lot of AP for your backline to deal damage.
That makes a lot of sense as we're going to see Yatsuhashi lose, of course, to Samdi at the full win streak. Mori going to get his over title as well. So right now we have the potential for Mori and Samdi to have a clash at the end of stage 2 to determine who is the one who keeps the 5 streak, but it's also potential for them both to escape this stage unscathed. Win streaks, of course, being kind of even between the two teams. See where the loss streak race was. Currently, it was controlled by Nongshim, but unsure if they will continue that, as we see both of them trying to continue to level up their power. Tiny Giant, the only one with the current 4 loss. So Nongshim looking to keep a full win streaker and a full loss streaker out of stage 2.
And as well, Nongshim, a lot of players on the top side as well. They have 3 players on the top. So that might be a hint for us that they are trying to push tempo. As they have Taito playing Expedition, they have to be aware that he's gonna have so much power when he can cash out his augment.
And we get the fight, Mori versus Samdi. It's gonna be a battle of these Lissandras, but it is Lissandra 2 versus Lissandra 1. Mori having the advantage there. However, multiple upgraded frontliners for SMD playing around the Mordekaiser 2, getting that 2-star 2 cost. Ends up being just a little bit too much for the damage of Mori, and Nongshim is going to keep the streaks.
Wow, Nongshim's such a great position right now. I feel like in 4v4, the stage 2 it's very important because it can dictate the pace of the game. But you've seen some teams turning things around after the 3-2 augment. Let's see if Zeta is going to be able to do that.
And that's going to be big because of the augmented power that we've talked about with Yatsuhashi. So even though the early lead lends towards Nongshim, it's not so surprising because of the fact that they have the loss streak on Tiny Giant, Latent Forge. That makes sense, but they had an early Akali too, so that's going to make it so Jihan is able to play through his Latent Forge and not worry so much about the lack of power from an augment. And Siluk is on Caretakers. That's going to get you that early upgraded 2 cost, and that's pretty powerful in the early stages of the game. There is a lot more that Zeta gets to do to grow with that Expedition on title.
Yes, for sure. I feel like 3-2 is gonna tell us a lot because Taito kind of needs an economy augment. When you're playing Expedition, you start giving away a lot of economy. So he might want to get those economy augments to get back into the game, as well as the power level of the augment. We have to be aware because of Yatsuhashi's augment.
SMD is just looking to continue that win streak at the top of the tables. We take a look at Yatsuhashi real quick because we are going towards augments. We want to see if it ends up being a prismatic for Yatsu. Can make all the difference in this game. A gold over a silver doesn't quite have the same sting as a prismatic over a gold. That's exactly what Yatsuhashi is hoping for.
Yeah, I feel like most of a lot of gold augments are actually good, but since you're down a silver augment, it doesn't pay off. But the prismatic ones, there are tons of them that are great.
Well, here we go, round ending, and our 3-2 augment selection is coming up. Break it down for me, Dobbs.
Oh, here comes the prismatic. I feel like he has some great choices in here. So Awakening, such a powerful choice and very safe as well. Bronze for Life, very good, but I feel like he's might... Oh, okay. He can go Luxury Subscription to get some 5 cost, Tiniest Titan, a lot of economy. It's so these augments are kind of very different on what they need, so they might have some talk in here to discuss and then try to figure it out as a team.
Yeah, we saw a really good game from Prestivan on the Tiniest Titan when he went from this exact same setup with the augmented power, and all that extra health mattered a ton throughout the stages of that game. But Yatsuhashi is going to go for the subscription and hits the perfect 5 cost with that Sona going in the AP flex direction already.
Well, I would say that he clicked on that augment that I would avoid because even though he got the Sona and he's quite risky to get this, but at the end of the day, it paid off.
And we talked about what amount of win-out equity could Yatsu find from a Prismatic. And I would have to say finding the best possible 5-cost carry at level 6 certainly buys you a little bit of win-out equity.
I mean, Taito is in already a great spot, but I feel that Yatsuhashi having a Sona so early, and he was going to that Vanguard line, it's an amazing setup, and having the ability to add 5 Shepherd right across the stage 3 as well, it's so important for you.
Yeah, and just noting for Tidal picking up Epoch, you asked for an Econ Augment. He does kind of get one. Epoch's going to get that extra XP. Looking on board with Jihan, he was able to find a Marauder emblem and a Nova emblem to go alongside this early find of Akali. Absolutely insane. I mean, could you ask for better pickups on the emblems?
I mean, I feel like I would ask for a Nova, and then you just also got another good emblem on the top of that. It's crazy.
So able to find that going up against Siluk now, who has kind of started to take a couple of losses after the early Jaxes. He's going to just be playing into the Akali line. You mentioned, hey, you can just kind of have multiple players go for Akali, and it looks like Nongshim agrees and is just going in that direction of playing around their 2-star Akalis.
Well, I think I'm just living in a world that we're watching TFT EWC 25, because there are 3 players going into the 2-cost line. You have Taito playing Akali, as well as 2 players on launching.
Yeah, so Akali everywhere. We thought we weren't in a Syndra world, but maybe we are. As we see this unit popping up everywhere this time. A lot more players considering Evelyn paying the health for that extra gold. Still primarily Yasuo, but a few players going for that extra gold.
Yeah, I like having 2 choices of Yasuo in this game, because later on you have so much power on Yasuo. Also gives you an extra bit of gold if you get 2 of them. So a lot of players confirming that they are willing to play for the god of Yasuo.
Latent Forge pop for Tiny Giant. Already has an artifact at the front from the portable forge. Is going to add a Silvermare Dawn to this, so a lot of frontline from the artifacts. Not exactly what Tiny Giant would be looking for, but considering 2 backline item slams already, it's okay to beef up the frontline quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't that great. Usually when you're playing AP, maybe you have like the one that take out the magic resistance, but having another artifact for the frontline, it's always helpful.
Yep, going up now against Tidal, who had been on the big loss streak, but it recently turned it around with 2 wins, having the Expedition cash out coming through already, I think it seems, but we'll see if we can catch that later. Tidal is still going to lose this one, though, as the Karma was found for Tiny Giant to beef up this board further. He already had the 3 AP items, the front line, and actually found a great item holder for this.
Yeah, having a Karma early on is so good, and I feel like even though his board is all of 1-stars, it's still quite decent. But on the other side, I would say it's very hard to him to cap out, he cap high hit this board with the setup that he has.
On board now with Summertimer is playing around the Gnar. The early stages of the game. Still very high HP for Summertimer on a 5-win. The Gnar has been very strong at this point. It is just going to be going up against Tidal, who is still selling for Expedition, currently at 22. Making his way towards that cash out.
Yeah, probably getting the Expedition around 4-1, quite decent. He already have the composition, he's playing Akali, and you can see that Summertime is going to take more a tempo-oriented game, looking for play that Corki. Usually Corki, it's a comp that players are relying on to get those middle placements in the game. You've seen that also Summertimer going to 2 augments to give me tempo, 2 economy augments just to stay ahead on HP, and then he can trade off with these teammates later on.
Yeah, I mean, he does not have to look for the win himself, right? The power is in Tidal. It's in Yatsuhashi in this game with that find. Yatsuhashi's actually been able to save a lot of HP because he found the Sona immediately, which gives a lot of value to that board. But as you say, Summertimer just playing that tempo, keeping this HP lead, punishing the lobby where he can, and he's done a great job of doing just that. Very rich going into this neutrals. We see 76 gold for Summertimer. He's going to be able to push 8 very quickly and be able to continue to look for his composition, potentially racing someone like Iron Giant or racing the Corki player that may exist within the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I feel like this game is quite difficult for Nongshim by now because Tiny Giant has a difficult spot to pilot, and both Taito and Yatsuhashi, they both have a great setup. So I feel like maybe Nongshim needs a player to step up and try to go for that win because the top 8 is looking that they are taking it.
And it might be Tiny Giant who does. He had 90 gold going into this round. He did not spend. He did just start pre-leveling. Potentially had teammates in his pool that can sacrifice for him, and he wants to see his augment before he fully goes all out. Playing in that AP flex line, directly contesting with Mori and Sam D, who is in on the different side of that AP flex line, playing around the Nami. So he's going to be looking to get this Karma too. He's going to look for even more value, but he ends up running into Summertimer, so Tiny Giant is going to get dropped to a single life, and we're going to have to see how big this roll down is. He needs to hit hard. He's 1 away from the Karma, and he goes for reinforcements to try and find some front line. Immediately finds a Mighty Mech, which can do so, and now he needs to look for that Karma. 2 or 3 Aurelion Souls in a shop, a single shop for Tiny Giant to get the carry, the perfect carry with the Mighty Mech to pair those two.
I mean, I was not seeing that coming in. I feel like we just talked about previous season. Why not get a chosen champion on your shop? Aurelion Soul 2 for free, and now he has a Mighty Mech that's looking very strong.
He picked reinforcements and somehow got 2 activations of reinforcements in the same time with the Mighty Mech, of course, and then seeing a 3 Aurelion shop. This is what Tiny Giant needed to be able to try and come back, and Mighty Mech's going to be able to use these artifacts pretty well, an improvement overall.
Yeah, another thing that I want to highlight later on that the last round of PvE, he got a pen out of it. And Voyager is such a great addition to this composition because it gives you so much damage. So this Aurelion Sol is quite strong right now. I think Tiny Giant just saw a window. He might come back on this game.
Yeah, it's going to give him the opportunity to potentially outplace Tidal. Tidal has started to get very low. That Expedition should be so close to popping, but he is down on 18 HP, only going to be on 2 lives. We just saw the big pop-off from Tiny Giant to start turning things around. Now it's Tidal's turn to do the same. Here's that Expedition. He finds a Blitzcrank and a Bard. Not exactly what he needs, but he is able to pair the Blitzcranks at the very least. Now we're going to see him start selling out of those because they don't fit this board. He's playing around the Nova. He was contesting into this line that Nongshim was playing, but is a Radiant item enough to get him over the top?
Wow, I feel like Taito had such an amazing spot on the early game, but we've seen that so far it didn't quite work out. But of course, he just got his Radiant item upgrade. That might be the thing that he needed.
Yeah, so now he goes up against Yatsuhashi. We see that this Sona has been paired at this point, so that Sona 2 could come through at any moment. He's been able to carry Yatsuhashi so far, but he has gotten a little bit softer, and you can see all that damage from the Radiant now on the Akali is so immense.
I mean, Yatsuhashi might already know that Taito cannot win out. That's a possibility that I feel they are talking about, because he's pushing into that level 9. You can see that he's at 54.8 gold right now, and he was level 8. So I feel like he's pushing into 9 to try to win out the game.
Yeah, and once again, it's very late for Evelynn. 18 gold, you can't buy champions, but it's so much money, and it is just going to be the burn hex for Yasuo, so it's a little bit less appealing. A lot of players opting for all this extra money, and especially when you're trying to push that level 9, yes, you are on a pair of Sonas, but maybe you can wait 2 rounds while you get to that level 9 to buy her.
I think for Yatsuhashi specifically, I would say Evelynn just perfect. The more gold you have on level 9, the best, because you can actually get those 5 costs online. He already will have a Sona on 5-1, but you still need the bar, you still need the Blitzcrank. This composition is so expensive, so I feel like this is in a great position to take Evelynn, for example.
Yeah, Siluk now going to be level 8, looking to go level 9 as well. Does have the Jax approaching 3-star and will be facing off against Tidal. Not spiking yet, whereas Tidal did just spike hard. Finds a Fiora that can potentially start healing him back up as well. His Akali gets to hit Silux first and will be able to win the fight pretty easily, as it is only a 1-star Kindred with some pretty poor items off the TG. Massive amount of damage from Tidal, and because he has the Fiora in, that's going to be a really nice chunk of healing.
Wow, Siluk had the Akali in the very back, but the way that Akali of Taito played the path, she was able to surpass the front line and hit the opponent's Akali. And I feel like Siluk has 3 augments, just 3 economy augments. He will start to fall off very soon.
Yes, with those economy augments, he is able to spike now, hits the Jax 3, and has level 9 on 4-6, so he can try and capitalize on these econ augments to get legendaries, but not having that combat power could cause a lot of problems, as you said, Dobbs. And now he's going up against the mech board of Tiny Giant, who has not been able to weaken his board whatsoever. Tiny Giant is the one who has to try and stay alive.
Yes, Tiny Giant is such an important piece of Red Force right now. That Bard can actually help him into the win, because sometimes you can get some extra gold out of it. So I feel like Tiny Giant is the piece that they can lead them to a win.
Yeah, he's going to have to be, because a lot of the rest of the lobby for Nongshim is not looking like they have a lot of that win-out equity comparatively to Yatsuhashi, and even Tidal having a strong enough board to start healing up and make it towards that top 4, playing around that Fiora. Look at all the gold Yatsu has at level 9. 90 gold roll down. What can he find? Blitzcrank already. Bunch of Jins in the shop. That's not what he wants, but he finds the Bard. He finds the upgrade as well onto Morgana. Nunu upgrade. The front line is getting stable. He has a bunch of 2-stars there, and he just needs 1 more Sona to pull this all together. Finds a pair of Vexes. It's a lot of gold to roll down and miss the primary carries, but the front line has been stabilized.
It's fine, because next round he will get a Sona, so I feel like he's stable for now. I think he overrolled a little bit, but maybe he's trying to deny pieces from the opponent's side.
Yeah, and there is that Sona upgrade. Finds the Blitzcrank pair, Bard pair. He's so close to finding everything, and he's gonna get the Bard. Yatsuhashi looking to be the win-out, the hero for Zeta. Even though Tidal's position was great, Yatsu was the backup, and he hit exactly what he needed to try and get this job done.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed, and actually having a Bard too with quite strong items later on can help him to the win. And he's facing the Akali that didn't have quite success against that beefy front line.
Yeah, now the Jax is 3-star, and there's an upgraded Fiora that's been found for Siluk. They get through the front line, the Fiora doing her best to try and close this out, and she does. That is a massive win for Nongshim because it puts Yatsuhashi on a single life alongside Mori. Yatsu gets to add a Blitzcrank to this already impressive board. Maybe that will make all the difference, but a crazy turnaround for Nongshim, expecting Siluk to potentially bleed out, but he finds the Fiora too.
I mean, what a turnaround on that fight. Fiora was sneaking into the front line, and later on she was able to take down most of the damage dealers from the Zeta player, but now he's sitting on 1 life. So next fight can be the key to anyone's victory.
Yatsuhashi finds Tiny Giant, one of the power players for Nongshim, a preview of 2 players that are trying to win out from the bottom, both of which nearing 1 life. Tiny Giant has a chance to survive. The Mighty Mech tanking strong, but a solo tank is generally rather weak against a Blitzcrank. It finally gets taken down, and it looks like it was going to be enough, but the Aurelian damage is still there. It's just a bard. Yatsuhashi goes down. Tiny Giant takes him out, and that might open the door for Nongshim.
Wow, I feel like Tiny Giant just saw a big opportunity to play that mech with the Voyager emblem, and everything is different now because Zeta was relying on Yatsuhashi being able to get those high placement, but he is just out in 8th place. Can they actually turn that around?
3 upgraded 5-cost carries with itemization goes 8th place in this lobby, and it comes at the hands of Tiny Giant finding those mechs. Now it is up to Tidal with the Radiant item, but I don't feel his cap has reached exactly what Zeta needs, and Mori and Summertimer are in trouble. Summertimer was trying to take HP for so long, but no one from Nongshim would fall, and now he's stuck carrying a 2-star Milio, which is not going to be nearly enough. Sam D is trying to take him out with the Nami. Corki v Nami. The Corki cannot do it. That's another Zeta falling. And Mori on the other side, the same. 6, 7, 8, go Zeta division. And Nongshim Red Force gonna grab game 1.
What a statement in here from Nongshim. I feel like Tiny Giant is the MVP so far. He just smashed the plans that Zeta had. They were trying to put Taito in a good position. They tried to give Yatsuhashi the win out, but instead Tiny Giant killed everybody, and they have taken the game 1.
We have seen a couple of stomps to start our day, 2-0s both times, and Nongshim trying to make a statement in this first game, sending Zeta 6, 7, 8, saying, our defeat of you in the APAC qualifiers was not a fluke. It was something that we can repeat. Lightning does strike twice, and we'll see if it can strike a 3rd time after this break.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Well, we saw your predictions, and they were in an Nongshim Red Force, the heavy favorite, and clearly so. They lead 1-0, proving not only myself, but also Panda wrong, who ended up going over to Zeta Division. But Clement, you were on top of it, man. Nongshim Red Force was your team. You believed in them, and they take game 1.
Yeah, they have already done so in the qualifier, beating Zeta for that 1st seed, and the secret to them is unrelenting pressure. They had 2 very strong Akali spots right out the gate, and they know who to target. There's 1 hyper carry on Zeta. If you send 2 people at him, it makes it very hard for him to come out.
That's right. Now, Pen, Hupe, how'd you get up here, man? I had Panda up here all of a sudden. He gave his prediction. Let me ask you this. Noxium Red Force taking game one. Is it a surprise to you? Would you have also voted for Zeta Division?
Zeta was having a good run, and Tidal was the reason for that. Tidal performed, but the rest of the team didn't accompany. That was the problem. Tiny Jago was just too relentless, like you mentioned, taking out 2 members of the team. Summertimer, we knew he was not going to pop up with the Corki, but a legendary board with full economy couldn't perform, and that's normally what you don't see. What happened? He got combat augments. So that's the reason. If you get strong enough, you can even be that stronger board in level 5 because you have more combat power.
I want some more analysis in just a second, but we had a big moment throughout that game. And for the first time here for TFT, let's watch the casters' reactions.
Immediately finds a Mighty Mech, which can do so, and now he needs to look for that Karma. 2 or 3 Aurelion Souls in a shop. A single shop for Tiny Giant to get the carry, the perfect carry with the Mighty Mech to pair those two.
I mean, I was not seeing that coming in. I feel like we just talked about previous season. Why not get a chosen champion on your shop? Aurelion Soul 2 for free, and now he has a Mighty Mech that's looking very strong.
There it is, getting the rare perspective of the casters' reaction. Yes, they do get animated up there, and sometimes from time to time I'm on the stage, I gotta look at where the casters are, see how they're reacting. Clement, you couldn't believe it yourself.
That was crazy. 3 Aurelion Souls in one single shot. That is less than 1 in like 10,000 of a chance to hit that, and that changed the game so much. He went from dead last all the way up to 6.
Also having the confidence to play a comp that normally you cannot play because you need anima. He got the artifacts, he had the additional influx of resources to do it, and in the end, Reflection made it happen for the team.
I've noticed a lot of times players will take risky plays, just banking on the fact that they do get lucky. How common is that?
It's common depending on the game. In 4v4, there are different risk lines that you can take. You can be lower in HP because a friend can help you, but you cannot play anima because you're being contested and the other teams will grief you. So it's very difficult to accomplish, and they are teaching us a new type of game, and this is always hyped.
Yeah, I mean, it's unique, right? 4v4, and I think they teach us each and every year because a lot of times we're looking at solo tournaments. It's the only time you truly get that 4v4 action. Now, Zeta Division on paper should be incredibly strong, and they are. As we look at the emotions of the players, Zeta Division, star-studded roster, but feeling the pressure, right? Because Noxium Red Force is looking absolutely stellar. Now, Tidal was a huge talking point for Zeta Division, and he still is. Considered one of the GOATs of TFT. But so serious Noxium Red Force was taking him that they decided to double team him.
They sent 2 players to go onto the same composition as Tidal. He had Expedition early on. They knew he was going to be a win out, and that's the problem when you have one standout member on the team. Tidal currently, before this game in the tournament, 2.8 on the AVP. None of the rest of the members had above a 5. So it was a very distinct situation where if you know you take the head of the snake off, then you can win.
So Upe, though, for me, when you focus on one player, technically you can kind of take 2 of your own teammates out, leaving 2 to kind of play their own game. Is it risky to double team one player and revolve your game plan around the other team?
It's totally risky, but they made it happen in a clear fashion way. So they didn't stop Tidal, but in the end, I think the problem was more on Zeta. Not having enough players to perform, that's what made the total difference. So they need to perform. Tidal is doing amazing. He's getting 2 people to mark him, to defense against him, and now it's time for Summertime to step up. That's what happened in the last round, and that is what needs to happen right now.
So was Summertime not stepping up? Because Tidal's getting double team, and Summertimer was playing tempo incredibly well.
I think that's a big issue with Zeta. They have a very successful win-out player in Tidal, but the rest of the team, in terms of the tempo, they have not been able to hang with the rest when it comes to stage 4. We've seen this multiple times. Yatsuhashi and Mori, and even sometimes Summertimer falling to the back of the trend when it comes to the level 8 roll downs. That's going to be the most important thing for them. I think they need to coordinate and manipulate shops better.
Also to take risks. Tidal is taking risks. He's being double charged and performed, so now Summertime has to do it. Even Mori, they're able to go for the emblems. They're able to go for expeditions. Anything interesting that gives them a volatility that they can perform. And I know Tidal, even though he's the leader, he's a contemplated leader. He's able to give to the rest also additional possibilities. So Tidal will perform, and now I want to see eyes on Summertimer.
Well, an incredible series already. We've had 2-0s all day. Will this be another one, or will we get a game 3? Who knows? We're going to have to find out in just a little bit. Hey, Amazon Prime, though, is doing something special. It's our Level Up docuseries about the Esports World Cup. Check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
So many familiar faces. If you're watching Esports World Cup, yes, we're on TFT, but there's so many different games taking place, 24 in total. This truly is a spectacular event, a revolutionized esports as far as I'm concerned. We come back to TFT. Noxium Red Force win a big game, forcing Zeta Division to now step it up. So, will we get a game 3 or will it end 2-0? We head to the stage in just a moment.
Noxium crush Zeta in game 1, trying to repeat the success of the APAC qualifiers. Can Zeta bounce this back, Dobbs? We've got a 1-0 lead for Noxium, but there is so much talent on this Zeta roster.
Yeah, they have the tools for it. I feel like those past days, they show that some other players, as well as Taito, can take out the wins, and Summertime is one of them, as the desk just said, but as well as Mori, such a great player. Yatsuhashi almost had that game, even though he went 8. It was just a matter of a couple more rounds in order to him to stabilize. Late in the game, he just had one item on the board. If he could survive a little bit longer, he would be very strong on that game, and the conversation could be very different.
Heading into game 2, it is Ari and Echo available to these players as our gods, and we have a prismatic finale as our encounter. So we will be getting those prismatics for these players in our 4-2 augment round.
Yeah, I like Ari and Echo very much because both of them have 2 different styles. Ari sometimes gives you a lot of gold, maybe some rolls, and Echo gives you crazy stuff. Sometimes he gives you like artifacts or maybe units. So let's see what the players are aiming to play on this game.
See what they can find. We've seen the power of the artifacts over the last few games. That was part of Tiny Giant's big success, was the double artifact on the Mighty Mech, stabilizing that front line and giving time for the Aurelian Soul. Many of these games have been decided by powerful artifacts, and there's a chance that Echo allows that to happen once more.
Yes, I feel like Echo giving artifacts can enable a lot of compositions, especially some of them that are already in the meta, like Akali, but some artifacts can also elevate the power level of the comp.
Looking at the early stages of the game, see what we can identify as the early compositions. Nothing crazy for Tiny Giant yet. He does have a Ginsu, which could lean him towards slamming that and playing towards the LeBlanc. Already Yatsuhashi does have an Akali, but just finding the one copy doesn't mean he'll necessarily be going towards that line.
Yeah, it's still too early in the game. We also see an MF. Some players might play that line of as a reroll, but I think what is going to determine to be very important in this early game is Tier 1 augments.
We are going to get those here. It will be golds to start, Dobbs. What are we looking at?
Wow, I feel like there are so many possibilities. Patient Study, quite good augment. Very slow pace, but as well gives you a lot of economy. Oh, here's some artifacts. Apotheotic Forge, a very good choice in here for Summer Timer, but quite different opportunities in here. We've seen some great picks on the bottom, on the left side of the screen, a lot of emblems and some economy augments as well.
But we did end up seeing the artifact, and it will be Thresh's Lantern. Very common choice from the players here at EWC, as this will bring in an additional unit. It gives a lot of cap out ability when you get to the end game, and you can bring in maybe an extra Blitzcrank off the bench. That allows your comp to get even stronger.
Wow, I love that pick for Summer Timer because this is an artifact that gives you a lot of power across the board during the whole game. So great pick by Summer Timer here.
And to start, we have pickup of the Legion of Threes here for Jihan, and it is going to be a Vanguard. And he does get will maybe be looking for a Reforger later. You can use Vanguard, but really, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Nova. What are some of the other emblems that have been kind of prevalent across EWC?
Well, I think that Nova is one of the best right now because you can drop Caitlyn and get a better unit. But in the side of Taito, you've seen concentration, which is pretty good because you can play that Aurelio Sol. It's one of the best units we've seen so far. A great composition to play tempo, but Taito is the one that we expect him to play for those win-outs. So here is the thing. Taito might be playing for some tempo play, so who will stand up and try to help him to get the win in here?
And that's where you start to look at the other Tactician Crown winner in the past, Summertimer, to maybe fill those shoes. Is it Summertime once more here in Paris? It's yet to be seen. But taking a look at Nongshim's pickups for some of these augments, talked a lot about win-out angles. Spreading Roots has been one of those. Picking up those extra emblems does give you the opportunity to have high cap outs, but this is maybe not going to be exactly what you're looking for, as it is just Arbiter and Bastion.
Well, I think that Arbiter and Bastion might not be the best things to get in the late game, for late game, but at least for now, he's printing some Leonas, and this is one of the greatest things that players are doing, because it gives you an early game power, and later on you can get a lot of economy.
Yeah, the Leona printers have been big for them to look for. We know Yatsuhashi has a Leona printer. We know that as well Mori has Leona printer options. Tiny Giant does have extra armor and magic resist for his Arbiters to make them even stronger, and look for this win streak with the 2 Bastion and the 3 Arbiters online. You'll see this front line. This Diana is going to be really tough to ever bring down. If he 2-stars it, this is going to give a big opportunity for Tiny Giant to look for a massive win streak.
Well, I wonder if he can cook Diana 3. It's quite difficult to pull it off, but
that would be spicy.
Something.
That would be real spicy to see, especially because this is a lesser taken law for the Arbiters, but that bulkiness is a way to really make this Diana shine. So we do have our early streak. Summertimer, Tiny Giant, and Silic all on 3 wins, and we're going to get a pick from our gods. Echo and Ari. We're going to get Divine Intervention for Echo, and a lot of players immediately going there to get that massive influx of gold towards the end of the game.
Oh, I think that players might looking for the late game power. Getting the Echo in here, they will slow down the pace of the game, but later on the game can get wild.
Yeah, a few players still going to take the Ari to get that immediate strength, the immediate gold, try and help them reach the compositions that they need. Samdi and Mori contesting the loss streak. We'll see if either of them have to open fort to prevent the other from continuing the loss. Currently, they're both playing around a couple of 1-star units. They haven't fully open forted. They're not losing all of that HP. It is a big contest at the top of the tables as well. Silic and Tiny Giant for Nongshim. Lots of opportunities for them to control the streaks again. In the previous game, Nongshim controlled the streaks. They found a blowout win. What will happen this time as Mori runs into Tiny Giant, so he'll continue his win streak?
Yeah, I like the team play from Zeta. They're having Summertime playing some tempo as well as Taito, and I think that they put on the less known not less known, but less decorated players the chances of winning, because saving accounts and also late game scaling, I mean, they trust Yatsuhashi and Mori to make the big calls here.
See if they can send one to the fences this time around. Did not work in game 1. They have to keep the trust in the team. Title looking for any way to stop the demons of the past. Do not repeat the 2024 group stage exit. He wants to make it to knockouts. He's been in the GOAT conversation for so long, and a resurgence of that conversation could be a win here at EWC.
Of course, this is the title that Taito does not have yet, neither Huami. So I feel like for both of these players, it's something else, you know. Everybody wants to a piece of EWC, everybody wants to win, but for both of them, it's even higher.
Look at this here. Samdi does end up selling completely in order to keep the open fort, and Mori will do the same. It is on Mountain, so Mori wanted to be keeping units around so that he could start printing those Stargazer emblems, but recognizing he feels the streak was more important and completely open forts. We'll see how much this hurts Mori's game, because he was playing around that Lulu, he was playing around Stargazer Mountain, and now he may have to shift gears and do something completely different.
I feel like for Mori, it's actually better than Sand, because Mori has an augment that the more economy you have early, the more you have later on. So saving accounts give him so much gold, so you have tools to come back. But on the flip side, on a river, you have to place units to cast in order to get those extra items. So selling the board might not be the best way to pilot that game.
Yeah, so even though it hurts Mori for going for that Stargazer, you could have other options with all the extra money. That makes a lot of sense. It's really good, and Semdi is going to have to try and stack up those tiers much later as we go into neutral. Summertimer does hold on to the full 5 streak, stopping the Nongshim players from getting there. Meanwhile, both Mori and Samdi did find the full 5 loss. So stage 2 going slightly in the favor of Zeta this time.
Yes, I think it's a very different type of early game. Zeta having such an amazing out from stage 2. Summertime with great tempo. Mori with the possibilities of coming back. Let's see if the next augment can dictate the pace of the game.
3-2 coming up, but Siluk level 5 has picked up a Tahm Kench and will be printing a lot of extra econ items, whatever, just getting a lot of stuff from this Kench that can allow you to increase your cap.
I think we should keep an eye on Siluk, because he had Tahm Kench early on that can give him extra resources, as well as a Kaisa too. So it's easy to stabilize when you have a 3 cost upgraded already, and he is also playing with the reunion. And that can lead him into that level 9, and then later on he can cap the board very high.
This can be a very fast 9. We saw actually with an early Kaisa like this from Fnatic, they ended up playing the 3-star and getting to win out from there. However, this feels like a little bit different due to the Tahm Kench, due to the birthday reunion. Rerolling is not the game plan. That fast 9 and Siluk being a massive win out potential player, as we've got a Prismatic on 3-2, and remember that this is a Prismatic finale, so it's gonna be 2 Prismatics.
Wow, the game just accelerated so fast in here, and a lot of great choices here for Siluk, but I think he's so awakened by, okay, he's going to the Thief's Gloves. And why is that so good for him? He's guaranteed of 2-star 5 cost later on, so having a lot of Thief's Gloves can help him either save some HP, and later on having a 2-star 5 cost with one of these items is always great.
Yeah, he's going to have to itemize a lot of different units. The higher level you're getting, the more units you're getting on, the more carries. Absolutely love it. It's a great call out, Dobbs, as we do have a look at Mori with the Baron Pit. This has been very common as a pickup for just about anyone, is just some combat power, looking to continue his loss streak because he only has 2 units on the board, wanting to stop Samdi from continuing his own as Summertimer continues to 100 streak as he runs into Mori himself.
Well, I feel like Mori is already playing towards the mech. You've seen the mech having success last game, and I feel like having a Gargoyle and other items slammed, he's trying to save the items to get best in slots. So maybe this is another mech running here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Samdi did find a Radiant item, and so does start to pivot his board towards winning in stage 3, not wanting to keep that open fort. So we'll keep our eyes on Mori and see when he starts to turn things around, as Jihan has been printing Stargazer with the Mountain so far. Samdi does have the Radiant Death Cap and found a Nami to pair with it.
Yeah, Taito on the other hand, concentration with Hold the Line. I've talked about that augment before. This is an augment that it's very good when you have an extra unit on the front line, and when you're playing concentration, usually you're pairing with Shepherd. So I feel like Taito has great augments so far, and Tiny Giant took investment. So they're trying to ramp up later in the game, and you've seen that Tiny Giant was able to take down game 1, and let's see if he's able to get a win again.
Yeah, and spreading roots invested, that's really telling towards looking for a win, looking to play that late game, look for a high cap. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Tiny Giant as Summertimer is finally looking to take a loss. Jihan able to take out the back line with the Akali, printing those extra emblems, and that is a very powerful composition. The Jax, pretty tanky, can hold on for a while, but doesn't matter if there's no damage, and so Summertimer will finally lose the win streak.
Yeah, Summertimer is level 6, 20 gold, so he invested a lot on that streak, but he also lost the round.
We do have Echo and Ahri this time. Everyone going to Ahri to get those rerolls. Echo giving that attack speed, not one that has been very sought after in EWC. There's probably some exceptions, but we really have not seen it so far.
Yeah, not quite strong right now, and players aiming to that extra economy in order to play some tempo, get the units online early. I feel like on a 4v4 angle, this might be the best choice.
On board with Siluk, looking to print more with that Tahm Kench. 3-5 goes to 7. Still going to be at 40 gold after this if he can sell anything from the bench, which he should be able to do so for Brawler and playing around the Kai'Sa.
3 trips goes already, and later on he'll get another one, so this guy can be very scary later in the game. Imagine the next augment is a prismatic. Imagine if they can get it lucky tip his gloves.
Oh, wait, you're right. We absolutely can. We know it's a prismatic to the finale, so yeah, that is exactly what we should be looking for. Dobbs, that is some cursed Oracle nature that you're having here for this Oracle Tahm Kench is what we could see as Siluk as continues through this game. Lot of potential win out for Siluk. He's setting himself up nicely to find that high roll.
Yeah, on the other side, Mori's probably going to go on 4-1, maybe on 3-7 to actually get things online a little bit early. 100 gold getting Echo. It was a little bit of gold, I guess, in an item. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, Mori also has savings account at 29, so he's looking to get all this extra money. 100 gold, one more loss, and he can push, trying to go to the Fast 9. This is going to be a massive roll down, a massive moment for Mori. If he misses, he goes 8th, and with it, maybe the chances of Zeta Division in the EWC. If he hits, he can be the hero in this moment, the hero the team needs. They can't just rely on title. They need everyone. They need Mori as the massive newcomer, the rising star from Japan.
Yeah, you can see that Tiny Giant on the other side. He rolled one of these emblems, so now he's playing some Timebreaker. And I feel like he's going to play the LeBlanc, so he didn't roll the Arbiter. He's in a very good spot to get those middle placements, I would say.
Yes, but Mori is able to scrap together a win, and I think at this time that's beautiful. He's about to full send, and getting that extra win means an extra life when he's looking to cap out this board.
Yeah, I feel like one loss in there for him, he could be on one life later on, and having that, it's actually very good. He's rolling down, not looking for the mech, as I was saying before, so that might be an angle for Groove.
Yep, ends up finding a copy of Nami. We'll see how deep he decides to roll on neutrals. I think he will just stay at 50, and he's just trying to get a little bit of the APM out of the way while he was so rich. He's going to stay on 8 instead of 9, try and stabilize this board around the space group, and then try and level up once more.
Yeah, I like this play, roll a little bit just to get some angle, put the items on Nami, but still, you don't need to put the mecha items on it, so I feel like the transition is easier, so now he can full roll and try to upgrade the board.
Meanwhile, Yatsuhashi does end up finding a Graves that he's playing around. He's looking at the Nova line with the pickup of the Kindred, but does not have the Akali, so just looking at a transition point to try and go towards his end game with the extra rolls. Pair of Namis for Mori, gets the Morgana too, frontline stable, finds the Blitzcrank on level 8 to go for this Space Groove line.
I was about to say that he rolls was not that great, and then he finds a Blitzcrank, quite good, but still missing the Nami too. They have to be careful. Ori can be in a great position, but it's quite dangerous as well.
Yeah, going to run into Yatsuhashi, who I think is in a very troublesome spot with what we saw. Does have the Graves now, has, you know, 1-star Kindred, 1-star Graves that he's carrying. I feel like Yatsuhashi's board is relatively weak. He has 40 gold to send, and I think he's going to need to in a moment because he's struggling to get to the scaling that he wants.
Well, late game scaling, you also want to pair with another economy augment, so Yatsuhashi might be in trouble here.
We'll see what he gets off of the Prismatics, if it can be something to bail him out. We're seeing Baron's Lair, which has been picked up by a lot of players across this tournament. Hold the Line, another option you had mentioned being quite powerful, especially with that Shepherd line, but Yatsuhashi is going to grab that Hold the Line. Or Tiny but Deadly, sorry, was the third option. Get that extra attack speed for this AD build.
A ton of key augments in here across the game. I've seen Samdi getting sweet treats. He has a lot of items that can scale very high. And Money Monsoon for Psylocke, he's going 9. He's going to be so rich. That guy can win out for Noche.
Yeah, and we see Yatsu does roll down and ends up hitting a Master Yi too. Yi has not been very popular, but at least with the Tiny but Deadly, it's going to get some value here being an AD composition. Trying to find something to stabilize, runs into Samdi, who is on the Nami, but only a Nami 1. 2-star Riven in the back line, but a Radiant item plus a Dawn Core on the Nami. Absolutely insane items for Samdi.
Wow, that Nami is massive. Look at the ultimates. She's pulling too much damage, and I feel like if he gets Nami 2, that can break the strategy that Zeta is doing, because they also need to focus on groove units.
It can break their lines and break their hope as Yatsuhashi goes down to 20 HP. 2 lives on him, 2 lives on Mori. Mori a bit more stable as Tidal holds on to the HP lead for the team. We take a look at what he has got going for him, and he is denying Nami's currently 4 copies on the bench.
Yes, Mori already got the Nami 2-star, so Taito actually playing some defense here. We've seen 4 Namis already, so that's gonna be very difficult to Samdi to actually get that upgrade. So Zeta is telling us right over here, right now, that they need to pull Samdi to go 8 or at least a 7 in order to
And it's going to be a lot of time to do so. He's at 46 life. He's not even close to going down. Meanwhile, Yatsuhashi and Mori both on 2 lives apiece. Tidal now going up against Psylocke, who is looking to scale to that level 9, to play around the 5 cost, and he is anchored around this Kaisa for so long, the Tom Kent printing for so long. Yes, he will lose this round, and Tidal needs to punish the Nongshim members as much as possible, but Psylocke, 50 gold, level 8, is going to be looking for that end game.
I mean, Psylocke is so rich and so healthy. I mean, probably he's going 9 next round. I wonder what 5 cost he is getting from the augment, and he can actually win out the game depending on which unit he gets.
Yeah, meanwhile, we are going to get the next god choice between Echo and Ahri.
Ton players going for Ahri here, much more economy. They want to try to invest the gold right now to actually ramp up even higher.
Looks like a lot of players were in that Ahri direction. We'll see how this can end up playing out. Zeta in so much trouble. 3 players in the bottom 4 right now. Summertimer on a free fall, and there is the pickup from the birthday reunion, and it finds the Fiora, the best possible hit.
I mean, we cannot say that's a high roll, because last game the guy that was going to AP got a Sona, and he having a lot of bruiser items just got a Fiora out of it, and he upgrades the Graves. The game is looking so good for Psylocke right now.
Hitting the Graves on 4-5, going to be able to start upgrading it very quickly. Yatsuhashi lost the last round. He is on a singular life, and he rotates into Psylocke, who just found that Fiora upgrade, but his damage is immense. That Master Yi is going crazy with the Tiny but Deadly and all the AD items. Yi has not been very popular recently, but it is still a powerful unit with all these items Yatsuhashi has, and he needed that win so desperately. Mori able to be bailed out for 1 more round as Summertimer goes on to a 7-loss streak, and the Nongshim members hold on to significantly more health than Zeta. Tidal going to take a loss, and they can feel their chances of EWC slipping away as the health bars crumble.
Yeah, I think that Yatsuhashi is such a terrible position, but he found a win that can actually lead them into the victory. Mori still have a 5-win streak that can be the key for Zeta to win out, but the game is not looking very good right now because Nongqing have a lot of players in a great spot.
Summertimer has the Nova emblem, has 2 artifacts on the front line, but it is just a Jax 2. And that is explaining that 7-loss streak. Yatsuhashi, 1 life, trying to heal back up with his own Fiora. Great items for just about every carry he has in. The extra Thieves Gloves helping out a lot. The Master Yi going crazy is going to take a win over his teammate Title. Summertimer needs to escape this free fall, but he cannot. 8th loss in a row. Summertimer now down to 2 lives alongside Yatsuhashi, who has healed up a little bit from the Fiora, but Nongshim holds strong. They keep winning, they keep their HP, and they have so much win out equity on Silla.
I mean, SamD could not win that fight if Zeta actually wants to win it, because Summertime is now looking very low on HP and he is not with that much upgrade. He's still on Tankaichi 1, he's still on Morgana 1, so he's lacking frontline, and here Zeta fights a Blitzcrank 2. So let's see if Mori can actually outplace a lot of opponents here.
We have seen so many 2-0s on this stage today. Both of our first matches did go that direction. Zeta looking to turn that around, but they are back against the wall in 2024 with Title and 3 other players that have since been replaced. He was eliminated in groups, a massive disappointment for the potential of this roster. This is the best team that Japan has ever produced, the best players that have ever come out of Japan, and they are trying to make a deeper run at EWC that could happen in 2024. But Nongshim look to close the door. Yatsuhashi facing off against Summertime. They have to try and keep both of these players alive.
Friendly fire here, Yatsuhashi against Summertime, and I feel like Master Yi will survive another round. But how long can he last in this game? I feel like
this loss is too big. It's going to hit Summertimer very hard. He goes down to just 1. I thought he was gone, but gets just enough units down that Summertimer can hang on. But how much longer can he hang on for? And Title has now taken his 3rd loss in a row. The HP is getting to the point where it is critical, and Zeta may not be able to pull it back.
Yeah, Mori might be very strong with a great position to win the game, but he doesn't have any teammates that coming with him. But right now, Nongshim have 3 players on the top of the standings. Their compositions are very close together. They have a player with a lot of 5 cost 2 started already, so the game is looking not very good for Zeta.
Yatsu going up against SamD. That is the massive Nami, but it is still just 1 star. Title has done a great job denying it. Summertimer has assisted in denying it as well. Siluk is going to find Summertimer, though, and I don't think he's long for this world. That Nami will be going back into the pool. Yatsu still can't beat the 1-star Nami, or can he? It is just going to be the Kindred, and she gets there. Able to take SamD a bit lower as Summertimer falls.
Wow, SamD being able to be alive with that Nami 1 until 5-2, that's massive for Nongshim. They still have hope in here, and Summertime going 8 was not in the plans of Zeta.
And now Title just at level 8, spending money, is on a 4-loss streak. He could be on a single life. Nongshim continuing to show that dominance that they showed in the qualifiers. They took out Zeta 2-1 in order to earn this first seed, and they want to prove to everyone that they deserve it. They've already taken the first game. They just need one more push here at the end with Title and Yatsu so low, and Tiny Giant with his LeBlanc trying to finish this here, trying to deal with Title.
Look at Title actually playing Nami with the Augment. Concentrate, he doesn't have any Aurelion Souls on the back of the opponent. A lot of AE Souls on the bench. That can be what Nongxin actually playing some great defense in here.
Yeah, but Tidal, in his offense, in his pivot, is playing defense on the Namis. He's holding 4 of them, preventing Samdi from getting there. Samdi able to find the win. Tiny Giant falling low on 11. Now Zeta has started to turn some of this HP around. Mori on a 9-win streak. Yatsuhashi on a 5-win. These two players we talked about early in this game, they had the econ spots. They had to lose early, while Tidal and Summertimer played tempo, a flip of what we may have expected. You would think the All-Stars would play for the first place, but no, they're putting the trust in the new blood, the Mori, Yatsuhashi, and they are proving themselves here if they can save Zeta from a swift elimination.
Look at that matchmaking, 9 wins on the side of Mori, 6 wins on the side of Yatsuhashi, and here comes this fighting so important.
Here it comes, Yatsuhashi versus Tiny Giant. The Morgana in the front line is going to hold on to that Fiora. Yi does not get to fully wrap, and now Yi is getting targeted by LeBlanc. Yi is going to go down, but the rest of the front line has crumbled. Comes down to the Kindred. It's going to be able to get there. Does Tiny Giant stay alive? No, he goes down, but so does Tidal. Tidal and Samdi all fall, but where does the HP land? It's Tidal in 7th. Samdi and Tiny Giant claim 5th and 6th, and that means that Mori and Yatsuhashi must go 1st and 2nd. But because they have continued these win streaks, because they have dealt so much damage, there is an opportunity for this to happen. They have gotten a little bit gone from Nongxin fast enough, but Jiang is going to sell the board. This is so smart.
I mean, I'm speechless. What Samdi just did here, getting 5th out of that such a bad spot. Nami won for so long, and he outplaced 2 of the stars of Zeta. So in here, Mori and Yatsuhashi, they have such a difficult job to do, getting 1st and 2nd place in order to survive and play the game 3.
And Jiang sold all of his units in order to make sure he goes down on this fight to try and force another Zeta rotation before Siluk goes down. Siluk at 33 HP may have 3 full lives to get through, which can cause Zeta to have to friendly fire again and end the game. They both need to rotate into Siluk, and they have to beat him hard.
I mean, there is still a world that they can do it, but Nongxin just made it very difficult for them. Selling the board in here, it's what you call, it's massive, because they will face each other very soon, and that can be something that Zeta cannot stand. They don't have the HP to work with.
They tried so hard to evade this 7th, 8th, to set up for a spot to make it easier for Yatsuhashi and Mori. And while Tidal fell on the same round as Tiny Giant and Samdi, it did not line up that the HP worked out in their favor. Tidal ends up in 7th, and now this is forcing the 1-2 for Zeta to stay alive. And Siluk has now been able to push to level 10. Shen 2, Vex 2, Fiora 2, Graves 2. He has everything he needs. What can Zeta do in this moment? How can they win this? They're going to face off against Siluk. It's Mori first.
I feel like they cannot do anything. Level 10, a lot of 5 costs. This is massive.
And now Mori is going to try and get this done, but the Nunu is going to CC the Nami already. The damage is just not there. The Fiora has far too much. Siluk we identified early as having a lot of win equity, and he's able to convert that into a victory for Nongxin. They beat them in the APAC qualifier, and they'll beat them again here at EWC. They will crush the key of the best team that Japan has ever produced.
They've done that twice. You said it. They were amazing today. They knew what they had to do to take down Zeta. They have shown that on the APAC qualifiers. They had shown that in here on EWC. So that's why Zeta is gonna get their key crushed once again.
Heartbreak for Zeta Division in 2024, out in groups, but this time coming back. A team with such high expectations. 2nd seed from APAC, they lost to Nongxin, but still expected to be the best team out of the region. Nongxin proves otherwise. They show everyone that it's not the prowess, just an individual TFT that matters. The team play, the friendship, it's everything at EWC.
I feel like 4v4 is just amazing because you have the titles, you know, you have the tactician crown, you have everything, but at the end of the day, here in EWC is another thing, is another type of competition. Team play is everything, and Nongshim shown that they have it.
3 Tactician's Crown wins for Zeta Division. 0 Tactician's Crown appearances for Nongshim. This would look on paper to be a massive upset, but Nongshim will tell you otherwise. They will say that they are a favorite to come in. They know 4v4 better than the other teams at this event. They pushed Aurora to the brink. They handled Nemesis with ease. They shut down Zeta Division. And now they will crush Zeta Division's key, sending it down to Rob at the stage.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Zeta Division to hand over their key to Nongshim Red Force. Zeta Division came with an extremely strong team representing Japan, but Nongshim showed once again that they were the superior side. After APAC qualifiers, they pull up the EWC and get it done again. Please hand over your key.
Congratulations to Nongshim for the 2-0 against Zeta Division. So this was quite the underdog story for Nongshim. You guys have crazy expectations from your run. So what do you have to say to the people that have little hopes for Nongshim because you guys are crazy underdogs?
일단 실력 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 많은 분들이 사실 농심 레드포스를 좀 약체로 많이 받고 사실 좀 과소평가를 많이 했을 텐데 그런 점에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
저희는 일단 팀전과 개인전은 아예 다른 게임이라고 생각하고 팀전 준비를 다른 팀들보다 더 열심히 하고 있다고 생각하기 때문에 언더독의 반란 제대로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, I feel that individual competition and team play is actually a different thing. So we have prepared a lot for this EWC, for actual 4v4. So yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna definitely show the underdog story, the rebel of the underdogs.
And of course, you guys have also made it into the quarterfinals for the Esports World Cup. So how does that make you feel?
이제 드디어 플레이오프에 진출하셨고 이제 8강부터 이제 험난한 길이 기다리고 있습니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 8강 진출은 너무 기쁘지만 사실 저희가 이겨야 될 팀이 7팀이나 남아있다고 생각하기 때문에 꼭 더 열심히 해가지고 우승까지 하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, even though we won and we got to playoffs, there are still many teams to defeat. So yeah, we're going to do our best and to lift our trophy.
Of course. And my final question is, you have a very interesting name, the Tiny Giants. So can you explain to the audience where that name origin came from?
사실 팀원 중에 이제 작은 거인이라고 선수가 있잖아요. 혹시 그 작은 거인 선수의 그 닉네임 유래를 좀 알 수 있을지?
일단 그 외모는 작더라도 이제 마음 그리고 또 내면은 아주 크다는 거인과 같다는 그런 의미로 알고 있습니다.
Honestly, like personally feel my teammates Tiny Giant's name is actually came from he's very small. However, he has a big heart and a big personality, so that's why he's named Tiny Giant.
A beautiful symbolism for Tiny Giant. Of course, we have to crush Zeta Division's key as they are eliminated. So Nongshim, let's get this key crushed.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. It is about that time for Zeta Division to get that key crushed. Nongshim showing that people were crazy to doubt them. Congratulations again. Phenomenal performance. He says thank you. And I feel like naturally probably want to thank all the haters, all the non-believers out there who thought that Nongshim was not built like that. And clearly that was not the case. They've been prepping for 4v4 this entire time. And as you can see, it's about the teamwork, baby. Teamwork make the dream work. Keep going. Yeah, okay, you got him. You got him. That's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations one more time. Nongshim moving on to the playoffs officially and showing that the first one was not a fluke. Let's go ahead and get things going with the rest of the show. My goodness.
Nongshim Red Force get the job done, and in a big way. 2-0 over Zeta Division. This roster was put together with the intention, hopes, and dreams of making it to the playoffs, and therefore making it potentially to a title run. Now that becomes a reality as they punch their ticket into the playoffs. One more spot remains that will be coming up after this. But for now, Zeta Division, what a roster it was. Star-studded, in fact, but we've talked about it time in and time again when it comes to TFT at EWC. This 4v4 format is totally different. Chemistry matters. Just because you have the best roster on paper doesn't mean you'll be the best roster in execution.
Individual performance versus power of friendship. That was the exact execution that we expected to see in Nongshim, proving that 4v4 is played in a team-wise way. Anyone could take the win. First was Sealog, then we saw Tiny Giant also taking the win. Tidal did whatever he could, Clement, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think Nongshim is one of those teams that have been practicing 4v4 all the time. The Korean community actually runs their own 4v4 events. They were born in the 4v4 environment. They didn't have to adapt to it. They didn't have to learn from it. They were playing this all along, and they didn't have to go to regionals or they didn't have to go to TAC round. You know, Zeta, they had a lot of players going into these big events, but the meanwhile, Nongshim practicing all the time.
Going to one of our top moments of the game, I believe it's stage 5-2. We notice at this point in time, right, obviously there's a lot happening, but for Zeta Division, is this a point where they can maybe turn their luck around, or is this where Nongshim Red Force truly starts to take charge?
Summertime was trying to maintain tempo, and there on the front we see Sealog, who was ramping on level 9. This is the moment that you need to stop this guy. He just keeps tempoing up, he just keeps getting stronger, and now Zeta loses Summertime, loses the -1 point, and that made the difference at the end, because first placement was the name of the game. If they could pressure right there and get an additional point, it will be tighter.
I know Tidal had a lot of attention on him, right? Double teaming him in that game #1. But Summertimer was consistently playing tempo and doing it well. How come it didn't work out? Because it's seemingly that he was the guy that was leading the charge for his roster.
Well, I think this time Tidal didn't have a win-out spot. What they were trying to do was deny Sam D, and I have to give a lot of props to the way Nongshim handled the game. They had players in both games that were about to go out in 8th place, and what they did was flip artifact combinations. He got a Dawn Core and a Radiant Gambit that gave him the death cap, and from that point on, everyone on Zeta had to play defense to stop him. So it's a great way to solve the situations where you don't have a win-out condition.
Yeah, you have both conditions, right? You have that pressure that Clement is mentioning with Sam D. You pressure the lobby, you maintain, and you kill the rest of the performance to actually keep going, and then you get Psylocke to perform and fully catch the game. That's both you need, tempo and then close it out.
When I asked you, earlier about RNG and how you kind of balance that, and how do you balance the luck, and how often do you go for it? Was there a team favoring RNG more than the other?
I definitely think that Nongshim embraced the RNG a little bit more. Both of these games, they were the one to pick more into the random emblems and also into the artifacts. Those are those win-out conditions that you have to think about in 4v4. We talk about this a lot. 4v4, everyone's cap is lower. If you have something unique to your composition, you can stand out.
Also, the luck follows the prepared. So you need to go for the line. You need to be able to be greedy. You need to be able to go for variance. They went for variance. It works, so recognition against for Nongshim.
We go to the final play of the game, of course, the final round. This is where Zeta Division starts to fall apart, and it is done and dusted. Nongshim Red Force in this final opportunity, this final round, starts to close the door. Walk me through it.
Yeah, they're closing the door at the final moment. That's exactly what you needed. You need to pressure the lobby, and you actually need to go there. And this is Sealog. He's already capping out here, Clement. He has everything. 2-star, 2-cost, the Vex is online, the Graves is online, he has a great front line, and going against an Ami from Mori, that is just not enough. That is a fast 8 board full with stats, if you will, but doesn't have the strength that in the final was made by Nongshim. Full cap out board, and in the end, close it out perfectly.
Yeah, great recognition on the side of Siluk right there. It was an RE map, so he knew he had a lot of gold. Prepped really well with the Nova 9.5. It was a full board transition. He was on the AP line, but then he realized that he had the Band of Thieves and really had a lot of carries with excess slots for items. So very strong board in the end.
Well, not only were we watching, but also the chat was watching intently, and we have a chance to actually pull up some of your comments, see what the crowd is saying. GG both teams. Wow, we started off wholesome. I like it. Hey, Jims, thank you so much. And it was a GG to both rosters. Again, just making it to the stage at the Esports World Cup is such a massive accomplishment. I mean, after all, you are the best player when it comes to TFT, right? Just to step onto that very stage. And for Zeta Esports, I mean, they're going to be representing their region, I'm sure, in the future. What else do we got?
For Cian, Morgana is so big. It is. It's the best tank in the game. She was changed from a 5 cost to a 4 cost by TFT, and everyone's looking for it. And that opens up possibilities because you can put it in any board.
What else? Wait, is the power of friendship winning again? I guess it is. We keep talking about it. The power of friendship in TFT is truly something special.
This has to be the biggest upset that we have ever seen when it comes to the EWC 4v4 format. You have a team with 3 TAC rounds and another team that doesn't have any Tier 1 players going into this. I knew every one of our casters were very lopsided in favor of Zeta Division.
Right.
But Nongshim proved us wrong.
Well, we got wrapped up into paperwork. I mean, I think that's what it was. But you also educated me that Nongshim Red Force is constantly playing, constantly grinding. And obviously, during that interview, we had a chance to listen in about how they were obviously practicing coming up to this point, specifically for 4v4. Hey, we got a post-match interview. Degon, who did you catch up with?
Joining me is one of the greats here in TFT, Title, alongside translations with Marie. Title, what has this experience at EWC been like for you?
素晴らしいタイトル選手をお迎えいたしました。EWC での経験はどのようなものだったでしょうか、ご自身にとって。
そうですね、4月のオープン予選から現在7月の EWC 本戦までもうひたすら 4v4 の練習をしてきました。もう毎日10時間近くの時間を EWC の練習に費やしてきたので、そうですね、全力で取り組めたという達成感とともにもう少し高みを目指したかったなという悔しさが残っています。
Well, since their qualifying period in April and now it's mid-July, we have been dedicating and focusing all our time on this tournament. And yes, so I feel that, like, you know, I've given everything to the match. However, like, I have a little remorse that, like, I could have gone a little bit higher.
In 2024, you guys Zeta qualified and made it and lost in the groups. 2025 didn't qualify. This year you qualified. What has this experience been like with your teammates for EWC?
2024年は、予選を通過されたわけですけれども、そして2025年、昨年は予選通過に至らなかったわけです。で、今年26年は、予選は通過されて、このような今、舞台にいらっしゃるわけですけれども、この、EW の、ご経験、ご体験というのはご自身にとって、そしてゼータディビジョンにとってどのようなものであったでしょうか。
2024年のシーズンはシードにより EWC 本戦に出場することができたので、実質的にオープン予選から予選を抜けて EWC に到達したのは初めてだったので、ゼータディビジョンにとっては大きな快挙だったとは思います。ただ期待されている結果より低いものとなってしまったので、そうですね、その点に関してははい、ファンの皆さんにもすごく申し訳なく思っております。
Well, in 2024, we were qualified, yes. However, like, you know, we were seeded. So it's not that, like, you know, we proceeded by winning matches. On the other hand, this year, like, we actually won and proceeded through the tournaments. So we feel tremendously proud. On the other hand, there were lots of expectations from everybody. So I feel very sorry that, like, we are not able to meet up everybody's expectations.
Title, you are one of the greats in TFT in the East. When you speak, people listen. Do you have any final words for the fans of yours all around the world?
TFT の中でも最も偉大な選手の一人であるタイトル選手ですけれども、世界中のファンの方たちに何かメッセージはございますか
？2026年の EWC への挑戦は終わってしまいましたが、これからもソロ 4v4 両方全力でこれからも取り組んでいきますので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。この度はたくさんの応援ありがとうございました。
Our challenge for TFT EWC 2026 is now over, but I did everything as a solo and a 4-2-4 as well. And thank you so much for all your support, and I would be grateful for your continued support. Thank you so much indeed.
Marie with the translations. Title here. Thank you so much for your time. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a tough interview to listen to. The emotions. I mean, how could they not flow, especially given the fact that, you know, he put his heart and soul alongside his teammates to make it into the playoffs, making a deep run into groups, but fell short when it mattered most. Title, a legendary player. And with that pride, and especially the heaviness of representing his nation, I mean, obviously that carries a heavy burden. But I just want to say for Title and your roster, again, making it to this stage is tremendous. You should absolutely hold your head up high. Your future is looking bright. Hey, we're going into our next series. Kitty had a chance to talk to two of our competitors from Godlike and Movie Star Koi.
Hello everyone and welcome into our pre-game content between MKOI and Godlike. By my side we have...
I'm Reven, hello.
And I'm Basic.
Welcome in. Okay, so this is the Esports World Cup and we know that the players get the player lounge to explore. So what is your favorite activity to do at the player lounge?
Definitely playing ping pong.
Ping
I
pong?
think it's the most thing we've done with the whole team because
Okay.
it's hard to find scrim, so we just play ping pong all day long.
Who's the best at ping pong though?
It's hard to... It's
Come on,
it's bad
one
I
name,
say
one
it,
name.
but definitely I am.
You are. Okay. Maybe we'll see some content from MKOI with the players all playing ping pong. Basic, how good are you at ping pong?
I think I'm not that good, but I think all of the MKOI people are better at ping pong than TFT.
Ooh, okay, Basic. I mean, we already talked about what your favorite activity is at the player lounge. What about you?
I think I just like to chill with all of the guys and sit and watch other people play.
Okay. So, he threw some fire at you. He said MKOI better at ping pong than TFT. What you got
I mean,
for back?
that's true. We are probably better at ping pong than at TFT, but even though we are still better at TFT than them, you know? So just imagine. They are bad at ping pong and even worse at TFT.
Well, for today's last series, let's find out who is better at ping pong and who is better at TFT between Godlike and MKOI.
Easy win.
Thank you.
Hey, well done, Kitty, getting that out of them. Basic talking that trash. Now he's got to back it up. Who knows? I'm thinking new content piece in the future. Little ping pong between the TFT team. See who truly is the best, not only on the stage, but also at ping pong. Froden, hey, I hear you're finally with us, man. You've been in the venue this entire time, watching the action go down this year for TFT. Froden, how you doing, brother? How's everything been?
Can you hear me?
I got you now.
Make sure everything's good.
Yes, sir.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
gotcha.
Yeah, everything's going great. The co-stream's been really good. Production's been fantastic. Games are awesome. I'm a little bit sad North America lost, but I have a new team to cheer for because
see that.
they bribed me with jerseys. So now I have a new team to cheer for. It's MKOI.
Anybody listening, Froden, if you want him on your side, just give him a jersey. He'll just rep it. Before we know it, he's going to have 20 on like a challenge. Hey, it's great to have you here in the venue, obviously covering all the TFT action. You mentioned North America, but I guess now, right, we're moving into some great series. We've got playoff bracket nearly solidified.
Yeah.
What's been, I guess, the biggest surprise for you overall? Was it the T1 upset, T1 exiting as early as they did?
I think that was kind of surprising. I do think that T1 had cracks in the armor, but their history as a team is so dominant and consistent that you still expect them to pull through. I think that what's surprising to me was how much of a separation between China and the rest of the regions. I thought we were closer, but the gap seems pretty big. So whoever comes up from this series between MKOI and Godlike have some big shoes to fill because they're the last team of the West.
Yep.
And they're going up against the Titans, right? They're going up against like Aurora, which has 2 world champions. They have Weibo, the reigning champions. Virtus Pros looks really good too. AJL looks pretty solid. So it's going to be really difficult. It's going to be them versus the whole world. But I think if you followed a lot of esports in the past, it's always kind of been the case. It's always like one Western team tries to take down and slay down the Eastern team. So the narrative is tried and true. So it should be really fun going into tomorrow.
Frodan, so they give you a teacher, so your heart maybe is in Movistar KOI right now, but where's your mind at? Because Godlike has the mixed roster. If you have to do a pick with your mind, who do you think is going to win the series?
Well, I think right now I would say that if you look at the statistics, right, if you look at the paper stuff, the pedigree all favors Godlike. They have Dasik, who's one of the best EU players of all time. Gobo, who's been really hot over the past couple of years. Dehua, who, as much as people meme him, has been really successful North American player over the past year. And Vraiko, who's just one of the hardest working players in all of TFT and has really been improving rapidly. And they have one of the best coaches in Brosis. So they have the pedigree. The thing is, KOI has all the momentum and the vibes, and there's something in the air about Spain lately. I can't tell you what exactly it is, but Spain seems to have the global stage all pay attention to them, and they rise to the occasion. Yesterday, I think the win over Vitality really put them as a real team. Yes, they streamed their scrims, and yes, they seem like they're here as like a team trying to represent for content and KOI, but I think that momentum's a real thing when it comes to TFT. So I'm going to go with KOI. I'm going to double down and say MKOI takes the series.
Ooh, doubling down. I like it, Frodan. Thank you so much for all the coverage. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you in the next coming days.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, brother. Hey, sounded good. Movistar KOI. Let's start there for this series. A talented roster, a talented team, and as he mentioned, beating the likes of Team Vitality in one of our most emotional matchups here on the TFT stage. Vitality coming into it had a tremendous storyline, and let's not forget, it was this very team on your screen who's about to take the stage that ended up retiring Milk, a legendary player in his own right. Now, this org hasn't earned any club championship points yet, so winning this series would be absolutely monumental.
It's absolutely huge for MKOI, and I think there's one specific player we have to mention. That's Safo. He has been individually the strongest player out of any player in this tournament. He hasn't bought forward a single game so far, as we see on our screen, and he has been the main carry for the team. They always give the win-out spot to him.
And you can get the youngsters with the potential to do that. That's perfect, because Reven said it. This is the guy that we want to win it all. Daleson, maybe the sage of the team, the veteran, the one that's giving the information, that one that's talking to the team and calling the shots. And of course, Reven, the wild card. He's playing whatever he gets and obviously having a possibility. And then maybe Odessa, I mean, someone who plays different, can play Meeple even, can play some crazy stuff, and of course, give us a surprise.
Yeah, I think Reven's got a ton of attention this event, right, for Movistar KOI, and again for Spain. Like, this is a big deal for them to represent their region. But Godlike, though, and I was reading chat a little bit when we were in the green room, and chat firmly believes that Godlike has this series in the bag.
I feel like Godlike is actually a much stronger team than their record would actually show. I think they were the only team that actually threatened Weibo Gaming. They should have won that one, and their losses were much closer as well. If we look across this squad, the one I have to mention is Raiko Mastery. He has the best AVP here, and he's a huge one-trick. This time around, he's going Space Group almost every single game and doing very well with it.
Gobuster, I mean, he was just ramping, helping the team, the win-out player, or the win streak player, if you will. He won, maintained tempo, and then funneled the HP to the rest of the game. To have Dasik pop up, to have Dohua pop up, a player that normally doesn't go to level 9, we see him there in the middle, and now playing whatever the game gives him. popping the chest and being ready to win it all.
They've got a lot of energy for sure, and I'm sure there's going to be some trash talk. There already was in an interview with Kitty just a bit ago. But one of the things Godlike did that was so impressive was taking Weibo to the absolute limit to that Game 3. Now, you want to talk about taking any team, Aurora, obviously we highlighted them in our previous series, like one of the rosters, Noxian Red Force taking Aurora Gaming all the way to that Game 3. No, you take Weibo to Game 3. Now you're raising eyebrows, and I think Godlike has put themselves in a spot where they truly are Godlike.
Dominant wins and close losses for Godlike. That's why I have them as the favorite team right here. I think there is only one small question. Dasik, everyone says he's the best player on the team, but because of the way he arrived at the venue, he hasn't been performing that well in the previous games. I think the travel has taken a toll on him.
Yeah, he performed well in the first cities, and then he popped off. I think he got enough rest. He played a little ping pong, then went to the hotel. I think he's ready. I saw with good semblance, so he's looking good, and once again can pop off immediately.
Yeah, he's looking good, though. He's looking a lot better. Look, these events are hard, especially when you're playing on land and traveling from wherever you live. Sometimes you're coming in to a 7-8 hour time difference. You're scrimming, and then all of a sudden you are going straight into the game. And it is not easy, but nothing is if you want to be a title defender. Let's go to the stage to get our final series of the day started.
Yes, sir, stage time, final match time. Listen, it's been a couple good performances, it's been a couple good potential upsets and everything, and it's time for a bit more regional rivalry, my man.
Man, you speaking on regions in the first place, Noxian Red Force, how about that story? To me, that's the story of the event up to this point. Just because on paper, a lot of people had doubted them tremendously, at least going into that APAC qualifier, and they come out here and double down and prove it again. But we are not done creating stories, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the stage our first competitors, the one and only Godlike Esports. Godlike is our only entirely global team. What do you mean by that, Big Hollywood? Well, that means all 4 of these players are from 4 different countries: USA, France, Russia, Italy, and when they all come together, it's straight carnage. And remember, gods do not bleed, and they are about to prove that right here in this match. At least that is their intention.
That is the intentional way. You do not stay on that stage to try and lose. You're trying to stay alive. You're trying to get the opponent's key and crush it. And you're trying to stay alive and come back to more for the playoffs. You know, big match, a lot for on the line. But of course, Rob, they are here and they're about to face a team that was ecstatic yesterday when they won their match. We've seen the celebration. We've seen how much it means to them. It is time to welcome onto the stage movie stars Koi. The one Spanish team on the line here. And of course, we said it before, they missed last year. They kept the same roster, and through the grit of the team, they just came together to join EWC 2026. They beat their rival Vitality yesterday in an incredible clutch performance, and they are here to keep going. The lone Spanish representative out there, with Maus being out of the tournament as well. They are the last hope for EU this time, and they are joining us on this stage, ready to move forward. And while these guys are there, I see Rob's already chilling with the players.
Yo, what's going on, Brad? So first and foremost, we're already talking before this interview. I asked you about one of the other players over there. You said someone might be maybe a little washed.
Yeah, I think Revan is an influencer, and he should stick to League of Legends. TFT's not for him anymore.
Man's not even a competitor no more in his eyes. And it's funny you say that, because yesterday we were over there at the Key Crusher, and I damn near feel like I caught a stray by default, because he let it be known that NA is free. How you feel about that?
I mean, they didn't have any good results, but I'm going to show them today that NA, a team with one person from NA, is better than a team of all EU players.
Talk that talk. What's the response?
We're going to start with something else, right? Like, he dared say that just one NA is enough to take down EU. What do you have to say to this?
I mean, just look at the numbers. NA is a washed region, so I don't think that's happening.
You know, that's all I want to see. And you know, there was a bit of fighting words, right? A washed League of Legends influencer? Not anymore? Is that what he said?
I mean, if I can win him without even playing TFT, imagine if I cared on TFT the half that he does. It's just I'm way more talented than him, and he has to cry.
Ooh!
Bro, they actually they're talking spicy. You know what? We need the face-to-face, bro. We need the face-to-face. Please, right now, give us the face-off. Everybody, whole squad. You can't leave your boy by himself. Line it up. Line it up. They did their own face-off, and they way closer to both teams.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for us to get into it. We have movie star Koi going head-to-head with Godlike Esports. This is what it's all about. Let's go ahead and get things started.
Vamos! It's the best of times, it's the worst of times, where two fantastic EMEA teams face each other with only one getting to progress in the tournament. My name is Canafet, joined by Impetuous Panda to close out a day of 2-0. But Panda said these are two incredible teams to do it with.
I was hyped for yesterday's series against Vitality. I'm equally hyped here because these two teams are special to me in particular. I've been watching these players for over 5 years individually, but now they've banded together. We saw the trash talk at the very start as well. This is going to be an absolutely explosive series.
No, it's absolutely fantastic stuff. And of course, just to recap for anyone who's coming to us maybe a little later in the tournament, hasn't heard all this before, Spanish players, of course, a region very much in the ascendancy. They don't necessarily have the massive list of crowns behind their players so far, but they've been doing incredibly as a region in recent years.
I'll be honest, Spain has been a bit of a laughingstock in the EMEA scene when it comes to international results across really the history of TFT, but that all changed with MKOI coming into the scene, with Revan stepping up, making an attack round for the first time last set. Now Sappho has made it as well to, in this set of TFT, and we're seeing it here. The results from MKOI have been coming through. I'm starting to believe in the MKOI magic.
Yeah, and of course, we can't forget, though he's not here, Kiosko, our reigning EMEA champion, also from Spain. We know that he's going to be watching this match with great interest. And as you said, yesterday, the Koi game down to the wire. Everyone was literally falling off their seats watching that. But with Godlike as well, we can see fire in their bellies as well. Honestly, I think we're aiming for an absolute treat.
And I think few teams in just the entirety of this tournament have individually played against each other as much as some of the players on both of these teams. A very long history of individual competitions and rivalries between players like Daysik and Dalesom and Sappho, who go back so many years in the EMEA region. We saw the trash talk. I think behind all that trash talk, there are, of course, some very strong friendships and lots of respect between the players. But on a stage like this one, with what is at stake, the respect goes out the window. It's all about demolishing the opposing team and showing up when it matters most.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. As you said, we did see on the socials, banter being thrown backwards and forwards. Even, of course, Movistar Koi directing it at each other. But the same. This is absolutely amazing stuff. I think this is a great opportunity for both of these teams to show their own growth. Of course, Koi, they've got the bigger road to run there in that respect. But based on what we've seen from the previous series these guys have played, I don't think there's going to be any question. This is going to be down to the wire. I would be shocked if we get another 2-0 here.
And hey, on paper, maybe Godlike is the favorite, but that's what we thought yesterday as well with Vitality. And all of a sudden, MKOI, when it matters most, they rose up to the occasion. They performed at a level that we had never seen MKOI performing at in terms of team synergy, in terms of just handling the nerves, handling the pressure. Sappho in particular, bringing out the clutch factor, the X factor that you really need to have in any competitive sport or e-sport competition, especially in one like in TFT, where you really have to come in and play for that win.
Well, talk to me a little bit about that as well, because you see the smiley faces on the screen from both sides. Particularly for players like Sappho, who's only been to the crown a single time, amongst the more accomplished Spanish players in that respect. When the pressure's on in an environment like this, when you're down to the wire, the last moment, every decision counts. What does it mean to have your friends around you in that kind of respect?
It matters so much for MKOI because they are a team that they did not just suddenly form out of nowhere. They have known each other for many years. They have so much respect and love for each other as friends in the TFT scene, now playing together in the 4v4 formats. I think that helps so much in moments of high pressure, in moments of, hey, You make a mistake that maybe loses you game one. How do you bounce back from that mentally as a team? Do you blame? Do you rise up and bring that guy back up from the mental slouch into a competitive standpoint into the game two, for example? So this matters so much, and I think this is one of the big benefits of MPOI. We've been memeing and laughing about the power of friendship, but this is a very real advantage, I would say, in the 4v4 format.
Our casters was asking us in our production chat, are they bantering with each other in the chat? They absolutely are. We saw a little bit of it going on. They were calling their lines before they even started. This is a special moment, I think, for both teams to be facing off against each other. You couldn't ask for more to be looking across the stage and be happy to see the people there, knowing again that one of these teams gets to go to the playoffs to represent EMEA as a last remaining team.
You guys saw some trash talk on the stage. Luckily, you guys could not see the trash talk in the pregame lobby because it was there as well, and maybe a little bit more intense as well. I will talk a little bit on the Godlike roster as well. I think it's so important to really highlight the legendary status of Dasik in the EMEA scene, the amount of time he's been playing TFT at such a high level. He's had obviously a ton of final lobby performances at the TAC Crown. This is now his big chance to be playing in a LAN event, just barely being able to make it 2 days ago. And I think he's really the glue for this team when it comes to the big picture strategy of how they should be adapting in game, how they should be really playing for the stage 4 game plans, and who should be the win-out player, etc. But also Raiko, a player who has grown so much in his results, in his form, in his, how much more competitive he has gotten across the last year.
No, absolutely, and as much as Sappho has been visiting the crown for the first time, Raiko making the crown in Lore and Legend, so he's definitely a player who has been growing as well. You want to bring up, of course, Gobista, the Magic and Mayhem EMEA regional champion. You were saying you've seen a lot of changes in him over recent times. You're really seeing him growing as a competitor and as a person.
That's right. Gobista, all the way back in Set 12 in Magic and Mayhem, he became EMEA champion, but the real change was seeing him finish in that 3rd place position at EWC for TFT last set with the Aegis squad. I think that helped him grow so much, not just as a competitor, but socially, in terms of his own confidence, in terms of becoming more extroverted, making more friendships, joining a prep group with a mix of different countries that are not French. And for the first few times in TFT history, we have a French player teaming with non-French competitors and still finding a ton of success.
All right, let's get game 1 started. Our last series of the day. One of these teams exits the competition, one of them goes on to playoffs. A very tough road remains for whichever team it does survive and gets to crush the other's key. But I think EMEA fans will be very happy however this series falls out. No encounter, Ari and Soraka and a Serpent Stargazer. Let's set the field heading into game 1.
Ari, we already know a lot of extra XP and gold trickling in across the 3 God Boon offerings, which means if you're playing for Fast 9, if you're playing for a birthday reunion, just a Nova Fast 9 board in general, you're going to have a little bit of help coming out from Ari in terms of making it across that line with enough gold to actually assemble your 5-cost board. And on the side of the Serpents, the Stargazer for this game number 1, a very playable constellation for Zaya in particular. And I'm thinking about Sappho, because Sappho across this entire set, one of his comfort picks, one of the strongest comps that he has performed with individually has been that Zaya snipers with the Stargazers.
All right, so as we settle in, we'll be looking, of course, for our first ones to come in. Just while we get set up here, do you want to take, in terms of, you mentioned, of course, the specific composition from the Zaya side. From either of these teams, are there any comps that are most front of mind or techniques of play which we've seen in the tournament so far that we should be keeping at the front of our brains?
We saw the Cho'Gath Lissandra 1-cost reroll from Dalisom in yesterday's game 1 against Vitality. Speaking to Dalisom, he's told me that he thinks this comp is currently underplayed. He thinks that even from some less than stellar positions, he will try and force it if he has enough natural copies of the Cho'Gath and the Lissandra, if it fits kind of the general game plan of his team as a whole.
All right, so we're starting off with Gold. Remember, again, no encounter. Means we're a little lower power than we could be otherwise. Of course, we saw in many series as we have had, our players will be looking for some direction early on. Dasik will commit into that early, but we can see there's some interesting choices being put before Sappho.
Solo play picked up for Revan, probably going to be moving into AP Flex potentially with the Leona. We're seeing frontline foundation from Dasik. Nothing too crazy for now. Two frontline foundations actually also for Dalesom. Pretty generic augments overall. There's not any kind of warping game plans. We talked about and we saw yesterday the Warpath pickup from Godlike. They were playing that so much in qualifiers. We're not seeing it here.
No, and of course it is risky if you can't get the momentum going. In that case, very much could not do so. Let's kick things off with our first official round, one against the other. Two groups of friends with each other.
The Trash Talkers are now facing off in the very first round. I think it won't be the most important fight of the series, but it is a fight nonetheless. And Revan has a very good start here. The solo plate, Maokai, going to be able to hold down the front line. We'll see what players can start angling towards those 5 win streaks that we talked about being so important in terms of setting the stage with the lobby tempo and just the general pressure coming into stage 3.
All right, so it looks like Dalesom managed to score himself the Vanguard emblem. I think we saw Bastion from the other Orgwin coming in, so we're getting a little bit of direction. And Sappho, you mentioned that Lysandra is getting the upgrades. We might be seeing that this game.
Yeah, for Dalesom, pretty generic option to play into just the Shepherd line, the AP Flex Vanguard variation on level 8. He'll be open, he'll be flexible around whatever 4 cost he can hit. We have LeBlanc, of course, we have the Aesol, we have the Karma. So depending on what his team needs from him, he will be adaptable in the stage 4. We do see the Bastion plus 1 from Dasik. Potentially this could move into something like the Corki line if Dasik is playing just for the stability in stage 4.
Yes, and at least doing a sigh of relief. We're not getting a whole bunch of the same emblem as we've seen for a few different games so far. Dasik, though, with a strong off early board, looks like we'll be able to run over Sappho in the other game. We've got the double Archangels on his side, of course, with the enhanced Archangel Orgwin. Feels like a pretty strong commitment early on.
Not really too many big upgrades for Sappho just yet, so I think he's not going to have the strongest game plan for stage 2. With double Archangels, you have a lot of stacking power. The longer the fight goes, as with the Rage Blade, the better your result will be. So you really need to have a lot of frontline upgrades for that plan to work out in stages 2 and 3.
All right, it looks like we've already seen the separation beginning here. So Dasik, the one to carry the win streak for Godlike. For Koi, it's going to be Odessa, Goista, and Dewa down the bottom. We'll be seeing things out for the time being. We'll, of course, keep you guys updated as things develop. I'm really interested to see. We've got the Heavy is the crown for Odessa, so another very aggressive choice from the beginning to maybe keep this win streak intact.
The frontline upgrades are really signaling the Corki as well, because you have the Meeple 2, you have the Poppy 2 here as well. A really strong frontline for stage 2 in general. That being said, we saw Dasik was playing for the Corki potentially as well, so that could be the case where one player from each team kind of mirror each other, try and bring each other down, and whoever outplaces the other gives their team a bit of an advantage coming into the late game.
Yes, he's definitely going to take a lot of the power away. As we see Sappho's actually mix things up a bit. Now the Gwen, the one carrying the Archangels long term. Well, in terms of, I want to kind of hit a bit more just because it's a more unusual line coming out of Sappho. Ideally, where does he end up in this game?
Wherever he wants, maybe, because this is a Gwen 2 on stage 2. All of a sudden, his board has gotten so much stronger. Potentially, he can move into the more just generic and easy path to go from where that Gwen 2 is signaling, which is going to be the Space Groove line with the Nami. You have obviously a very strong front line with the Ornn and just, all the Space Groove units overall with the healing.
All right, so of course we've got the Ari and the Soraka here together. Of course, all of these choices where we've got multiple people choosing. In this case, it's going to just be piling across the Ari. Gold is always good.
Overall, in terms of like the tier list of how good and how appealing some of the God offerings are in stage 2, but really the whole game, I think Ari is one of the most picked because just generically, everyone needs econ to get their game plans going, no matter if you're a reroll player, a fast 8 player, or a fast 9 player. Whereas for Soraka, I think some of her offerings are a little bit underpowered in terms of how appealing they can be. I will say, though, I mentioned it yesterday as well, MKOI in the qualifiers for EMEA, they were in a game plan against M8 where they were very low on HP. They all got a 12 HP heal from Soraka on stage 4, and they won the game because of this. So there's always this, I think, memory for the MKOI players where maybe when they need the HP the most, Soraka will be there to save them.
Yeah, well, especially if they do fall behind early on. Keeping an eye on our streaks. It's looking like we've actually lost all of the win streaks up at the top. So it's down to Gobista and Dewa to keep the money flowing in. Gobo with more of a board than... in fact, the two loss streaks going up against each other, so actually both of them playing more units than I would have expected. Not seeing the open forcing we've seen from other series.
And Gobo most likely going to be signaling playing towards LeBlanc here with the Rage Blade Slam. Has obviously more of an AP-centric board set up. Does have the makeshift armor, which I think is an interesting pickup, especially if you have it from 2-1 onward, because you can already commit, hey, I'm going to try and slam a ton of offensive items, and I'm going to not really focus too much on tank items because I know I'm getting some extra value from my augment to shore up that front line.
Well, you spoke about the Zaya. Raiko is showing his mastery by finding that immediately. The trade sector being picked up and used to great effect. Timebreaker 3 already in place as well to double down on those rerolls and make sure he can hit even more great stuff.
If I think of Raiko as a player historically in TFT, I think about scaling backline AD carries. It was Ashe all the way back with the Duelist line a few sets ago. It was obviously Yunara last set with the Ionia line that he was so prevalent on, one of the one-tricks across the TPC, and now we're seeing him here again on that Kraken carry with the Zaya this early on in Stage 2, really giving him clear direction for his game plan.
And well, we mentioned the win streaks had already collapsed in this game. That's not the case for Raiko. He didn't win from the very beginning of the game. He's very much stepping up for Godlike right now. This board is so good and runs right through Dasik, his teammate, in a hurry. Down at the bottom, of course, Gobo's still the one to maintain his loss streak. So Gold as a whole, we're going to need more and more from the RE to keep this lobby funded.
All in all, we are seeing Godlike a little bit on the lower side when it comes to HP. We'll see how those things will change around in Stage 3. As you mentioned, I think there's going to be some kind of late win streakers at the end of Stage 2 with the Raiko find on the Zaya, with the later find from Sapo on the Gwen 2 in particular. We're seeing he's now on that 3-win streak. I think Sapo has a chance to, if he finds some frontline upgrades, start playing for just high tempo, leveling early, and really pressuring the lobby in Stage 3.
It'll be fascinating to see how this develops long term. Gobo's still, I think, quite happy, and also finds a whole bundle of gold there. Of course, the makeshift ups you mentioned before, giving him a lot more effective on-board power. So it's fascinating to kind of see this combination of slammed items, a combat augment that is relevant right now, and still maintaining a full loss streak.
And Gobo, of course, has the Leona print Arbiter, where we're seeing already 5 copies here. Is going to have a chance to play for a lot of stability once he does hit that Leona 3, not just now on Stage 3, but also on Stage 4, pairing it alongside the future LeBlanc. We're seeing the anvils here. I think Gobo, smartly enough, says, hey, I'm on a 5-lose streak. I don't need to have any urgency with making any slams. He could consider holding onto the anvil, seeing what he gets from his 3-2 augment round, and then committing one way or another. But he is facing Sapo. He says, hey, I might be able to win this fight. I'm going to slam early. If he were to face a teammate, I most assuredly think he would not be slamming these items.
Let's see, yes, so Sapo coming on the 3-round win streak. Movistar Kai all kind of in the middle and upper part of the table without too much of the streaks themselves. Sapo with a 3-round streak. He's only a step behind Raiko, and it looks like Sapo's going to be good enough that you mentioned the Gwen. Of course, once the rounds stack up, you've got the Enhanced Archangel kicking with even more mana regen. It's going to be very hard to win those long rounds against him.
Saw the holds there on Gobo's bench. Most likely this indicates that Revan will be playing towards the Akali Jax comp that we've been seeing terrorize most of our series across these 3 days of competition here at EWC. Silver Augments coming through on 3-2. Not too crazy, not too spicy, outside of maybe a recombobulator, but I assume that will not be the pickup for any of our players.
Well, we'll see if anyone's feeling that spicy enough, but it feels like right now we don't have anyone kind of really crazily running away with the game, so it feels less necessary to go all out immediately. As you said, these teams know each other very well. Even so, that we're going to have a little bit of a feeling out process here in Game 1 to see where everybody's head is at. But that Revan, mentioned it before, with the Nova Emerald coming in, immediately activates the Akali. That's a big spike in power.
A really strong setup here. We talked about Akali being strong by herself, but when you have the Nova Emblem, if you find an early Vex on level 7 or level 8, your comp goes from a strong reroll comp to a comp that can actually win games with the duo and the trio carry setup with the Kindred as well. So Revan signaling to the rest of the lobby, I'm certainly playing Akali, and this allows Godlike to start holding copies of this unit if they want to deny the 3-star.
Up against Dallasum in this round, of course, you mentioned before, we've got the Vanguard emblem in place. A pretty solid board, but Dallasum at this point defending a loss streak. We are generally seeing this lobby overall, that our teams, we've seen in our previous ones again, open forcing, very much trying to deny as much as possible. In this case, our players playing much more aggressively, but still Dallasum again, with a lot of slams, still managing to keep that loss streak going.
We're seeing the augments here on the left. In terms of silver augments, I think that is someone who's gotten the best combat power augment for the AP Flex line, which is boxing lessons. You have so much frontline units. You have obviously the spawns coming in as well, counting for boxing lessons, and it allows you to get so much more stability in stage 4, especially off of a silver augment, right? You're getting so much extra combat power.
Well, we should check in with Daisy. We're seeing one of the more bold moves you can make in 4v4, which is going for Anima. Of course, we have seen some people make this work with the deeper cash outs, but what's the kind of feeling on Anima in this particular matchup?
Most likely just looking for some small cash out, a little bit of extra resources. If you're losing these rounds anyway, you might as well get something for it. That's the idea from Basic. And it's also a quite late Anima, so you're not really going to stack up the 400. But in the cases where you are close to doing so, it forces the opposing team to maybe open for it where they wouldn't want to. And I think it's a really interesting meta play here from Basic.
As of this round, I think this is about to change. Odessa and Sappho, I believe one of them at least lost their win streak. No, both of them lost their win streaks. It was looking very good for Koi as we come into our second boon. Divine Investment's going to feel a little tempting as well. We're all about building big piles of money.
Pretty slow option. I think not the most appealing of God Offerings, not the most impactful coming into the stage 3 here. But talking about impact, the Zaya that we saw from Raiko in stage 2, we're seeing the work it has been putting in for the Italian player, for Godlike as a whole. Raiko now leading the HP totals. Maybe the player that can sack some of his HP in the later stages of the game to allow other players from his team to just have more time to stall, to reach their high caps.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've been impressed across the whole of the day seeing how much of a difference it makes when teams able to work this as they find a Nami out of the orb.
Not just a Nami, I mean, it's a Nami pair already for Basic. We mentioned maybe a Corgi Meeple line, but I think this will maybe almost certainly be a Space Group line, all things considered. We saw Milk yesterday, for example, rolling down 80 gold, not finding a single copy of Nami. Dasic already has 2 of them on level 7, having not rolled at all, and he's fairly rich as well because of the loss streak.
He'll go up against Talasom in this round, one of our remaining loss streaking players. Again, we know streaks have not been maintained super long in this lobby. Right now, Talasom and Dasic are keeping it up. It does mean overall the HP in the lobby is looking pretty good across the board. We're not seeing anybody really dropping down super far. Dasic, of course, the lowest, but not by much.
And for Dasic, the expected spike, I think, will be going through almost no matter what. When it comes to the Nami 2, the next big spike is the Blitz 2. If Dasic can find a Blitz 2 on 8, or he can find it early on when he's able to go 9, he can definitely become the win-out player, bouncing back from this last place currently into a potential first place at the very end of this game. So Blitz, as always, I think in every game we've seen this tournament, is going to be a hotly contested unit coming into stage 4 and 5.
Let's try and bring these disparate pieces together. Can you lay out for me kind of what you're seeing in terms of overall team game plan heading now into the latter half of the game?
We're seeing Sappho here, and for a very good reason. He seems to be the Space Group contester up against Dasic. That being said, he is keeping an option open of having a potential Gwen 3 come in as a duo carry alongside the Nami. If you miss the Nami upgrade because there are quite a few already out of the pool, you can say, hey, maybe on my roll down I high roll a few Gwens. I can use that for a bit in stage 4, find the Nami later on, find the Blitz later on as well. So right away, 2 key players on each of the teams will be trying to play for the Space Group line.
As we said before, being able to take the power away from each other does limit your ability to win out the game, but certainly wins out, or limiting the ability of the opposing team as well. Sappho takes the hit there. Raiko on the right-hand side, and the scoreboard we see is rising to prominence once again. The Italian player, of course, said, is starting to grow himself, as Dasic will be catching out and moving out. It's immediately gets the entire board online. It's going to start putting some pedal to the metal.
He does not want to wait to roll down. He wants to roll before Sappho rolls down. And why is this important? If Dasic hits the Nami 2 quickly, he can tell his team, hey guys, I already have my Nami 2. When you guys roll down on 4-1, everyone start holding Nami. Usually his team could not do this because they need to allow Dasic to hit his carry, right? But in this case, the early roll down could be extremely important for Godlike to take over the game 4.
And these are the kind of decisions that will be broken down after the fact by teams looking to try and make their 4v4 gameplay even stronger. There's the Nami 2 set, and the Morgana 2 as well. So we'll keep an eye out for Godlike if they do decide to try and punish and monopolize. Again, we've got 3 other players who could potentially pull their bank balance into just ruining one of their opponent's games.
The Samira is also being held by both Dasic and Raiko. Raiko's on Nunu pair as well. He still has a few roles to work with thanks to the trade sector, but Raiko looks incredibly strong. The 4-win streak now. And we're seeing now Raiko versus Dasic.
Oh.
Unfortunately, no items removed just yet, but I think Dasic might be strong enough now that he has both the Morgana 2 in the front line and the Nami 2 in that back line.
And you don't feel too bad about that at all. Certainly Raiko's got enough HP to share around the squad. So, yep, Dasic is officially arrived onto the scene. Tam Kench, of course, doing a fantastic job with that Bastion emblem up on the front line. We want to see how this develops long term. Of course, we've got Gobista on the lower HP bands. You know, while we've got like pulling together their plan, they do need to be a little bit cautious they don't drop too far in HP.
HP is still in favor of MKOI for now. We'll have to check out the MKOI boards and what they look like across this 4-2 roll down. In particular, we've seen most of the spots now for Godlike. We understand where they are in terms of their board strength and the expectations for them in the stage 4. We'll have to see now how MKOI looks. Did they miss on the roll downs? Does the early Nami contest from Dasic affect Safo? Looking at Revan, he's rolling on 8. He has found a Vex. We do have a Nova emblem, so pretty good news in terms of this Akali Vex duo carry setup.
I do want to kind of bring this up as a general kind of looking at point, because we've seen this kind of situation.
Uh-oh, not a single Nami has been found by Safo, and if I'm reading that right, he is on exactly 0 gold. Donkey rolling will be the name of the game for Safo across stage 4, and this is fairly bad news. We'll see if the row carries with the Riven and the Gwen will be enough to get some wins in stage 4 regardless.
Yes, Gwen's certainly doing a good enough job. I want to go back to the previous point here. We've seen a lot of games like this before. You know, Raiko, he's at the top for the Godlike squad, but we've got MKOI kind of caught in the middle, sandwiched between the two halves of the team. From what I've seen so far, this generally isn't great news for a squad overall.
I think it's less about the HP and just the projection of the boards and the projection of the roll downs, and we're seeing how much further ahead the Godlike seems to be with their econ and the amount of hits they have already. We're looking even at someone like Odessa here. He has still just the Rammus pair. He hasn't been able to upgrade the Rammus or the Corki, and he's also getting pretty close to 0 gold still on the Mighty Mech pair as well. Did not find any extra econ from his augment ability outside of the team building on 3-2, so it's a risky play from MKOI. If they hit regardless, fantastic, but if all of a sudden everyone on MKOI is missing their key upgrades, they're going to start bleeding HP like crazy in stage 4.
Odessa does manage to find an upgrade to the Mighty Mech, and we've got the Meeple 7 online for that little bit of extra cash in the pocket. So we'll see how far he can take this one up against Revan in this round, who again is looking to be just a sack of HP the team could call upon. Right now, well, I mean, you're right, we have not got the board we're necessarily looking for in the immediate. Odessa's looking pretty strong, but it looks like we've got enough damage coming out of the Akali, even at 2-star, to rip through.
And that has been really the name of the game in this tournament. Akali, even just 2-star, is doing a lot of work with the Gunblade, with the healing, with the Vex as a duo carry as well. Looking at the gold totals, I mean, pretty much everyone has rolled to 0 gold. A lot of pressure across the entire lobby. It's just Raiko who is on that kind of pretty greedy and just pretty high roll situation where he's hit most of his board and he's able to push to level 9 potentially.
Yeah, already had Zaya, the Jin, the Guild is still for a little bit of extra strength, and the trade sector, of course, you talked about before, and we've talked about in many other games, the ability to just have those extra rerolls at high levels can be devastating for opponents who are looking to try and play the same units as you. Again, looking at the field, we also
Gobo now, he was just able to hit the LeBlanc, so that is one more player from Godlike who's going to be in a pretty good position. The front line is there. We have, of course, the Leona 3 that has been printed off of the Arbiter effect. We also have the Blitz duo carry online for Gobo, so a pretty strong board. I think he's someone who's going to be able to stabilize these last few fights, especially against Odessa, who I believe just barely was able to hit the Corki 2.
Oh yes, we can see it on the top left of the board at the moment. You want to draw eyes to the top right though, just to see how Delisum does against Dasic in this round. Delisum definitely the guardian of moving further up the table. He's got the Shepherd board, you mentioned the Vanguard emblem, running a little bit more tankiness for LeBlanc. It's going to be close, but the Nami is good enough. And that means things are going to start getting spicy very quickly.
And Delisum also has hit the LeBlanc 2 as well, so a great roll down on 4 or 5 from most players who urgently needed to find their upgrade. That being said, for Dalesom, I mean, currently 23 HP, 8th in the standings. The front line is not looking too hot. There's no Leona 3. The Nunu is just a 1-star Nunu. It doesn't really have the mana items that Nunu wants, and we don't have a truly solid main tank. The boxing license is helping a little bit, but is it going to be enough to withstand the DPS coming out from most of the boards here in Stage 4?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. Go up against, of course, the Seraphim stuff board from before. We do see the Archangels have ended up on the Nami. Eventually, even if it had to be a 1-star Nami, there is some inevitability to this board, but you say, I thought Dalesom would do better in his previous round. I think in this one, he will be fine. Sappho, again, with enough HP to donate. The LeBlanc actually gets overrun. It looks like even with the 1-star Nami, it's still too much. Dalesom getting dangerously low.
14 HP could still be 1 life on Stage 4, but potentially not on Stage 5. And Raiko, he's the player being targeted by everyone on MKOI. We saw 2 copies of Xayah being held on Sappho's board, 1 from Dalesom, 1 from Odessa, and Raiko is still on the paired Xayah. This was the strongest player coming into Stage 4, and everyone from MKOI said, hey, this is the guy we need to hit. We need to hold all the copies of his main carry. If he can't hit the Xayah too, he might continue bleeding out.
Well, he is up to level 9. Has a chance to get a little bit more power in the ball, but to see the shops are mostly being bare. We'll at least get the Blitzcrank into the mix. Dasik on the right-hand side, of course, moving up into a more prominent position, has 2 Blitzcranks himself. Of course, we know how powerful the upgrade will be if it does arrive.
And Dasik and Raiko, they both got 9. Raiko did not roll heavily on 8. I think he considered he would just hit the Xayah for free, and this is maybe why MKOI has targeted him. He is able to fit really the full capped board from this Stargazer line with the Serpent, with the Jhin, and the Blitz both coming in as duo and trio carries. If he can high roll the Xayah 2, despite the griefing coming out from MKOI, I think Raiko will be incredibly strong, especially with the Gilded Steel pickup, a great augment for this exact board. If he can't hit the Xayah, though, I mean, look where the items are. They're on this 1-star unit.
Yeah, not ideal at all, but I do want to bring up the current situation which we got on the right-hand side. You know, Godlike are currently sandwiched between the two. They somehow got the win streak and the loss streak. Dasik and Raiko Mastery. They've got the income coming in where everyone else is floundering. I'm so fascinated to see where this goes for Godlike longer term, because we've got MKOI members all in the top 3 right now. Dalesom, if he can start to pick things up, then maybe things can change. The Nunu is good. We've got the hit into the backside. Raiko loses the backline carry. The block gets distracted, but Dalesom finally turns it. He needed that win.
He found the Nunu too. It's one of the most important fights of the game between Raiko and Dalesom, because Raiko now is on his last life, his last chance, his last rolls to try and find the Xayah 2. And I believe he has found it. We're seeing it there pop up. So can Raiko turn this into an 8 HP and a dream situation? His team absolutely needs him to start winning some fights in the Stage 5 here.
We said this would be a close matchup. We are seeing across both teams sharing every single position between them. They've been fighting tooth and nail from beginning to end. The question is, where does the damage land? This will be the round.
Items off from Gobo. Only the Rage Blade is slammed onto the LeBlanc to try and make this a cleaner loss, but Raiko needs to stay alive. Gobo has thrown a lifesaver over to his teammate and says, you know what, I got you for this fight, but it's up to you in 5-3.
Should be a small enough loss, and we get to see a little taste of the power unleashed. Gobo does go there, oh my goodness!
Calculated loss if I've ever seen one.
1 HP, the dreams must be big today. That leaves Godlike with 2 members who are on the barest sliver of life. Revan and Dalesom, though, of course, not looking too much better. Dalesom does have the win streak. Revan hits the 2-star Vex. We've got another injection of power to the lobby.
This could be the round that decides it all for this game 1. 4 players, 2 from each team, are on their last life. That being said, a bit of HP in favor of Revan and Dalesom over Raiko and Gobo. If they all take losses, a little bit of advantage for MKOI here with the extra HP.
We have got Revan going against the opponent Gobista, and a Raiko up against Daisy. Will stay with Gobista for this one. We can see, of course, in the backside, that's Vex 2 from before, extremely strong. David, if you keep an eye on the right-hand side as things progress here, Gobista's front line seems to be holding well enough. The damage, the pointed damage is good enough, and Vex does not scale. Revan takes the hit.
And Raiko is getting a free win up against Dasek, who has removed his items from his carry. So Revan, despite hitting the upgrade on the Vex, despite the strength of this Akali comp across the tournament, ends up going 8th. The trash talk not quite paying off against Godlike. We'll see how Revan can bounce back in game 2, but for now, his team is very much alive still. Daresom, Odessa, and Safo are still in contention, and they're looking quite healthy at the top of the standings.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, with all the circumstances to have when your teammates go in 8th place, when everybody else is relatively above the line, but it's not a long distance at all.
All 4 Godlike players are on 1 life potentially. This could be a truly game-deciding 5-5 fight coming up for all of our competitors. It will be Gobuster up against Odessa, the Meeple King, playing all the different variations of Corki, but in this case, Gnar as a star carry, and it will be Raiko up against Safo on the Nami carry, finally 2-star. Can the Xayah hang for Raiko?
Odessa has got the upgrades on the Gnar, which means he's going to be hitting very hard. Heavy the crown, but the ball will collapse in short order. Gobuster stays alive on the right-hand side. Raiko Mastery will not. So we're going to be seeing a trade of players.
Raiko does go down. The Nami bombs come through onto the back line. Dasik is out. Dehua is out again. It's a blowout win for MKOI in the game 1. I said the round would be explosive, and we were not kidding. What a round for MKOI.
That just all collapsed in a hurry, and I think we see the extension, the logical end of donating your HP to each other, as we've seen in so many games. It can end in a hurry. What a fantastic start to the series. As we've seen from before from Koi, they are cool as a cucumber when it comes to victory or loss. We're seeing already the discussion start the moment the last result lands in.
That is I'm asking Revan, why did you go 8th, man? We needed to go 1, 2, 3, and 4 to really show the dominance in this game 1. Godlike, of course, they have to think, they have to strategize. How do we bounce back? Raiko, targeted by MKOI, suffered so much in stage 4 despite having the Xayah all the way as early as stage 2. We thought his game plan looked fantastic, but this is the magic of 4v4. You have 4 distinct players working together to try and target grief 1 player. Usually, they'll succeed.
Regular thing, came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
So the age-old question was Movistar Koi better at ping pong or TFT? Well, it seems maybe a little bit of both at this point, as they now lead 1-0 in the series, forcing Godlike to come back. Now, Godlike has been phenomenal up until this point, but maybe the brick wall that they're running into could in fact be Movistar Koi. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Nobler, Stuart, Hoope, good to see you both. Okay, check it out. Movistar Koi dominate map number 1. We've had 2-0s all day today. Stuart, is this going to be another one?
It was a close first game, I have to say. I think this was probably the closest out of the wall. It was the most exciting game. There was no crazy loss streaks. There was no crazy, win-out players, I think, overall in the end. I think it was just a well-thought-out victory for MKOI. If they carry on this in game number 2 as well, we could be seeing another 2-0.
The power of friendship we were talking about. Everyone in MKOI griefing the Xayah from Raiko to make sure he went 8th place. In the end, Revan was the one taking the 8th, but he played also great. He played different, even though he had the possibility to cap out. So that's exactly what we want to see here, Reflections.
Let's go back to the very start where it all began between these two. Who was, or at least I guess now we'll go to the ends, right? And then we'll go to the start. From this point forward, though, how did Movistar Koi get to the moment where they were finally able to secure the victory?
Yeah, like Hoope was saying, I mean, the casters point out perfectly as well. The denial for Raiko early on. We saw Raiko early on get an early Xayah on his board, which had him early direction. There was a lot of direction overall for all the members of of Godlike. We had Dasik as well, getting the Nami from the gift from Gods. So it meant that he was able to get an early Nami too. But I think Koi played the game out perfectly to be able to cap their board out more. When we have a more normal game, I guess, of TFT in a 4v4 environment, it's all about who can cap out their board more, who can find the direction and the moments that they need during this.
As far as taking one player and taking into account, like, we need to take him out, who was soloed out by the roster on the opposite side?
Yeah, I mean, the three of them. Three of the players were totally focusing. And what happens when you do that? You pressure the lobby, you make sure someone's low. And the problem with Godlike is that Gobuster also was low in HP. So friendly fire is a thing now in 4v4. So even something that hasn't happened in the past happened now, that a friend hit the other one and then Movistar Coin made the double kill and it all exploded in one round.
Yeah, and if you look at even before that as well, like at the early stages, I think, you know, Godlike had the early streaks. They had the 5 loss streak from Gobo, who had the Leona print in. Raiko had the early, obviously, as we know, the early Zion stage 2 had the 4 win streak that was able to carry on during the early stage 3 as well. And yeah, you can see the facial reactions as well. I mean, these are both teams as well that have competed against each other, not only in 4 versus 4 and probably, you know, practiced with one another, but have also played against each other a lot in 1 versus 1 environments as well, both these EMEA rosters. So they know how each other play, they know what they're like as well. But yeah, I think this game all came down to being able to cancel out Raiko and not hit Zai too early on.
And Movistar Koi started once again as not the favorite, but they already did it yesterday. They beat Vitality. It was one of the giants coming in from the Americas, so Koi is prepared. They are doing the favors. Safo is doing great for the team. And now on the back end, Godlike, we see Dohua totally griefing here and in a bad spot, and they really need to pop off in the next game.
I'm seeing so many emotions. I think this is probably the most emotional matchup in terms of looking at the players. Both of course, intense moments, but also for the pop-offs. Why are these two teams so passionate to beat one another?
I mean, it's just the EMEA rivalry, I think. I mean, both teams have some of the strongest EMEA players and some of the most passionate as well. You know, you think of Spain as a community and TFT, they're some of the most passionate. They haven't really been at the top of EMEA in terms of solo play for quite some time. But when they get a team behind them, when the community has someone behind them, then they can just be so passionate.
It's insane, though. I mean, even just in our interviews, like, for example, with Kitty, right? I mean, the trash talk is there, ping pong, TFT, but on stage as well. The pre-match interview on the stage before they even started playing definitely is one of the spiciest matchups we've had today. Let's take a look at some of the comments from the chat as they were watching. Again, I was looking at it. They were favoring Godlike quite a bit. Odessa MVP, I doubted him. Wonder Roots, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be doing that again.
Yeah, I mean, Odessa is a wildcard in the team, and he's played, he got it for a reason, especially because he's a team player, and he can always perform and support for the team.
What do I do? I want both of these teams to win, Austin Dev says. I mean, honestly, it can't really help him, Stuart.
I mean, it's the same as me. I'm the EMEA representative as well. You got 2 EMEA teams, you know, battling out. Only one of them can make it to quarterfinals.
At least better at ping pong. I guess that's a reference to Godlike. Yeah, hey, you gotta win where I guess you can. Going back to the second comment, hey, I guess both teams can win in a way, right? One wins at ping pong, the other one wins at TFT. But reality is, all trash talk aside, look, it's still on, and Godlike has a very real chance to come back. They have played incredibly well, but at the end of the day, it's up to Godlike to come back. Now, there are other games taking place all around the EWC venue, and Trav had a chance to catch up on stage 3.
We're well into the group stages in TFT, but I've managed to get away to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet with Chris, who's going to talk us through a little bit of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Obviously, it's really early in the competition still, but have we got any progressions when it comes to the Club Championship?
I mean, the big one, we've got a lot going on already. We've got a really good crowd, actually, for just being a couple of days in. It's been really enjoyable. I know you would have had a lot of love off the MLB fandom, if you like, over the last week when you did have MWI in. But yeah, for us, I think, you know, one of the big things we were looking at, Club Championship-wise, was the favourites in the tournament. Team Liquid coming into this as our champions, expected to go on and really progress in this tournament. Okay, it's just group stages, but they lost their first game 2-0 against Aurora, another team who have actually not been doing too bad Club Championship-wise. They're kind of in the mix. Probably not got enough going on, I want to say, to go on to win it. But they're a team who really have upset Liquid. But Aurora are a big fan favorite. A lot of the fans really like what they're doing, like a lot of the players that are on the team who have always seemed to have that potential. That potential may well be getting fulfilled this week.
Yeah, well, it seems like Team Liquid really haven't got going in the Club Championship so far, but we'll see if that progresses over the next week or so.
We were there.
for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. I never realized you look so similar to Ton. Hey, there's a lot happening at EWC, not only at our stages, but also with the EWC Play.
Play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
For the final series of the day, Movie Star Koi strike first. They're up 1-0, forcing Godlike to come back. Can they do it? Let's head to the stage.
The many faces of victory and defeat as we head into game 2. Movie Star Koi win the first battle, but we've still got potentially 2 more games to go. One team leaves the competition at the end of this series. Right now, Koi have the advantage, but of course, between games, David, the plots and plans will be put together, particularly from Godlike.
It was all smiles, trash talk, and, you know, a lot of funny stuff being said before the series started, but now the Godlike is 1-0 down with their backs against the wall. We're not seeing any smiles on their faces. They have to start getting seriously. They have, well, Gobo's still laughing, actually, so maybe I'm mistaken. But they have to lock in for the comeback here. They have to try and force a Game 3 in this series. I think Godlike is a team that really has not really played from behind, especially looking at the EMEA qualifiers in particular. They dominated across the region. We'll see how they can do so in this game 2.
All right, let's head into game 2. This could be the end of the line for Godlike Esports. Starting off with Ari and with ASOL. So we've got a lot of high potential in the lobby. Howling Abyss means we'll be seeing a lot of free one-cots and Fountain Stargazers. So a pretty different environment than we're seeing before.
5 extra units worth of gold here, 5 extra one cost means that something like Alessandra Cho that we talked about a lot could be played here from someone like Dalesom, or just MKOI as a whole, considering they really do value this comp a little bit extra. Looking at the gods in particular, Ari, we mentioned it last game, just a lot of extra economy that will help out really any strategy in TFT. But for ASOL, the god of wonder, the god of quests, we could be seeing a trait quest on stage 2, which can open up some crazy high rolls like a 10 meeple version 2.0 potentially in this series, or maybe even just opening up the vertical lines on Darkstar, on Space Groove. The Nova emblem as well can be so impactful.
So, you know, of course, the desk has done a wonderful job of this already, but for anyone just tuning in for game 2, what are your kind of biggest takeaways from the first game that, again, we should keep front of mind heading into game 2?
It was so close. I mean, even though it was a blowout win in the end, we saw how many players were on 1 life. I think Koi did a very good job of preserving HP and punishing Godlike for losing a ton of HP in stage 4. I think players like Raiko took a bit of a gamble in terms of not rolling first for the Xayah on 8, instead playing for the win out, pushing straight to 9, and then getting punished for it by not finding the Xayah 2 until the very end, where it was a little bit too late. So we'll see how players handle their HP in particular. I think the most important resource, especially in 4v4.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As we've seen before, once you get that all-commanding lead, you can absolutely run away with things. Keep an eye out for any of our players who might have promise in the early going. A 2-star talent, of course. I imagine we'll be seeing a lot of these 2 stars in place for our one cost. thanks to this being the Howling Abyss. So perhaps we'll be seeing some more harsh losses coming in early.
We'll see what Odessa can make of his 2-1 augment. Usually the player on MKOI who kind of fills whatever is left over when the rest of the players have chosen their path. He's the Flex Master, the Meeple Master on MKOI. Has the option to play for the loose streak angle with a Calcloss into potentially a Corki line or any kind of explosive 4-cost board where if you hit your upgrades, you're online, you're stable in stage 4, or the reroll angle for the treasure hunt potentially into the Akali.
Well, looks like Revan is wants to get a little early on all of those potential emblems. Goes for the spreading routes, and we've got some very high power augments across the rest of the lobby as well.
As I mentioned, Odessa always the last pick on the game plan. He's always trying to shore up whatever weakness there is for his team. This is why he is valued so highly. It will be Frontline Foundation at the very end. The NAS is coming through for Odessa. Biggest augment to talk about that we saw on the side there was the birthday reunion pickup from Raiko. Raiko on Godlike has been known to be the clutch player, the win-out player, the player who out of thin air gets a win for his team and really is the clutch master for Godlike.
Oh yeah, I mean that's such a ludicrous amount of power long term. As we settle in here at stage 1, we see of course we've got a few more emblems coming as well. Odessa with the Vanguard emblem. So we've got such an interesting situation here where we might end up, again, you mentioned the Meeple, which didn't fully materialize in our previous encounter with it. We still have very high potential if we do end up with that trade quest.
An appealing shop here for Raiko. His augment is telling him to go one direction, but his shop and his board is telling him the other. You can't obviously quite play for Cho'Gath 3 when you have Birthday Reunion because you're playing for a Fast 9 strategy, not a 1-cost reroll, but had a really strong setup there with a Cho 2 and the Rek'Sai 2 if he was playing for a win streak. If there are any 1-cost Cho'Gath players from MKOI at the very least, he can hold those extra copies.
Checking in with Dalasum. We can see he's got the Infinity Force early on and a 2-star Akali. This has been a fantastic marker for teams all across the competition to make an absolute ruination. A very strong high-cost board overall. Should be able to clean this one up, though it does get a little spicy towards the tail end. The tank's the last one left standing, but from Dalasum's early going, looking very promising.
The CC from the Samira targeting early into the Kali almost punished Dalasum there, but not quite enough. The Urgot able to clean up. I think it's not crazy to say that Dalasum most likely will be the 5-win streak player here for MKOI. A very good position to be in if you are this Spanish squad. You're 1-0 up in the series. You're starting things off pretty damn hot. 3 players on 2 wins and Odessa on 1 win. So already the HP just 2 rounds in, quite in favor of MKOI.
That's absolutely wild. I don't think we've even seen that before. An entire team from Godlike, of course, on the lost streaks as well. That's a very awkward situation to try and navigate with, especially when you're dropping HP, trying to figure out which one of you will be the best equipped to carry forwards.
And Raiko, I think it's understandable he is on the lose streak, considering that he might be playing more for just the high econ to just try and make it to 9, especially with Ari being one of the gods right now in this game too. It's why he maybe even picked the Birthday Reunion, knowing he's going to have that extra little bit of a boost of econ to formulate his game plan.
Certainly keeping the loss streak for the time being. You see, of course, how far moves like Koi will be able to take their win streaks. Of course, sooner or later, as you see there, they'll have to apply against each other. Sap and Dalasum with the early control. And hey, we call for it, it happens. Trait Quest is here. The power level of the lobby is surely going to shoot right up.
In the less competent player's hands, maybe Trait Quest is hard to play around. It's, a random emblem. How do you adapt in time? But with this caliber of competitors on the stage for EWC, this is what it's all about. They want to get any amount of resources that can really give them a huge spike. It's one of the strongest, just pure value options from a stage 2 God offering, and they can definitely adapt around whatever they're given, or in the worst case scenario, just reforge.
But it looks like in this case, of course, you've got to bear in mind, Revan, actually the only one who didn't take the Trait Quest, because of course he's got enough emblems we work with already. Meeple and Bastion put together. I can see why you say, you know what, I'm not going to high roll any more than this.
We'll have a really easy time playing into potentially the Corki line, taking away the Meeple strategy from Odessa direction that you can't quite change with, emblems that synergize so well already. You don't want to add another random emblem because it's very unlikely that emblem will actually help your comp out.
All right, we have got a few more bits and pieces to pick up before we go too much further, but I do want to take a section just to mention Sappho, of course, with the bodyguard, very much incentivized to push those levels early and keep the streak for the squad. Dallasum as well on the streak, as we mentioned before. Movistar Koi with an absolutely astounding early start to the game. David, you're talking about keeping the HP intact. They've done that very well. Dasik takes the hit. And so far, so good. Remember again, Koi, they've got themselves a one-game advantage in this best-of-3 series. This is potentially match point.
We are seeing that treasure hunt pickup from GoBooster, so maybe understandably on a 4-loss streak, considering that this is a player who will be spiking specifically on the 3-2 round. You level to 6, you roll, you hit your first treasure hunt proc, and that little bit of extra resources plus the roll down usually does help you become that win streaking player in stage 3. So it's all about when these different players spike, when they try and take over the pressure of the lobby.
All right, can you check in on some of the Godlike players? I believe the 2 remaining lost streak players almost certainly left in, because certainly all 4 of them starting off that way, but need to try and navigate a game that's not come out of the gate swinging. In fact, they'll face off against each other, insult after insult for Godlike. I don't think this could have started much worse.
I will say I think Raiko has a weirdly strong board for a 4-loss streak. He does have a Jinx 2 now as well, the Cho'Gath 2 as well, so if anyone had to take the win here and maybe start a win streak going into stage 3, it could just be Raiko.
And we'll absolutely do that. We'll just see if Sappho and Dallasum manage to keep their streaks as we check in with Dewa, who did, of course, pick up a more unusual emblem. We've got the Sniper emblem in place, so getting to hopefully see something quite different.
A bit of a loss there for Dehua. Really clutch final win from Odessa with just a TF left alive. Clutching it up against a 2-star Samira. Very surprising to see this early on for Dehua, especially with a Sniper emblem.
Yeah, really fascinating. Again, hopefully he can make something work for it. But so, you know, again, Godlike have not had the best start to a must-win second game here. If you're in the kind of position they are in here, you've at least got the loss streak. But that's really the only good news coming out of stage 2. Where can they go from here to try and recover the game and push for a game 3?
It's too early to read into the stage 2 in terms of the projection of the game, because some of the players here, this is what they're expecting, right? Someone like GoBooster with Treasure Hunt, he is going to lose the first 6 rounds of the game most of the time. If he spikes on 3-2 and he still loses, that's when you have to start getting worried if you're a Godlike fan. For Raiko, a similar case scenario. If he starts truly strengthening his board and he continues to lose in stage 3, that's when we should be concerned about Godlike's HP.
Well, stage 3 is where we're at right now with just Sappho in control of the win streak. Dallasum taking a need to step out of the way of one of the best prospects coming out of Spain right now. Of course, if you were not here yesterday, you wouldn't have seen him absolutely clutching it out when the moment came true. GoBooster, though, will go up against Dasik in this round. Dasik on a small loss streak of his own, so we'll have to give that up, because GoBooster has got the brewing treasure hunt. He wants to make sure that he will bring that online as soon as is humanly possible.
And this next round will be the spike round for Gobo. We'll see if his 3-2 augment will allow him to give him that next extra little push in terms of item, in terms of combat power, to really turn this 6 loss around. It will be just a silver augment coming through for Gobo. Electrocharge, a fairly good combat power option, but will go for the size matters instead. A pretty easy augment to proc with the Maokai in particular.
All right, so this is the moment, as you said, when we see, hopefully...
Wow, the Kindred on level 6, just a few rolls in. This is the kind of high roll down Gobo was looking forward to on 3-2.
Well, I mean, this is exactly what we're hoping for from them. Things have been looking kind of rough for a while. Dallasum, of course, one of the reasons why that has been happening. You can see almost identical boards on both sides of the equation. I mean, again, all tournament long we've been seeing this again and again. You cannot allow the Akali 3, but Akali 2 is still an absolute menace.
4 copies of Akali for Gobo, 5 copies of Akali for Dallasum. That's going to be one of the contested lines. Of course, we've been seeing more and more. The Akali is not really the only star of the show for this Nova board. Players are not really rolling heavily on 6 just for the Akali. They're instead pushing levels and saying, hey, if I hit the Akali, fantastic. If I don't, I can play around the Kindred or the Vex later on as well.
What we've got right now, of course, we need to check back in with Revan, who's got the Meeple Emblem, and the Bastion as well, has managed to pick up a Vega and Lissandra to do the early item carry. You can see, of course, 80 items have already been slammed to change things up fairly soon. But even with a far less than optimal board, we can see that Revan is already very strong.
O'Reilly has a Death Blade as well, and the Last Whisper, two of the key items for the Corki line in particular. An early Riven, once again for Raiko the Magician. Usually it's because he sells his board, but in this case because he's spawning key forecasts across these first two games. Has an Acel in the shop as well, already level 7 at 30 gold. I think he's leveled early to 7 because he can feel the pressure. I think he's learned from the mistakes of what happened in the game 1, where they lost too much HP going into stage 4. Raiko is trying to preserve the HP early.
Yeah, it's so incredibly important to make sure that happens. As I said, we've seen the adjustments. I'm really curious to see how much that adjustment makes a difference here, because ultimately we're still left in a similar position as we saw in game 1, where most of Godlike are towards the bottom of the table. Koi taking a lot of the momentum, but as you said, Raiko's got a good enough board to at least start pushing forwards and getting some ground. No more win streaks left in place. Revan is still very strong. Sappho will go up against Revan in this round to see who wants to take the streak. It looks like Sappho's ready to move forward in the immediate.
A fairly good loss nonetheless. Little HP being taken away by the teammates here. We're seeing our God offerings. It will be rolls from Ari. It won't be straight gold injection. Maybe not as ideal for someone like Raiko, who's trying to make it to 9 to get that Birthday Runion, to get that 5 cost to play around. The earlier you can make it there as well. If you hit something like a Grace, for example, we saw yesterday from Milk, the earlier you get it online and scaling, the better. So ideally, I think Raiko will be aiming for a very strong 4-2 Econ augment, hopefully prismatic, to get him across the line.
We're seeing a fairly even, well, moderately even split between the teams as to what they want. Either immediate the rerolls to get themselves online a little faster, or gold on a very mild delay. Dasik, of course, we can see here with a double challenger emblem. Of course, we've been told, we haven't had a chance to talk too much about the trait quest, which has been kicking in around this time. So Dasik with a tremendous dose of direction.
This is going to be the branching out emblem first, and I think he'll be talking the... no, he has both, actually. He has 2 challenger emblems. We weren't seeing the one on the item bench there for Dasik, so he had maybe some plans about what he was going to be playing around. The game said, nope, you're playing around the 5 challenger because this is what you're going to be getting from the randomness that Acel brings forward. Forced to play around the Kindred. He has a teammate on the Akali line already, so we're going to see how these two players navigate having to play on a very similar general line.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I think that's been the case for a lot of our trait quests, really forcing our players to try and find an alternate route through. Right now, though, with the double challenger emblem, challenger 5 in place already, it's a good enough board to get the job done. Look on the right-hand side, just to keep track of all the streaks. A lot being broken. Odessa down towards the bottom has managed to maintain a lost streak. They are matching him from Godlike.
Really strong secondary emblems for the Space Group line. Not the Space Group itself, but you have the Sniper to help the Samira a tiny bit. You have, of course, the Timebreaker. We're seeing the Samira already item holding for those future Nami items. Dehua, I mean, a little bit poor, has a lot of free rolls for rolling for days, so we're going to see that converted into potentially upgrades in Stage 4. For Odessa, on the Fountain, he is committing to play the Xayah. It looks like 5 Stargazer of the Fountain for now. A very interesting board thanks to that early Nunu pickup with a Vow already. And some fairly good items for the Xayah as well. If you can find 2 more bows and slam a red buff, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Also has to power up for a little bit more extension to his late gaming. But what we're seeing right now is even without an augment that does anything as a second choice, this board is strong enough. Odessa getting the chance to step forward from the bottom of the table, was the lowest HP, now perhaps starting to rise.
And when the Vanguard emblem pairs great with the Nunu, usually you only add the Blitz on level 9, and you have the Nunu trait list when it comes to Vanguard itself on the level 8 board for Stargazer. In this case, you can have the Nunu be that tiny bit tankier while he is on level 8, so some more stability potentially for Odessa off of that emblem.
All right, as we settle in on PvE, we can take stock again. We all, so, as we've been seeing through game 1 and now through game 2 as well, when we start Koi, they're still up majority of the spots at the top of the table. It seems like the game plan is playing out more or less the same as before. You noted we're seeing a little bit of an adjustment as a prismatic orb drops. Perhaps this provides enough adjustment to bring Godlike back into the game.
It's an artifact coming through. We talked about the variance of Aurelion Sol, and the game said, you know what? Here's a little bit more. If Godlike needed something to try and turn this game around, it might just be that. The Flicker Blades comes through for Gobosur, the Tom Kench 2 comes through as well, paired on the Kindred, and we're on level 7. What's going on with the treasure hunt game plan here from Gobo?
It's only going to be getting stronger from here, but absolutely fantastic stuff. So right now, as we can see, yeah, we're doing a little bit of reforging to see if we can get anything a little bit more worthwhile. Ultimately, just the Voyager, not exactly what the Doctor ordered, has a chance to reforge again if he wants to, up against his teammate Dasik in this round, who has found a Flicker Blade of his own with Challenger 5. Possibly more attack speed than you reasonably need, but hey, who's complaining?
I did mention variants from the Prismatic Orb, potentially not for Godlike, because they seem to be quite aligned on the artifact they want to be playing for. Double Flicker Blades for both of the players who are on this Nova Kindred line. They are holding hands all the way throughout this game, it seems like.
Well, you've got to have that team synergy when it comes to items or comps. So the big question we've got now heading into stage 4 is how much of a disruption we'll be seeing in the current hold Koi have over the game. Dasik moves to 3rd place. I think it might be starting, and Odessa powering up on the left-hand side.
The augmented power coming in for Odessa. A lot of gold offerings, a lot of strong combat as well, with Hold a Line potentially coming through. A little bit awkward though with the Stargazer, where you don't have hexes on the entirety of the front line. It will instead be the roll down here for the potential Xayah setup. For Odessa, we saw one Xayah being held by Gobo already. It's kind of the reverse of the game 1, but we do see the new come through.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. We're not in the same situation we were seeing before, where people were aggressively trying to stop this board from working. Of course, Odessa, one of the rising talents, as we do see, they were managing to find the Nami too. Everyone's finding what they need. Again, that Prismatic Orb really kick-starting the late game here in game 2.
The Ornn 2 found for Dehua as well, had the Riven and the Nami upgraded, so Dehua definitely one of the stronger players coming out of this 4-2 round. For Odessa, has to potentially slam items. He is facing off against Dasik here. Has the Xayah pair, but not quite the Xayah 2. Hey, deja vu from game 1. This is Raiko's exact situation.
We'll see how well it works here, and oh my gosh, Dasik's board just rips through everything. Of course, we've got, thanks to the extra artifact, the Flicker Blades, we've got almost, 2 full backline arrows. We've got a Vex, Challenger Vex on the backline as well. That's a terrifying setup.
Tapo's board is also looking very strong here. Has the Rogue emblem on the Blitzcrank, had the 5 Shepherd, 4 Vanguard online. Dasik, the Challenger Vex, Challenger rank in TFT hopefully as well. We'll see what the Vex can do for Dasik. We're seeing the Grief Fight tactics coming through from Godlike now, returning the favor from MKoi in that game 1, holding onto the Corkies, not allowing Revan to get his game plan going.
Well done, we've got another Vex in the shop as well, so Dasik talking about the chance to high roll the heck out of the game, might even get a Vex too. Level 8 if the stars really align. He's on a 4-round win streak. He is massively strong, and I think as we'll see from this round, he seems to be way ahead of the curve.
So many players have rolled down to essentially 0 gold. We're seeing it from Dalisom as well. Level 8, 6 copies of Akali, holding onto 2 Namis, but the Akali's already being targeted. She's been taken down. Dasik continues the win streak, 5 win streak now coming into the stage 4. The key pillar of stability, it seems like, for Godlike in this game 2.
And of course, Dasik has received many honors getting to this point. A player who could easily have not made it to EWC at all. In fact, by all rights, wasn't going to make it at all. Was going to have Broseph play in his place, but instead is stepping up absolutely huge. It really felt like Godlike needed some kind of miracle in this game to turn it around. Right now, Dasik's delivering.
Aurelion Sol offering a lot of gold for players who are low on HP. Raiko says, you know what? I might be doing pretty badly right now, but let me get rewarded, because he is trying to make it to the birthday reunion cash out, and that's exactly what he needed. He hits the Vex too. He slots it right onto the board. One of the best players for playing on a high cap win out situation for Godlike. Raiko must be ecstatic about his board right now.
I believe there were 3 different Godlike members who were already below the threshold to get their immediate cash out. So if you needed something to just reset the whole game, it has arrived. Delasom in 4th place right now is barely above the HP of most of Godlike. So we can see this one turn in a hurry. Sappho with a Shepherd board needs to be able to face down some truly frightening stuff coming out of Riker Mastery.
Every player from MKOI is under 10 gold on level 8 because they are trying to add insurmountable pressure to Godlike as a team. We're seeing it here on the board from Sappho trying to punish Raiko for being low HP.
Wow.
They might get another blowout win exactly because of this strategy. It doesn't matter how high the cap will be for someone like Raiko if he doesn't have the time to get there, if he can't skill the Graves, if he can't hit the rest of his 5-cost upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's, MKOI absolutely hearing the mission received. They know that if things go too much longer, it's going to get wildly out of control. Sappho is at the top of the table, and Day6's win streak actually got broken, so he's not an insurmountable threat as of yet. We have got the 2-star Vex, which is honestly amazing at level 8, but we've got Kindred still to start up. There's still a little bit more power and a 3rd item for Vex and Kindred still to lay down, which we won't do in this round up against Sappho. I'd imagine
the real concern has to be Odessa. He is on the last life as well as Raiko, although this is the battle of the win streakers. Odessa does have now the Xayah too. The ribbon gets jumped up in the air, but now the ribbon is right next to the Xayah. If the ribbon goes to Xayah here, that could be it. Odessa will be going out in 8th place. Daehwa, we talked about the stability. He found the early Nami and ribbon upgrades, and now has been able to defeat MKOI in this first elimination of Game 2.
As you said, all the gold being thrown in to try and make everything happen right now. Good news still remaining for the KOI team because we've got Sappho and Revan in 1st and 2nd place right now. But you're right, Godlike, they are picking up the pace. They were on the 4-round win streak, starting to get stronger. Riker Mastery, the endgame board is materializing before our eyes. Graves upgrades coming in as well. Godlike, they are getting closer, creeping closer round by round to bringing the series even.
Dalasom has been rolling, but he hasn't found his key upgrades. Kindred, 1-star. Akali, 2-star. He's missing firepower. He's bleeding out a tiny bit, down to 29 HP. Raiko might be the target yet again from MKOI, though. He's the only player from Godlike who is currently on 1 life as we move into Stage 5. And all of a sudden, it might be very, very hard to target Raiko here. The Graves 2 in the shop. Does he have the gold to buy it?
He has to make a sacrifice of, I assume, the Morgana to bring that one in, but you're right, it feels like the moment is here for Godlike just to take 1 or 2 steps into an insurmountable position. Gobo finds the 2-star Kindred. We're seeing a lot, as you said, denied from the start. The side of KOI, who've been playing a great game so far, but maybe at this point, they're not having enough of their units.
The 2 artifacts set up here on the Kindred from Gobo. It will be Gobo up against Daysik. Daysik has not removed items, and Gobo is dangerously low in HP. If Daysik taxes his own teammate, Gobo could be going down to 1 life as well. We'll see what the Akali can do here from Gobo. Does he stay alive? The Gunblade healing is doing so much, and Gobo will stay healthy coming out of this fight. Daysik trading off all the extra HP he had to his teammates.
Delasom down to 11 means we could be easily in line for another Movistar KOI member getting knocked out early on. So much power coming from Godlike. They're keeping all 4 of their members looking pretty good. Raiko, Gobista, and Daehwa all with wins off of the previous rounds. They're starting to rise up further.
And Gobo won the 1v1 Akali mirror match contest against Dalasom. He has the Akali 3, he has the Kindred 2. Dalasom has neither, and that is why we're seeing him bleeding out. If Dalasom goes out here, it's going to be a tough road to come back for MKOI in this game too, but it could be a series being tied up by Godlike.
And right now, the only hope for the Spanish squad, I think, is going to be the members up in top hold position, but when we look at these boards from the Godlike side, it just seems like circumstances have really favored them in this game. Just in the injection of extra power is astronomical. Dalasom's the one taking the hit. Gobasa leading back, enjoying these moments of seeing Dalasom brought low in 7th place. KOI are in major, major trouble.
And Safo and Revan thinking, stop the count, end it here. We're 1-2 right now. This is where we want the game to end. But that is not how TFT works. And someone like Raiko, someone like Gobo, they are looking incredibly strong coming into this stage 5. I'm not sure what Revan's going to be able to do. We haven't seen his board in quite a while, but we're seeing it now. The Corki 2 is here. The Bard is on its way, but we're still stuck on 8. We had to roll very deep to stabilize in stage 4. I don't see this being a board that can play for a first. Can he play for a second with the current HP he has?
You know, did see some interesting stuff with Revan trying to decide whether or not to start printing units just for gold or trying to fish for a stronger board up against Dasik in this round. So we've got the almost fully itemized backline, Misfortune, Vex, both looking extremely good. But the
Riven, watch the Riven.
Yeah, we'll get into the backline. He's also got the Bastion for extra attacks to be ripped through the backline in the hope. But Koi begins against Safo off of the previous round. We'll see. No, takes another loss. He's dropping HP. Remember, first and second, the only thing that will do for Koi, these aren't the circumstances they were looking for, even if Revan did well.
And this might just come down to Raiko and Gobo fighting for that first place against Revan and Safo. Who will actually have the highest cap? This might be the only thing that matters at this point. The second place might be there just because of the HP advantage for the MKOI players, but if Raiko's undefeated, the first place is not going to be there in contention for MKOI.
I believe that's the Aurelian Soul item coming in. So we've got ourselves a pretty decent front line. We're playing against the Ghost in this round, so Safo should be able to break through the loss streak and start to preserve some HP. Raiko Mastery, though, on the 4-round win streak. Gobista on a 3-round win streak. It does seem closer and closer to annihilation. Gobo, we'll see if the board is good enough, at least in the, I believe, the Ghost form at least. We've only got really the 1 DPS on Sappho's backlines, but with this huge hunk of tanks, I don't know if there's just enough damage to cut through.
The double artifact kindred build is looking so strong here. Safo needs to find the Blitzcrank too if he wants to try and fight for the win here. He needs to maybe get a better carry than a Teemo in terms of that rogue emblem. Maybe he needs to find a Sona to fit in for the Shepherd instead.
Everything we're seeing so far is Ribbon does manage to find at least the Shen too, but it still seems like 3 against 2. Of course, there's so many reasons why in the 4v4 that's such an advantage situation. Even if you were behind, in this case, Godlike, they've got 2 win streaks right now. It seems like Koi are fading away in game 2.
This board from Raiko is looking so strong already off of the fast 9. The 5 costs are upgraded. Fiora just 1 item away. It will be a team fight here for Raiko Mastery up against Goboster.
Dasik taking a knee in this game. He puts himself out of commission, knowing that his teammate will carry the baton across the line. Big question here is whether or not we'll see Gobo, or how much damage is done from this team fight between the 2 remaining team members of each side.
The longer this game goes, the more the Graves will be scaling for Raiko as well. So we'll see how much stronger Raiko can get. The fight is pretty close here. It will be Gobo taking the win. Raiko's still very much alive, though. MKOI needs to go first and second, but Revan on a 2-loss streak is down to 4 HP.
And of course, the opposite of that situation is for Godlike, they only need to take the second away from Koi by eliminating Revan, removing that possibility, and the game immediately ends. Right now, Revan on the 2-round loss streak. It seems like an impossible task. Maybe a little bit more to pour in.
All of the key upgrades that MKOI is looking for are being held by Gobo on the bench. 2 bars, not allowing the bar 2 to come through for Revan. That's maybe the upgrade he needs to stay alive in this game. The blitz also being denied. The 2 blitzes, rather, being denied here from Gobo against Safo. The perfect amount of griefing coming through from Godlike. Wow, the blitz 2 even is found from Gobo.
Wow. And we've got bards aplenty in the shops as well. Godlike, it just seems like circumstances again have favored them dramatically in game 2.
I do believe Revan has actually found the Bard 2. Will that be enough for him to stay alive? Safo still missing the Blitz 1. Raiko feels he's the weaker player of the 2. Raiko's taking himself down, knowing he's facing Gobo here, sacrificing himself to allow Gobo to rise up and become the hero for Godlike, trying to tie the series in the game 2 here.
So if the two godlike members are facing each other, that means the two koi members will be facing each other as well, which means that first and second place is no longer achievable, which of course then means the series is one apiece. Raiko will go down officially, but we'll have to see which one is the last one out.
They're both still alive.
Oh,
Revan
no, my
did.
apologies.
We got a sack from Safo to allow Revan to stay alive. That being said, look at the HP totals. Gobo has 2 lives still at 21 HP. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Safo and Revan. With the matchmaking here, it might even be impossible. And I think they know it. We're seeing at Safo, he is not happy with the current situation. They just don't have enough HP to do it.
Yeah, I didn't even, well, honestly, I think for goal, like, to see Koi even get this far is pretty impressive. One more time round. So up against Safo this time.
That's going to be it. Safo and Revan are facing each other. One of the two players will be going out in third, which means it is mathematically impossible for MKOI to win this game number 2. Great team play from Dasik, from Raiko, eliminating each other, allowing Gobo, who had the most HP, to stay alive.
So that means, as we promised, we were not going 2-0 all the way through today. The two remaining EMEA teams bring each other to a third game. For want of a prismatic orb, the battle was lost. One more game, one more team to go through to playoffs.
Gobo and Dasik perfectly navigating the self-contest to the challenger emblems, choking out Dalesom, not able to hit any of his key upgrades, but more importantly, Raiko believing in the heart of the cards, allowing Aurelian Soul to give him the exact gold injection he needed to proc the birthday present, to become one of the strongest players in stage 4 and 5, and tax MKOI along the way. A great series we have on our hands, so close, such diverse game plans from either team, but the game 3, I just can't wait, Counterfeit.
We can see Broseph there, of course, the team manager. The planning for game 3 starts the second they get up from their seats. Everything going fantastically. You can see the portraits of winners there. Let's take a quick glance across the end of game.
We call the final fights here. Revan working it out, but it's a forced team kill, which means it was a mathematical victory for Godlike, who tie up the series 1-1. Game 3 coming up very soon.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City. Powered by play.
Oh, we got a series for the first time today. It goes to game 3 for the final spot in the playoffs. Godlike manages to tie things up against movie star Koi, who's now feeling the pressure. I was seeing the emotions on their faces, and I can definitely tell this series went from, well, it's going to be easy, we'll run through them, to, okay, we got a bit more work to do. Boys, that was a great game and much different from our first game, which was relatively standard, no crazy stuff happening, but game 2 gave us a lot of surprises.
Yeah, the high variance that we got this time around with the God offerings, especially Radiant Soul with the trait quest, we saw a lot of emblems. We also saw the prismatic orb later on as well. So there was just a lot of artifacts, a lot of unique compositions that we haven't really seen before, and that's where Godlike came out on top.
And when the resources at the end of the game, you need to pressure the lobby. You need to be unstable in the first beginning, and Gobo was the one to do it. Gobo pressuring, winning the Akali race against Dalesom, who couldn't perform, and sending 7-8 both Koi players. If you do that, then you're in a very bad spot.
For sure. Raiko, though, was one of the star-studded players, getting lucky at certain points. And I want to talk about one of those points where he got blessed by RNG. We go to stage 4 or 5. And at this point in time, Stuart, man, getting lucky sometimes really pays off.
Yeah, Raiko here, we can see the perfect time to get the Aurelion Soul God offering of getting more gold when you're low on health. Raiko was playing Birthday Reunion, which is an augment that when you get to level 9, you get a 5 cost 2-star. So you try and lose streak early on, try and get as much gold as possible. You get to level 9, and he finds the perfect 5 cost 2-star in Vex, one of the main carries that we see later on as well. And thanks to that God offering, like you said, the RNG sometimes can help you out with the God offerings. Because he was so low on HP, he was able to get the extra gold.
So was this something he set up early on? Because we've been watching players sometimes go on these losing streaks specifically to accumulate gold. It wasn't the same thing here, but did he expect that maybe I'll get lucky with the God offering, I come in, I get my 23 gold once I hit level 9? Was this something that was intended or just something that happened?
The odds was in their favor because he could get Graves, he could have gotten Blitzcrank. There several, so maybe 75% or 70% of getting an additional or positive, but he got the best. If he got it maybe something like AP, Sona, or Bar, it could be a difficult spot.
If he doesn't get that though, does the game go in the favor of Godlike?
Yeah, I think the game completely changes. I think if the God offering is different, if Aurelion Soul's God offering isn't the extra gold, if the unit is completely different, if it's someone like you said, Hupe, if it's a unit that maybe can't carry later on down the line, then I think this is MKOI's game to win. So I think it could have gone either way.
Hupe, let's go to our final moments. Obviously, the gods paid off, and the RNG ended up working out so well to the point now Raiko is able to close it out for his crew.
Yeah, they were so strong that in the end it was friendly fire fear for Koi because they were both low in HP. So at the end, Safo was playing against Reven and they just closed it out. It's impossible to manage. You needed to win the game before, and in this moment of the game, it's just played around. You needed the 1-2, and it was not possible.
Yeah, as soon as you go 7-8, trying to get 1-2 in that position as well, we kind of saw that when MKOI went 7-8, that Raiko was still alive, as we've mentioned, who we thought was going to get first place in this lobby thanks to that cash out in the end from Birthday Reunion. And at that point, it's really, really difficult position to be in.
So, standard game number 1, Movistar Koi, they're able to win it. Game number 2, RNG pays off in a big way. Does that mean that Movistar Koi is technically still the better team in the series? And Godlike, well, just got blessed by the gods.
You have to be prepared to be blessed by the gods. But also, Daisy show adaptability. He plays 5 challengers. No one plays 5 challengers. He played it with the Vex. He didn't have the Winso, but because of the attack speed of challenger, it was also a pretty good comp. So he pressured the lobby. He pressured Koi to make them have low HP and then have the possibility to win out. So yes, they were blessed by the gods, but they also played a great game. And now we have a third game that will be a blast.
We just saw the players of Godlike just saying, waving goodbye to MKOI at the end of that game as well. So, but the job's not done yet. They can't get too cocky just yet. But yeah, I think when it comes to high variance lobbies, I think Godlike they have better individual players that can adapt as well, as you mentioned, with Dasik being able to play 5 challenger that we don't really see before, which has allowed him to get that top 4 finish. So I think if we get another game where we get a lot of maybe high variance, some artifacts, some prismatic ornaments, I think Godlike individually can adapt their game on the fly and play compositions that we don't really get to see.
Well, let's find out what's going to end up happening in this third game, because I feel it in the emotions. I feel the tension. I feel the pressure. And I'm seeing a lot of faces where they're like, oh, this series, man, I wanted it to be over 2-0, but it's not. We're going game 3. We take a look at some of our stats from that game number 2, and it's really been a whirlwind of emotions. And I was having a blast watching that RNG play. Of course, Gobblester is going to be up at the top, but we did break down Raiko and how good he was. As we look at the round results, what stands out to you two?
Yeah, principally Daisy. I mean, he won every round. He maintained tempo, and that 5th place, you see, okay, he only went face. No, he pressured the rest of the lobby. And of course, Gobo. playing for the win, winning the Akali race, being greedy, first with win streak, then staying to make sure he get the Akali, and then sending Dalesom out in 7th, just with that contention. That's exactly what defined the game.
Yeah, Treasure Hunt has been one of the most popular, I think, augments overall in this 4v4 format, just to try and go for the Akali early on, that aggressive roll down at 3-2 to try and save HP early on, which he's able to do, find that Akali and stabilize in the mid game.
Oh, it's a lot of fun here at Esports World Cup, and it's a lot of fun if you're a big fan of Riot. They've got some special things coming your way.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
My first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
All right, doing a lot of great things out there. It's a lot of fun here. And wow, I got to say, man, this series wasn't expecting it to go to Game 3, yet here we are. And it is now starts to get serious because for both of these teams, man, they want to make it all the way to the playoffs, but only one can make it. Who's it going to be? Damascus Hollywood Rob TV. Let's get Game 3 started.
Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is what it is all about. Just like that, 1-1. You heard all of that trash talk before the match, and clearly you saw that my guys decided that they were going to back it up on all fronts. We just looked like maybe Movie Star Corey was going to get the 2-0 victory, but no. Godlike Esports with the clutch out. Shout out to GoBuster showing that he has the hometown, or I should at least say home country buff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1-1 Damascus. What's going on the other side?
The vibes are still looking good on the Spanish side, man. They might have, unfortunately, not scored that point, but right now, vibes are good. Movistar Koi looking to close it. That was close enough. Big clutch on the other side. Right now, it's the final point, and I know these guys are looking for this one. It's the final chance, bro. Last game of the day for the key to stay alive and to move into playoffs. You can't die right now, Rob.
There's actually one of these teams about to actually lose their key, Damascus. Someone's gonna lose that key, get it crushed, and you know the trash talk is gonna be insane too. This right here is the highest level of play possible, and it all gets settled on the sticks.
It is time for the final game of the day before we know our playoffs. Finally, Movistar Koi. Are they gonna take it? Is it time for Spain?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. Game 3, Movistar Koi versus Godlike Esports.
Thank you so much, Rob and Damascus. We're seeing some more serious places coming through here. This is the end of the line for half of the people on that stage. The plots and plans have been laid. EMEA can only be represented for the rest of the competition by one of these two teams.
We've just seen all 8 players, not a single smile to be found on their faces because of what is at stake here. The keys being crushed, the dreams being crushed, the friendships maybe ending, at least for a little while, considering how exciting this Game 3 will be. And I have to say it right now. We saw yesterday against Vitality. It went to a Game 3. In my opinion, the most exciting series of the day. It seems to be that case yet again. The MKOI magic, for good or for bad, is true cinema.
We can see there Dasik untroubled, a stone in the storm. The tempest that's brewing between these two. We'll be kicking it off with Game 3, the decider of the series. The only series to go to Game 3. The two EMEA teams fighting out one last time with only one survivor.
The last chance to dance. Now things get serious as we move into stage 1. The God offerings we saw there are going to be coming from Thresh, randomness, a lot of variance at play, and Evelyn sacrificed the chance to lose HP, the ever valuable resource in 4v4, for the chance of some high roll 4 costs.
And it will be Golden Gala to bring us in, so I expect we'll be seeing plenty more of the similar stuff we saw before. Plenty of emblems in play.
And with Golden Gala in particular, I mean, we heard the devs talking about it. Treasure Hunt has been one of the strongest augments in this tournament due to the popularity and the strength of Akali as a comp where you want to roll on all the different stages of the game. Spreading roots could come into play. Calcloss, of course, we haven't seen too much of today, but we saw a lot on day 1.
No, absolutely. You have to wonder coming into this one, what our players have really changed up. Of course, we saw that first game going very well for Koi, but Godlike, it felt like they got things much more under control. And as you said, the smiles have faded. But on Godlike side of things, they felt like there was a certain calm and sternness to their expressions, which suggests that they have, all the plans been going on backstage between games. They're confident they've got what they need to close out a third game.
Under control for Godlike or under variance, because we saw the Prismatic Orb coming in last game. That was a huge wrench in the plans of every player, but it really benefited Raiko and Gobosher the most when we saw that double artifact build on the Kindred. So we'll see if we'll have a more standard game of TFT, a more competitive showing from both of these teams coming into the final game of this series.
Certainly in terms of overall game plan, Koi have been pretty consistent with the way they've been approaching it, taking early advantage. As you said, maybe we didn't have that big variance coming in that would have worked again. But let's start us off again. All goal augments all game long. Our players do get the chance to lock down their roots immediately.
Some hero augments can be offered. Of course, we saw the self-destruct being skipped by Revan. The Jax hero augment, Reach for the Stars, is a possibility as well, especially on the Stargazer Huntress. Really, really well synergized for the Jax comp, but not really so much for the Xayah and the Lulu. No Scout, no Pivot, one of the key augments for Sappho yesterday on the Lulu reroll against Vitality. We'll see if Revan is also considering this for a different line.
Yeah, he's holding it on very long. Mentioned the birthday present, of course, a big indicator for the long-term potential. Looks like Dasik and Raiko both have picked that one up, as Revan will no Scout, no Pivot. We're not messing around in Game 3.
I talked about Cho'Gath and Lissandra reroll being one of the hidden comps that MKOI would try and pull out in this series and in this tournament. They've said to me, I think it's underplayed. I think it's incredibly strong. If we have a good spot for it, we're going to go for it. Right away, you have the Vow, but you only have 2 copies of Cho'Gath. You really want to get a Cho'Gath 2 as early as possible so you get the scaling HP bites from Cho.
And of course, one of the reasons why the board won't be holding up so strong is they were picking up a Nova emblem early on, committing it in immediately. Dallas, of course, we saw making that early commit and getting the Akali online immediately. Gets the pack of cards that will get him started. Odessa finding the Voyager emblem early on. Interesting for him.
I'm seeing the bench, and the Meeple King might be back. We're seeing the potential to play with the Voyager, of course, into the Meeple line, into the Corki line. A very flexible emblem, maybe the most flexible of the set. You can play it in Dark Star to great success, and of course, almost all AP lines will be playing some variation of Karma or Pike in this case in the early game.
So we'll see what happens in this one as well. We've got some more of our early boards coming together. Revan did find the 2-star Cho'Gath you were calling out from before. What we've seen in the previous games, though, is Koi being able to take over in the early going and try and build up momentum. We'll see if they can do it again here, because right now the win streaks, rather than being concentrated on Koi, they're split between the two teams.
A few more scaling augment options like the No Scout, No Pivot in this case for MKOI. I will say it now, No Scout, No Pivot, we saw the attempt at the full team grief from Vitality yesterday on the Lulu from Sappho. Much harder to do against a 1-cost reroll comp because there are just so many more copies of these 1-cost units, and you're rolling at such a different time. No one is really rolling on 3-1, but as a 1-cost reroll player, you're trying to hit those increased shop odds on level 4 to hit the Cho'Gaths and Lissandras.
Goberster's not holding around though, picks up the advanced line and immediately starts putting together a super stacked board. He may be the only member of Godlike on a win streak right now, but that board is cracked.
Pyke 2 alongside Gwen 2, maybe the two strongest units to face off in terms of how impactful they can be. And there is actually a Gwen on the board there for Daehwa. It's only a Gwen 1. That would have been a perfect call otherwise, but we'll see Pyke 2 just farming units so easily in stage 2 when there's just less units on the board, especially against backline carries.
Well, we can see Goberster very clearly moving into position to try and challenge for that win streak. We'll see if Odessa and Dalasom keep their position as well. Down at the bottom, of course, we've got our lost streaking players contesting against each other. Again, we've seen this great direction in the game to see who can move forwards with those streaks. Update, and it looks like Dalasom Sappho dropping down. It's one apiece. And is anyone willing to take a risk? It looks like at least one player is.
I mean, Gobo has a Pyke too. We talked about the expiration date on the Pyke, very relevant in stage 2, part of stage 3, but then kind of falls off. What if you can Gamba and try and hit that 2-star 3 cost instead off of the mini recombobulate? It could move you into specific lines like MF Challenger. It can move you into a very easy tempo game for Space Group as well with a Samira 2 or an Ornn 2. We'll see what the mini recombobulate will be for Goberster here.
And then let's see. So the ball gets transformed. We find Samira 2.
God.
We find Jinx 2 Belveth. What a fantastic. So everything's so far looking very good, but he's not the only one. Let's see. I believe we've also got, if I didn't miss my guess, Sappho going for the same sort of thing, but Odessa building his own strong board. So it looks like out of the gate here in game 3, these teams are throwing everything at the wall immediately.
Gobo leveling to 6, the tempo level on 2-5. Insane amount of pressure being added onto the rest of MKOI's squad. I imagine Gobo had either 2 or 3 players from MKOI in his rotation. He said, you know what? I'm going to tax these guys from stage 2 right away, hitting them for a lot of extra damage.
It looks like it should be good enough. There's just enough bodies on the board to run across Dalasom, who has started building up his backline, but nowhere near good enough. So if Goberster, let's see, Goberster Odessa, I think might be able to still go through. Revan takes a hit in that round. Dasik at the bottom of the table, though, while both wins, there's 2 win streaks, one for each team. Dasik at the bottom, the only one keeping the lost streak intact, and Anima as well.
The key thing to make note of here for the players from Godlike, 2 players on Birthday Reunion, Dasik and Raiko. We saw how impactful this augment could be in terms of spawning in a win-out player for your team. Now you might have 2. And the player who is currently losing, Revan, he cannot open fort to try and stop the Anima streak because he's playing no scout, no pivot. So it might be up to Dalasom to sell his entire board to try and stop Dasik from getting further and further away in terms of the Anima cash out.
Up against before, we do have Goberster going against Odessa. This is the 2 win streaks against one another. The Gwen is doing work from the side, and it's looking like Godlike have this one to take over control.
It's a final 1v1. Would be a huge punish if Odessa could win this fight on level 5 and punish the early level up from Gobo. It's not the case though. The Samira does clutch it up at the very end, and it will be a 5 win streak for Gobo, who of course will be hitting a lower tier augment on 3-2 off of the advanced loan. If it goes from prismatic to gold, Gobo might be pretty sad, but if it goes from gold to silver, that's a lot less lost power on that 3-2 augment round.
Well, so far, coming in here to game 3, it's seeming like we've got, I'm actually liking a lot more what we're seeing here, because of course, this isn't just the game, this is a chance for a team to demonstrate they can go through to playoffs as a 2nd seed and perform. We've got Goberster, he's taken a risk with the advanced loan, he's got the win streak. Dasik has got Anima, he's in the lost streak position. So far from Godlike, we're seeing a very good game 3.
That being said, all eyes on Alessandro 2 at the very least. He has also found a very early Morgana to get onto this board, to get some extra DR onto the Cho'Gath. Mordekaiser 2 would be big. Maybe he wants to try and save some of this gold, considering he's going to need a lot of it. He's only sitting on 3 copies of Cho'Gath for now.
He will natural up to level 4 to be able to bring the Darkstar 4 online and get himself a little bit stronger. Revan at least doesn't have the streak to worry about since Dasik is monopolizing it towards the bottom of the table. We'll see how it goes against Daehwa, and of course, that recombobulated board.
Dalasom is clapping on the cam, so I knew this would be the outcome. He has hit up Dasik, so he's able to break the streak from Dasik. Dasik will not be getting a free huge cash out off of the Anima at the very least.
Yeah, that's just one piece of the strategic puzzle coming together. But talk to me a little bit more about this Lissandra no scout, no pivot board. Didn't win that round, but as you said, how does it compare to some of the other boards we've seen? Just because we don't get to see this, especially this version of this board too often.
If you don't hit the Cho'Gath 3 early, it doesn't compare at all. You actually need to hit the Cho'Gath 3 to get the scaling HP. The Cho'Gath, sometimes the right setup of artifacts or just the early 3-star can get absolutely massive. And then especially, you really would like to find the Darkstar emblem. Being able to fit 6 Darkstar on 8, because you're rolling so heavily on level 5, it's quite hard to push to level 8, level 9, and end up on the capped version of Darkstar, but finding an emblem really helps with that. If you have a Cho'Gath 3 early, he's scaled up, and you get 6 Darkstar online, it is an absolutely incredible comp to play into the late game.
Getting that extra scaling is amazing. There are, though, of course, he's had his path laid out for a while. Of course, going immediately slamming in the emblem for the Nova means we've got a very strong board already. Already the 5 Nova in place, and pretty good items across the board, including, of course, the double duplicators from his second augment. So it feels like Dewa's really just had this game planned out from the beginning.
A surprise pickup from Raiko here, going for the Invader Zed. This is an augment and a unit that terrorized lobbies earlier in the set. We haven't seen it so often now. Curious to see what Raiko is considering in terms of picking it up in a game as important as this one. Maybe the most important game of set 17 for Raiko individually, if he can become the win-out player on this line.
Gosh, I mean, we've got to talk about that ahead of when it arrives, though, because, of course, you see these rounds with the Zed augment coming in where it's just completely overwhelmingly strong. You flood the entire board. Kind of, where does this put him in terms of the overall team strategy then? He's got this huge late game potential.
He wants to go 9 regardless, so this fits into his game plan. You get an extra Shojin, you get a copy of Zed on stage 4, but it's all about trying to find the Zed 2 and fitting him into an incredibly scary Nova 5 board. When you have things like the Graves and the Vex, you can add the Graves or the Zed over the Graves instead on that board and have him be the duo carry.
All right, checking back in with Dasik, who of course did have his lost streak grief from before, so has ended up getting the small Anima cash out. Will face off against Revan this time round. You see on the bench, we're not that much further along the Lissandra Cho train. The board is not very strong right now, but we do have one of the components you were calling for before, David, the Spatula, which means we're going to have Darkstar emblem long term.
We've talked about MKOI Magic. This is what I was talking about. Revan finds one of the key conditions he needs for this comp to succeed. The next one will be an early-ish Cho'Gath 3. The earlier, the better in terms of the scaling on that unit to be just an absolutely massive tank in the front line. Dalesom 6 loss streak. I'm a little bit worried considering where his HP is already. Gain a random 3-star 1 cost can be so impactful for a lot of different players. It's a little bit awkward for Revan because he has no scout, no pivot. I'm not sure he could even swap it in if he does hit the Cho'Gath or the Lissandra, for example.
Just, I'm loving just hearing Prosa just shouting from nearby at seeing that one dropping in. Yeah, big chance to change things up. I'm just so fascinated to see how things progress from here. So our players dropping back in again. Is it going to be?
For the randomness, does find an early Ace-Hole, does find a Karma as well. A Nasus 3 for Dasik is not the best hit here considering where he's trying to go. It might help his tempo game plan. And if any player hits a Cho'Gath, that's 9 copies that could be out of the pool in terms of trying to slightly stop Revan from hitting. But Revan is rolling down heavily. He's on 7 copies already. He has a Cho'Gath, and he has the Ace-Hole and the Karma ready to go in the moment he starts leveling up. This could be a really scary game plan here from Revan.
Yeah, we're being told by observers that there wasn't really an attempt being made to try and hold the Cho'Gath and slow down his board. Suddenly Revan's been taking some hits in early going. Perhaps doesn't look as threatening as some of the other options are, but as you're saying, the chance is, as long as you can get these stacks in, which hasn't been happening so far because Raiko on the other side, even with the Invader augment, which isn't doing a ton for him at the moment, he's making great use of the extra item to actually keep his streak going.
Revan is getting taxed pretty heavily. Dalesom is as well. All of a sudden, we're seeing 2 players from MKOI below 40 HP coming to the last fight of stage 3. Does Revan have to pull the trigger right now? Does he have to roll down heavily? He's 1 Cho'Gath off, I believe. It's maybe time to go, depending on what his matchmaking pool looks like for this final fight of stage 3.
And
he's holding on.
needs to get the Cho stacks as quickly as possible. But David, this is a situation we haven't seen in the other games. We've got Godlike in possession of the top, well, at least 4 of the top 6 spots, and this time Koi the ones falling behind the curve in terms of HP and tempo in the lobby.
And it will be Revan up against Gobo, one of the strongest players in the lobby, the current HP leader at 86, who got that Samira 2 from the mini recombobulate early on, is playing heavily into the Space Groove line. He wasn't punished for the advanced loan. It only went from gold to silver, so a small win there for Gobo.
Yeah, taking advantage. Of course, I didn't even remember that one myself. The Golden Gala in place for this lobby as well, so a little less risky. The Revan's board actually strong enough to punch through. That's a shocker, and I think that might wake up other people to realize the Revan's not even really hit his board yet, and he's already starting to present threat.
Really important win for Revan there, especially considering the loss from Dalesom. 22 HP, epic roll down, and a singular goal. He has to hit all of his upgrades. He has to stabilize. Dalesom's goal coming to stage 4 is ideally winning every single fight, especially fights against Godlike. If he's not able to do so, he could be in trouble.
And we've certainly seen, just to spend a moment talking about Dalesom and his growth as well, a player in the Spanish scene who's been really doing some incredible work in our pro circuit, incredibly consistent across the competitions which we've seen him in. So far, he has been taking some harsh losses here in the 4v4. Hopefully, he'll get a chance to show exactly what he's made of in this game.
11 free rolls to work with, a ton of forecasts being held on the bench. We're now seeing the board being cleared, and Dalesom has to commit to the final roll down, potentially the most important roll down of this game in terms of stabilizing. If he goes out in 8th, his team could be in big trouble.
Does find an early Jin, so that's definitely going to be what the doctor ordered. The Nunu upgrade as well. The money's starting to run a little bit low. We're finding it some decent units that don't even know our #1 priority, and Dalesom have to make do with less. Cho 3 does come in. Lissandra is a little short for Revan, so not exactly perfect, but as good as it's going to get.
And look at the HP lead from Godlike coming into stage 4. The roles have flipped. Godlike is kind of playing like what we saw from MKOI in games 1 and 2. They might consider that their game plan, their chance to win, is going to come from pressuring with this HP lead throughout stage 4 and 5.
So David, since Revan hasn't got the 3-star Lissandra at this point, am I right in assuming we're going to be seeing this likely moved onto the Karma instead, it's onto the APIs, and just go, push levels from there?
I believe you can kind of hedge and play around both still, not necessarily roll for just Lissandra, but keep that option open. You might hit it later in the game as well.
Well, certainly, of course, with the Gold Organism, you might be able to find a couple of extra duplicators to make that happen. Our last one of the day. Worth noting, Dasik is being able to pull in a little bit more power thanks to that last cash out, so he's going to be stepping forwards. And we've even got the Fiora joining the field as it looks like he's ready to switch things up.
Look at the gold here from Dasik. A bit of a roll down already, playing around the mech ASOL line, finding an early Corki 2, potentially denying some key forecasts from the opponent's side. With the booster pack, he had so much extra econ to work with.
And over on the other side from Raiko happening at the same time, he has got, of course, his Z online that he's been waiting for a little while. Huge upgrade for Dasik on the right, though. The Aurelian Soul drops in at 2-star. He is going to be a menace from the bottom of the table, and Dalesom is very low on HP already. He's got the Zaya, but it may be too little too late as he goes up against his teammate in Revan.
And Revan has the items on the Cho'Gath and the Lissandra. The Cho'Gath is quite healthy, quite buffed up, but the Ascension in a longer fight should favor Dalesom. The perfect build on the Zaya for now. The red buff double Kraken is the frontline. Is the Nuna going to hold off for long enough? If Dalesom goes down here, it could spell disaster for MKOI in the game 3. It's looking quite close, but the Zaya should be able to clutch it in the end off of the Ascension. The damage comes through the Lissandra. It's a very close fight, but Dalesom will be staying alive in this stage 4.
The question is for how long, because Dasik is just above him. And we look at the table overall, in fact, and all of Movistar Koi are only barely above in the HP. We've got the 2 members, Dewa and Raiko, on big win streaks, on big HP. And Gobisar, the one who isn't on the win streak, is barely less healthy than they are.
The game is looking very favorable for Godlike overall. Raiko, remember, he's the birthday reunion player. He's able to save his gold, above 50 gold right now, to try and make it to 9, and he has so much HP to work with still. We're looking at Odessa here on the Pandora board, but Dalesom is the player to watch out for. He's now facing a teammate. Safo has items on the Nami, and it is a Nami too.
I mean, I have to wonder at some point if they're just going to cut Dalesom loose in terms of his ability to carry on forwards. He's got no gold. He's got the Xayah 1. He has got the great items you pointed out from before. Might be enough to carry him through this round, but unfriendly skies are awaiting. At least this time round, Safo will be weak enough to allow another victory in, but Dalesom still not getting any healthier.
A very good loss yet again for Safo, but two more big wins for Godlike. Dehua and Raiko carrying their team in terms of the HP totals, putting in so much work. Evelyn offering a completed item to lose 5 tacticians' health. Maybe that was something to take this actually. He's won 1 life anyway. In the case of Thresh, we're seeing some different options.
I suppose that's at least some good news, but across where we start, Koi, that could be the difference maker. Of course, for all our players on the Godlike side, they are swimming in HP. They were very happy to make that trade every day of the week. Let's see what else can come in. Of course, we saw Daisy before. He's earning even more upgrades while holding onto Corkies by the barrel.
Despite the birthday reunion, it's a very cool play from Dasik. He said, hey, Raiko, you're looking stronger. You're our win-out player. I'm instead going to play for griefing and just for trying to fight for placements. We don't need 2 win-out players. We don't need 2 players trying to go 9 and sacking HP in stage 4. Instead, Dasik rolled down all his gold on level 8, didn't proc the birthday reunion, and instead is holding all the key units from MKOI on his bench.
Wow, that is crazy. And it could pay off big if all those rolls turn into a kill on Dalesom. He's been holding on by his fingertips for so very long against people who didn't want to see him fall. Daisy will be very happy to see the final places put in. This is still a Xayah 1. We've got AoE, but the front line is not going to be good enough. Dalesom's been waiting to be eliminated for a while, and now it finally happens.
Basic sells the Xayahs. He knows his job is done. Odessa taking down a notch as well. Brevin on a 2-loss streak. Everything is starting to crumble for MKOI, but most importantly, Dalesom was target griefed by Godlike. So many Xayahs were held despite the epic roll down, despite the ton of gold. He did not fulfill his mission, winning all the fights in stage 4. Instead, he won 8th.
And looking at these boards, they're just out of control. Of course, Raiko hits up to level 9, has a good chance now of 2-star in that Zed, where he'll become dramatically stronger, but he's already got the Vex too. He's got the Grave stacking as well. The Godlike boards, even if their game circumstances weren't off the charts good, the boards they're playing are terrifying. Safo, with vastly less of a compelling board, does have a good Morgana, but you can see this Zed take over very quickly, potentially even at 1-star.
Safo has rolled down to below 0 gold on level 8. He's not a player who looks to be capping, doesn't even have a blitz either. The Zeds are now invading the back line, taking down the Nami. The burst comes through. Can the Nami cast one more time for Safo to win this fight? The Morgana is hanging on for as long as she can. Does she hold on for long enough? The Vex is not itemized here for Raiko. That might be enough for Safo to win this fight, and it does.
Dang. All right, well, that's at least a little crack in the armor of Godlike, who has looked unstoppable. And Dewa also taking a loss against teammate there. We're not completely done, but Revan is down to 5 HP. Has got, of course, a very, very good ball. We've got the Reliant Soul. You mentioned the Darkstar Emblem, which means we're up to Darkstar 6. And a lot of bonus stats from that no scout, no pivot.
Revan has climbed the ladder to his final augment as well, trying to feed into this vertical Darkstar comp, allowing both the Cho'Gath and the Reliant Soul to shine. Has the Cho'Gath scaled for long enough? Is this 6 Darkstar Ace Soul enough of a carry to accompany the Cho'Gath to win fights coming into now stage 5 with the incredibly strong boards we have been seeing from Godlike in this game 3?
Dasik, one of the players who's waiting to try and test the metal of the no scout, no pivot board. We're so excited to see the big team of Godlike not trying to try and grief this line really at all. As the final item comes in for the Cho'Gath, we've got everything we're ever going to get from Revan, apart from maybe a little bit more gold. No upgraded Karma. It's going to be all on the Reliant Soul to pour out the damage.
And for Revan, it's still an ASOL 1-5. ASOLs being held by Dasik here, making it incredibly difficult for Revan to stay alive. Dasik has done such a fantastic job of playing into this 4v4 format. Revan up against Gobo. Revan on his last life. It's a Nami 2 on the opposing side.
And I can't see this going well. The front line is amazing. from the Revan board. Bear in mind, we've got extra stats from no scout, no pivot, so Aurelion Sol, even at 1 star, will be hitting hard, but that Ornn's going to be so hard to punch through. The Cho'Gath, though, keeps alive for long enough.
The Kaiser cast.
One more cast is going to do it. The punch into the backline. Gomester takes the hit. Revan refuses to lay down.
The Nami bubbles targeted the Aesol early, but then the Cho'Gath made the aggro go far enough away for Aesol to survive. The Kaisa did her job as well without any items. Aesol's just so far away from the Aesol too. That's the real power spike he needs, especially with the itemization that we see here with the Nashor's JG.
It feels like the only way that's ever going to happen is if Dasik gets taken out, and right now he's on the win streak. A very strong Aesol board of his own. Raiko Mastery has got the 2-star Graves. We have not got the 2-star Zed as of yet, but everything else is looking fantastic.
He does have the 2-star Blitz as well, one of the most sought after 5 costs in any final game board. The Ribbon trying to break through the dark holes. The Aesol trying to dish out the damage. The Cho'Gath doing both the tankiness and the damage dealing on the side of this Dark Star line. Might be a team kill here. It will be Odessa up against Revan. The Riven is already onto the tanks. There are so few units left alive, but the Cho'Gath is hanging on for so long. He's killing, he's biting, he's tanking, he's doing it all. The Aesol's trying to help, but Cho'Gath is the star of the show here. The no scout, no pivot is continuing to scale for Revan as well.
We're still not going to find the Aurelion Sols, but right now the board is good enough, getting a little bit of extra help from the Thresh to get more in the bank, but we see Revan is throwing everything he can to try and find even a little bit more, but it's just not happening. Dasik is camping those units. He did take a loss in the previous round, very close to elimination. Dasik must fall if Koi are going to rise.
And if Dasik does fall, the floodgates are open. Revan can hit the Aesol too. Odessa can hit the Corki too. A lot of the key units that MKoi needs to try and win the next few fights in this stage 5.
Let's see it one more time with Raiko, of course. He's got the board made up of all the 5 costs. The Aurelion Sol is made to deal with these melee carries. So as you see, the Fiora getting chunked most of the way down, even while not being directly targeted. This should be at least on paper good against the Zed, but there's so many of them.
The Aesol gonna get one more cast off. Can the Cho'Gath do it all by himself? I don't think so. Dasik wins the fight against Gobo as well, while both players stay alive. Revan goes down. It will be yet again a 7th and 8th place for MKoi in this game 3. Odessa and Sappho are forced to go 1 and 2, but someone like Raiko seems almost unbeatable with how strong his board looks.
You mentioned it before, HP is king in 4v4, and right now, Godlike have got a lot of it at the top of the table. Odessa and Sappho can afford to give each other 1 life, but that's it. Sappho does find a big upgrade though. We've got the Blitzcrank 2 coming in, but I'm just not certain there's enough gas left in the tank. Now especially, Godlike have 4 members to grief the remaining Koi.
You mentioned the floodgates. If Dasik went down, he stayed alive. He's still holding Corki's. Odessa has not found the key upgrade he needed. It's not a 1 and 4. You need a 1 and 2. So much to ask of the remaining MKoi players if they want to win this series, if they want to crush the key from Godlike. Godlike in such a favorable position coming into the final fights of the game.
And Odessa and Sappho placed against each other, which is not ideal at all. We knew it was coming sooner or later. Hopefully for them, it'll be the softest loss available. It's not looking that soft overall, but I suppose it was pretty much going to be a couple of lives. Odessa dropping down as Gobo is out of there. I'd imagine we're going to start seeing the situation we saw before as the final battle lines are drawn.
4 Corkis being held by Dasik. Make it 5, finds another one in the shop, truly choking out Odessa, not allowing him to get anywhere close to his upgrades. Odessa has not rolled. He's been waiting. He's like, Dasik, I need you to go down, my man, but Dasik has been holding on for so long. Without a doubt in my mind, Dasik has been the MVP of this game. Big brain plays coming out from the strategists from Godlike to try and seal the deal in this game 3.
We know Dasik certainly has a reputation as a ruiner from the EMEA scene, keeping everyone's plots and plans from coming together. Odessa could be just the next victim of the Godlike strategy. The Corkis, as you said before, 1 star, as we saw from Revan from before. We've got the flood of Zeds on the board. They're not being taken down quickly enough. Godlike are going to drop another member, and that's going to be it all the way through. We've just an absolute ripping down, and Godlike have proven themselves. Movie star Koi denied again and again. We have our EMEA representative for playoffs.
A key will be crushed, and it's a well-deserved victory from Godlike. 1-0 down to start the series off, but an incredible comeback. Excellent team play. The celebrations on the stage, well-deserved. Dasik, yet again, I have to mention, he was the star of this game to sacrifice his own potential, allowing Raiko to excel as a star, going to 9, proccing the Bird Tribune, and instead, Dasik played a griefing strategy, denying so many of the forecasts, but the team played the respect here from 8 players who have played so long against each other individually.
I mean, of course, we knew from the beginning of this series, I would be shocked to see anything left but less than total respect, as much as they've been bantering with each other all the way through. Let's take a moment just to appreciate the quality of games Amir was able to show us here with the last 2 remaining representatives. So let's head across the desk and Damascus, because we've got a key to crush.
Rivalries are fierce, but at the end of the day, one team has to go out, and it's a movie star Koi having to give their key away and off the run for the Spanish team. After an exciting match, Kitty, what are we saying?
Congratulations, as we have our final representatives from the West. That was a close 2-1. How are you feeling right now? I see a lot of emotion on you.
I think the adrenaline is pumping, but it's like, thank God it's a good type. So really, really happy. The team has worked really hard. So we're glad to see are like making our way to the quarterfinals. We're really happy about that.
And of course, you guys had a pretty rough situation coming into EWC as well, with the schedule being so rough. So what type of adaptations did you guys make coming into today?
Maybe not into today, but we've been scrimming with a 5-man roster with our coach Brosif. So it's like really, really helpful just to fill scrims, stuff like that, when we had like a PC issue with Raiko and obviously the visa issue with Dasik. So we were just like playing in and out because we knew it was a possibility. And we felt good going with both rosters in, but we're obviously really, really happy to have Dasik here with us.
And of course, you guys are going to go to the quarterfinals, and you are the only NA representative going into the EWC quarterfinals. So do you have anything to say for our fans with NA behind their back?
I hope I make you guys proud. To the other people at NA, like, we got to step it up because this was embarrassing this year.
Oh, okay. Let's see how things turn out, because we will be crushing our final key of the day. Goodbye, Mkoi.
And it is time to crush the final key of the day before we move towards the playoffs. Only 8 teams remain, technically 9 until this key is absolutely shattered, as Movistar Koi must go out of the tournament. The key is ready to be crushed as we go for the classic security moment to make sure you know how to destroy your opponent's dream. You've done it in game, do it in real life. And it is time to destroy not only a key, but a crusher as well. Who cares anyway? It is time. We can still make it work, man. We destroy key, crusher, cameras, whatever there is. He's not gonna stop. Are we getting a pop for the final one? Ooh, let's go, let's go. Hey, you know what? Yesterday, Revan had the final word saying NA is free. So I'm gonna give you the final word. What do you have to say?
I mean, it was just to be expected. We're against a bunch of people who all play League all day, aren't really practicing. So they played well today, to be honest, but it wasn't good enough. So
it wasn't good enough. Congratulations, guys. You made the path to the playoffs. We will see them tomorrow. The draw is very shortly. Show your key in victory. Another destroyed key. We now have our 8 teams. Let's take a look at the highlight and then go for the draw.
Godlike get the job done. They move forward to playoffs, eliminating MCoy, but the run from MCoy was absolutely spectacular. We give them their flowers. Godlike, though, my goodness, looking incredible, looking strong. Doa breaking the key crusher. He crushed the crusher. There's layers to this. I guess we had an additional crushed lever today. Absolutely insane. MCoy, though, man, what a run that they had. I mean, to be able to make it to this point and nearly go to playoffs, I mean, spectacular.
They sent Vitality home, and now they played an amazing series either way. And this is exactly what I wanted to see. Reven was a player that has been evolving so much, that had made the Hispanic community of TST grow, and now, by fighting so far during the years and getting this placement, I know they will come back. This is not what they were expecting, but they surprised a lot of people, and they played in an elite level. So Movistar Co, I think we'll have them for more in the future.
No, for sure. They'll definitely be back. I mean, this is a team full of friends. The Spanish community will definitely be proud back at home as well, being able to beat Vitality, who coming into this tournament were considered one of the favorites, really, of the entire tournament with how strong they are individually as well. No one expected them to win yesterday. No one really expected them to win today as well, but they took Godlike right to the wire.
Yes, they definitely did, and Godlike put up a tremendous fight, and we got to give them their credit. To win this series wasn't easy. Remember, they started down 1-0. They had to win 2 straight maps. They were able to do so. We go to one of our highlights. We're now in stage 5-3, and this is where we start to see Godlike really heat up. Boys, what are we looking at?
Yeah, this is the moment, or an inflection point, if you will, for the game. This is exactly when things started changing out. We see Reven having the possibility here to pop up. He already had the Lissandra. He had already everything. So now he was his chance to stay alive with the Aurelion Sol. So he was just trying to fight it out, try to stay alive. Raiko, on the other hand, already had a perfect board and punished him for the mistakes.
And exactly the same fight was happening at the same time. 2 Godlike players actually played against each other at the same time as this moment as well. And they were able to stay alive. It was perfectly timed. The magnetic removers were used. They were able to save each other as well. And they were able to stop Reven, which I think was such a huge deal.
And Upe, we go to our final moment of the game. This is where it ends, and ultimately Godlike is able to punch their ticket into the playoffs. Let's review it.
Yeah, everything was going perfect for Godlike, already having Dalesom and Raven in 7th and 8th place. And Odessa, even playing tempo, only with a Corki 1, it wasn't good enough. You need the 1-2 at the end, and that player was supposed to be Reven. He couldn't find the Aurelion Sol, but he played the game in a fashion way, in an ideal way. The placement was there. The emblem, Dark Star emblem was there. You needed the gasoline. Odessa was supposed to be the rock, the tempo player, just to maintain HP, but he was not the winner.
One of the fun things about this matchup is both rosters for their orgs had not yet gained any club championship points, but that changes now for Godlike as they secure top 8. Very well done, and they want revenge on Weibo Gaming. Took them to the limit, game 3. Do we get it? We'll find out during the pool draw. Had a couple of comments throughout that game number 3. It's always fun to hear what the chat has to say. They were supporting Godlike through and through, and I thought someone said Sappho can't lose.
He was the best in the team. He showed it in the previous session, and he just made that run right now. I know Sappho, being so young also, and being a staple in the Hispanic community, from Spain to the world, this is a player that we will see so much. So he lost, but I mean, he's a hero to the community itself. Still.
Rightly so. You know, chat. They're just going to chat away, and they're going to talk their trash as they know. Hey, Sappho, an incredible competitor for sure. And I love what you said, Stuart. Like, you know, MCoy, we want them to come back, stay together, a positive roster. Froden, I think we got you. Let's go ahead and bring you in here. What you have to say about today's events. What's going on, my guy? Final series of the day has concluded.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy start of the series. I think that Koi showed a lot of life, but I think that Godlike kind of showed why they are probably the best Western team here. I think they showed a really good comprehensive gameplay. They also pulled some tricks out of their bag. I actually just got word because I was talking to Daisy, who stopped by. I said, Zed? Invader Zed? Is that supposed to be part of the rotation, part of the game plan? And Dasik said that Raiko clicked it without approval of anybody on the team. He just didn't say anything. He clicked Invader Zed and said, oh, by the way, guys, I'm Zed. Because he knew that everyone would be saying no. So it's actually a really good sign that these guys are not only operating or executing at a really high level, but also they have trust in their teammate to execute. Because I think Dasik played his spot really well to drag down the enemy team and sneak into the top 4. Raiko is closing out with high cap boards because that's his specialty. Overall, you got to have a lot of faith. If you're an EU fan, a little bit of NA hope as well with Daehwa, you got to feel like they're definitely playing at a high level right now.
Yeah, we have 4 teams for CN, 3 teams for APAC, and 1 team from EMEA with 1 NA that you mentioned. Do you think they have a chance? Do you think it's too much power from the CN region, or do you think they're able to adapt and they maybe power force their way into the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they also think about the game a lot deeper. I want to give a shout out to Coach Brosef from TFT Coaching. That guy is also putting a lot of thought. He's scouting all the teams, and they have game plans for each individual team and for the individual players. Like one example I can say now, because they're eliminated with, was Fnatic featuring former world champion Dark Noob. They know that he has a specific anima setup that he likes to play for on stage 2. And so if that happens, they're ready to pivot to stop him from being able to execute the game plan. I think Godlike is a pretty underrated team right now just because they're not getting a lot of publicity compared to Vitality and some of the other Western teams. But you got to watch out, man. A team that's prepared can really come out firing, and it's also still best of 3. Anything can happen. So I think, yeah, they're the underdogs compared to maybe the top CN teams. But you got to be watching out. Godlike Esports is going to come out swinging tomorrow.
And what about the game itself, Rodan? Is there any surprises for yourself in terms of the game itself? Obviously, Akali being so dominant with the 2 costs coming out, a composition that your good friend Disho shouted out on social media as well. It's kind of one of the compositions to look out for in the 4 versus 4 environment. Is there anything else that surprised you about the game itself in this format?
I mean, I do think that we have some surprising compositions from time to time. The most surprising thing is sort of the augment selection that pushes people into directions. I think, for example, MKOI, one of the things that was really interesting thing about them was their willingness to play into Cho'Gath Lissandra. We were actually looking at their spot at 2-1. Revan had no scout, no pivot. His other options are kind of bad. And me and Brosa sat here and saying, he's probably going to go into Cho'Gath Lissandra. And I think every team has compositions in their pocket that they're willing to bust out like that. I'm not that big of a believer on Cho'Gath Lissandra, but that's what also helped MKOI beat Vitality yesterday. We see Misfortune, for example, being busted out. And there's a little bit more tech like that teams are willing to pull out situationally. And that's the beauty of 4v4, right? One of the cool things about it is that you have to be willing to play the C and D tier comms situationally if the spot demands it, because sometimes a good 6th or 7th place can really be the difference maker to help your team. That's what makes it a very unique and cool format compared to standard solo competition.
Broden, you're wearing an MKOI jersey. They're now eliminated, okay? So now there's 8 teams to choose from. Who's buying you out next?
I did ask Godlike for a jersey for tomorrow. Maybe another Chinese team wants to give me a jersey as well for some free advertising. I think this is unrelated. I would like to think that the series was close because they had Frodan in their side. So there's another way you can think about it. Maybe they had no shot, and all of a sudden, maybe this was the blessing they needed to even be competitive.
But they still lost, though, Frodan. They still lost with the buff, Frodan.
Listen, man, I think that I'm pretty powerful, but I mean, the forces of TFT can sometimes even destroy the blessing that I can put forth. I tried my best, man. I did what I could.
That's it. Hey, Frodan, we start playoffs tomorrow. You have any spicy takes? This will be the last question for you.
Yeah, I think a CN team doesn't win EWC this year. I think they play really well, but I'm going to go ahead and pick either APAC or the one EU/NA hybrid team. Maybe it's kind of the forbidden unity, right? When the chips are down, we need a fusion dance with our rival EU. NA has to fusion dance with EU in order to get the win here on the international stage. When all the chips are down, maybe we shove all in, and that's how we get it done.
We're going to be checking in with you to see what jersey you're wearing tomorrow. Frodan, thank you so much for your coverage. We'll be hearing from you soon.
Have a good night, guys.
All right. Hey, Fro, I like that guy. I mean, look, he's been covering things all tournament long. We still have 2 more days. But this matchup, to break down the series one more time between MKOI and Godlike, went to the distance. We're talking game number 3, a big comeback from Godlike, and the members of this roster are playing so incredibly well. Yeah, they can go standard gameplay. They can get a little bit lucky. Either way, they find a way to win.
I think that's a great point by Frodan as well about the flexibility that 4v4 offers as well. We were talking about in game number 2 with Dasik playing the 5 challenger, which is something that we will never probably see in a solo format as well. So that flexibility and that adaptation that Godlike have brought to not only this game but previous series as well kind of steps them above the rest.
And the beautiful thing is that even the team that lost played great and did amazing returns and possibilities. Daleson open up to Daisy in the early game just to make sure he didn't pop off in the later stage of the game. Then Godlike grief D'Alessandro because he was so weak that he's actually the spot right now. So the things were flipping every time. We see D'Alessandro there, Gobo playing defense, going for the artifact. So every time it's up and down, up and down. Any small mistakes made the difference, and in the end, the adaptability from Godlike make the win.
I have to say, this is probably one of the most entertaining series we had from the perspective of the players, the emotions on their face. They couldn't hide it, whether it was disappointment, whether it was happiness. They showed it all, and the trash talk was incredible. And I remember hearing that scream at the end of game number 3 as Godlike take the win. But for MKOI, they hold their heads up high. They're proud of what they were able to accomplish. The dream run does come to an end, but they can at least say, look, we came here and we did our absolute best.
Yeah, I mean, they did an incredible job. Like I said, that victory yesterday alone, MKOI should be proud about that victory yesterday. They went, you know, to the wire with Godlike as well, which, you know, going in terms of seeding, Godlike did have a higher seed into MKOI as well. I believe they dodged each other completely in terms of the qualifiers. This is the first time that they played against one another in this format. They've obviously practiced a lot, but being able to take Vitality to the limit, being able to take Godlike to the limit, they should be proud.
Huge success, absolutely.
100%.
We have a chance for a post-match interview. Who do we got?
What's up, guys? Digon here, alongside Safa from MKOI. Falling just short here against Godlike in the Battle of the West for a spot in the quarterfinals. Just kind of give me your initial thoughts here of that series.
So I think it was very close. It came down to small details. Some roll downs we had were kind of unlucky. And I don't know, they played the better series today, and it is what it is. Like, we tried our best, and it didn't go our way today.
7 slots going to either China or APAC, only 1 slot to the West as a whole. Kind of, what do you think of the state of Western TFT right now?
I mean, I think when it comes to individual TFT, the typical TFT, it is closer. But when it comes to 4v4, I don't know why, like Asian teams, I don't know if it's communication or strategy or preparation, they look so much stronger. We've played a lot of scrims against them, and they were far better than us. And yeah, I mean, the only thing we can do is try to copy them and try to improve ourselves for next year.
What's it been like here at EWC for you and your team getting to compete as a team of 4?
I mean, for us, it has been such a great experience. Like, we've been playing together like for 1 year and a half, almost 2 years now. So we are so glad that we made it here, and the whole experience has been so good. And I mean, it's unfortunate that we couldn't make like the players and top 8, but we still are proud of ourselves. We did a great job. Like, all the preparation and everything was on stream. Like, the Spanish community enjoyed it a lot, and I think we did a good show and people enjoyed it. So I'm proud.
All right, Safa, everyone, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Safo, you should absolutely be proud of your performance. That was the exit interview. They will now leave EWC at least as competitors. They might join, though, as spectators, I'm sure, cheering on some of their friends and competitors out there. And I'm assuming, even though the trash talk was quite serious between themselves and Godlike, they're probably going to be supporting Godlike. You always want to lose to the team that takes the win.
They already played ping pong together.
That's right.
The winner was KOI in ping pong. Now the winner is Godlike in TFT, and we want to have the TFT winner obviously coming forward, and we have Godlike. So yeah, KOI will be supporting them for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll be here over the next few days as well, supporting the West as well. It's one of the only Western team left in this competition as well. I'm sure them and all the other Western teams will be on their back.
Absolutely. Well, hey, for today's competition, obviously the playoffs, we're awaiting to see what the seeding is going to look like. We'll talk you through what the seeding is going to at least look like in just a little bit. But the club championship standings have developed quite a bit because we have some amazing orgs who have now made it into top 8. For some orgs, they get their first ever points. For others, well, they are now eligible for the club championship race. Trav, break it down for me.
We're almost in the playoffs now in TFT, but I've managed to get over here to the Kadia City grid where Lauren is going to give us a quick update on everything Club Championship when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah, because we've got a lot going on right now, Trev. 2 matches left in the group stage.
A lot of teams have already qualified through to finals, and they are all the teams that we've been talking about the whole time for CC and the teams that are at the top. I am talking about the defending champs, Twisted Minds, already clinched their spot. Vitality, Na'Vi, AGAL. After match number 4, Falcons also solidified their spot in the finals. Liquid are in the finals. It is stacked. It's going to be huge. This is, I think, could potentially be a pivotal game when it comes to club championship.
Yeah, it seems like all the big dogs are making it through. It hasn't been the same story in Teamfight Tactics, to be honest with you, but I think Na'Vi, Vitality, the ones to keep your eyes on when it comes to the club championship race. We'll keep you updated as things go on this week, so stay tuned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Big traffic glitter explosion for the club championship update. Again, it is starting to get quite close. Many other orgs are joining into the race, and we're talking $30 million up for grabs. Now, the big one to discuss, look at the number 5 spot, Team Vision. Now at 950 points. They started at 750, but due to Vision making it to top 8, they get a little bit more, and who knows where they're going to end. Now, for Team Vision, they needed this top 8 in order to even be eligible for this club championship race. Being top 5, guess what that means? If we were to end the club championship rankings here, they would secure $1.6 million as an org. Team Vision did exactly what they came to do.
Yeah, exactly. Virtus Pro as well, also making it into the top 8, getting a few more points, as well as AGAL. Few of the big organizations as well, and few of the big winners for Teamfight Tactics.
But let's not forget Weibo Gaming. They're a little bit further down currently in 17th, but they are right now the defending title defenders and also potentially the favorite to win the TFT finals, which means that's 1,000 points. They're jumping way up. They're going for potentially making $150,000, maybe $200,000, maybe all the way up to $2 million. That's what is at stake. We've got $500,000 for the TFT prize pool, but the club championship prize pool is a whole different ballgame. Like I said, $30 million on the line. First place, $7 million. There was a lot of keys crushed today, and sadly, we got to go through each and every one because we lost some titans through our matches. We started off here, Vision taking down T1 in a 2-0 style. Vision forged through the fire and flames, able to beat T1. What an upset.
The first seed of China making it happen here. Vision was just too strong, and we saw Vintium there giving the key to Flancy, and Flancy having fun, and of course, the joy moment for him.
Yeah, Mao's as well being taken down by Juan Mei. Obviously, Juan Mei, one of the GOATs in TFT. Having the honors of crushing the key for Mao's. Kind of expected result in the end, but going to be one of the teams to watch in the quarterfinals.
That key went snap, as they all do. He tries to put it together, but there's no use, man. Once that key is gone, it is done and finished. Noxstrom Red Force, though, going through big as they crush Zeta's key. This was, well, for all intents and purposes, an upset for some, right? Noxstrom Red Force comes in big. On paper, Zeta was looking incredible, but in execution, Noxstrom, they were the top dogs.
Power of friendship for Noxstrom once again, and the possibilities, and now Safo giving the key to Dohua, who broke everything. He broke the lever.
Quite literally.
He broke the key, and he broke or crushed the dreams from Koi here. He had so much fun here, having a blast, and Dohua is a player with so much personality that this is the exact one that you want to see crushing keys.
And don't forget, Stuart, those fragments can be used if you win for your club championship trophy, which is quite spectacular, and I'm sure they're going to be using MCOYs if they in fact win this entire thing. Now, let's walk through our brackets because we are now officially done with group play. We'll start with Group A, and it was a doozy. We started day one with Weibo Gaming versus T1, and we claimed that this very well could be our grand finals, right? First and second. Well, we don't get that opportunity because as T1 progressed through the decider matches, Team Vision took them down in our first series of today, day number 3. But when we look at the playoffs teams, again, it's looking stacked.
Yeah, looking completely stacked. Flash Wolves as well is definitely going to be a team to look out for in Group A, as well as Weibo Gaming securing that first seed.
That's right. AGAL getting the much-needed wins, pushing forward against Zeta, against Mouse, of course, to get those club championship points. And for Virtus Pro, you pointed it out, Stuart, obviously getting those top 8 performance is going to be massive for the org itself. But advancing to the playoffs today, Aurora Gaming knocks from Red Force.
I mean, yeah, Juanmi there popping off, and this is what, not the last hope, but the biggest one for the Xi'an region, the Chinese, and 4 teams already there is exactly what you want to have happen. So Juanmi, I expect him to pop off, and they are, for me, the favorites coming into the playoff.
That's right, a lot of money on the line. We've been talking about the club championship, but let's remind you how much is up for grabs if you win this event here. TFT Esports World Cup 2026, $500,000, $150,000 for first. Now, Stuart, when it comes to TFT, this prize pool is significant.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest prize pools in the TFT, ecosystem. Being able to play this 4v4 format, a unique format with such a huge prize pool as well. It's why so many players talk about this format. They talk about this event and dedicating so much time to it throughout the year as well. Of course, they're focusing on 1 versus 1, but the 4 versus 4 is what the players really love.
Well, it's about time for our draw for the pool play. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun. This drawing is going to be completely randomized, but there are some rules to remember. I'm going to read them out, and then we're going to theory craft who might play who before it's ultimately decided on the stage by our stage host. Now, number 1, teams are drawn in a random order. So it is randomized, not predetermined. 2, divisions must be emptied in ascending order, aka Division 1, 2, etc. Number 3, teams will be assigned in the highest available seed the moment they are drawn. So the seeding is now done. All our matches have concluded, so the seedings are exactly where they need to be. And the number 4, no teams qualifying through the same group can be placed into the same quarterfinal match. If that would happen, the currently drawn team will be placed in the next highest available seeding position that is valid. So it's all fair. Now, the next question is, who's going to play who? It's time to head to the stage to find out our answer.
It is time indeed. Taylor, you said it's gonna be fun. I think we couldn't wait. We were like talking about that entire draw. It is time.
Yo, Taylor said something about it's time to do the draw 4 something, and you know what? I completely blocked out the rest of it. Because as soon as you said draw 4, I feel like that's what some of these teams have been playing. Draw 4s, skip, reverse back to me, etc. Team Vision. Did you see how they just got down? I mean that, and then not just their movie star Koi going up against my guys at Godlike Esports, and of course Nongshim. People thought that it was an upset when they won in the qualifier, and they showed that it was not. Today has been an absolute banger, back to back to back.
Back to back to back, we had fighting boards, we had banger matches, and now we're about to set the banger matches for tomorrow, right? Very simply put, Rob, I do believe this side, you've got all of the teams that qualified through the upper bracket. So your first role is to draw them to know the seeding order. Whoever you draw first will earn that top seeds.
Okay, winner side right here, y'all, and then over there we got everyone that's on the loser side or the lower side of the bracket, if you want to be politically correct. All right, let's go ahead and get to it, y'all. I'm mixing it up. Ain't no funny business going on.
No collusion, nothing. Pick one, and whoever you pick is seed 1 for that final playoff tree. Who do we got? Who do we got?
Shout out to the Keymaster.
Let's go. Seed 1.
This fancy.
Of the playoff.
Oh, this fancy.
Ooh, Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolves, ladies and gentlemen.
They will claim that first seed. Of course, we don't know their opponent yet. It will be drawn later from this board. But right now, it's about getting that seed number 2, Rob.
Okay, again, this next team is not going to play against Flash Wolves. We're just setting the winner side.
And if anything, you're going to be on the complete opposite sides of Flash Wolves. So this team gets to avoid them. Who do we got?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All gamers, baby.
AGAL. These are the ones. Seed 2 of the tournaments. And to remain, Rob, you get to choose. You get to choose. Don't break everything, bro. We have a crusher there.
Hey, listen.
We don't need you for that.
I'm not about to embarrass myself in front of Daysik and Doar, man. Don't worry. I got the reactions.
All right. True fighting game, man. It is time. Seed 3.
Oh, yeah. The title defenders, ladies and gentlemen.
Weibo Gaming, seed 3, title defenders but not earned that top seed. And of course, Rob, make sure you pick the right one. Make sure you take a moment and make sure we actually got the right ones. And that's of course going to be seed 4 for this tournament. Virtus
VP.
VP it is.
All right, so officially, we do have one side. Now we here with what we all really want to see, baby. What these matches about to be, Damascus. Let's see.
I know the players on my right. I'm just looking a bit. Yeah, let's. This is the moment where I pick who faces anyone. Now remember the rule: you cannot face someone from the same group.
All right, if the bracket is messed up, it's your fault, Damascus. The players got to blame you.
I'm doing my best, Rob. I'm really doing my best right now.
Okay. Okay.
Aurora Gaming will be facing seed 1 on the tournament. Let's double check if we don't have a gob. This is the match. Listen.
Oh no, it's gonna be. I'm getting confirmation. It's gonna be Aurora versus Weibo Gaming.
Aurora versus Weibo. Juan Mie earlier said, whoever you give us, we'll take them down, and they get the title defenders.
And
bro.
Fate said, "All right, bet. We gonna test that theory."
You know what? All right, bet. Kitty is with the captain for Weibo Gaming. Let's see if they say, all right, bet. Kitty, what are we saying?
Welcome in, everyone. We have our first head-to-head tournament between WBG and Aurora. So, do you have any banter that you would like to say to Team Aurora? 你们的第一轮的对手会是阿罗拉，所以请问有什么狠话吗？
我只想用一句话对对面说：我们是不可战胜的。
I have one line to say to the enemy. We will be undefeated.
We hear you over here. Juan Mie hears you over here. Juan Mie, what do you have to say to Weibo?
他们最近输我们输挺多的，是私下打的手。
Kitty, you got that translation for us?
Yep, so we've been scrimming them quite a lot, and we have been undefeated ourselves. So let's see how that first head-to-head goes for our playoffs.
All right, thank you both. Jael, let's go back to the stage for our next draw.
Yo, they talking spicy like that. Okay.
I can't lie. I heard the words. I'm like, yo, Weibo, I don't like. I'm giving you a trophy already, man.
His confidence was different, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And who is this next match going to be up against again?
It is time.
Going up against Virtus Pro, y'all.
We are looking for Virtus Pro's opponent unless there is a group clash, which I've been a specialist of. Let's go.
What we got? Who is it?
Who do we got, Rob?
We're going against VP.
Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, that's a banker.
And I do believe that's not the same group, right?
No, this is the same group. This is going to be, instead, ladies and gentlemen, Nongshim is going to go head-to-head with Flash Wolves.
Ooh.
Nongshim versus Flash Wolves.
It is Flash Wolves who is going to take on Nongshim. This is a banger as well, man. This is what I want to see. And Kitty is ready for the battle words. Kitty, bring us a banger, please.
Ooh, we have two giants for this next head-to-head. What do you have to say to Nongshim? 你们的下个对手会是农心，所以有没有对对手说的话呢？
虽然你们很强，可是我们会赢下这场比赛来证明我们是更强的。
Although you guys are very strong, but with this head-to-head, we will prove that we are the strongest. Digon, what do you have to say?
Well, it is a battle of APAC, and Nongshim have been pretty great. Shilluk is here with me. Shilluk, what do you have to say to those fighting words from Flash Wolves?
We will show the rebellion of underdogs, and we will prove that we are the best team of APAC.
All right, there you have it. The battle of the APAC. It's Flash Wolves and Nongshim. Let's send it back on over to the stage.
Regional rivalries on point. You know it's always about the regional pride, Rob. I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, because you're always talking trash about NA. I know how you feel about regional pride, Damascus.
Yes. Can you?
Did you just stand on it?
Yes. Can you repeat the statement you got yesterday from?
Brother, can you pull the next match?
All right, I have good news though.
Bias.
I have good news. Whoever I pick is actually gonna be Team Virtus Pro opponent.
Okay.
There is no more clash possible.
Okay.
I know I'm making things difficult for everyone, so let's make this easy. All right,
let's see.
No, I don't like. Yeah, let's go.
Who's going up against Virtus Pro?
Thank you, Keymaster.
Got
against Virtus Pro. Team Vision taking on Virtus Pro, Rob. This is gonna be another banger of a match. Kitty, what do they think over at Virtus Pro sides?
Ooh, wow, 2 teams starting with V. So, Virtus Pro, you guys are going to be versing Team Vision for that round 1. Do you have anything to say to the enemy?
I think I'm gonna show them who gonna be the champion this year.
Spicy champions. Back to you, Dagon.
Well, Team Vision, VP made it to the finals last year. What do you think? How is it going to go?
我觉得 VP 是8支队伍里面最弱的一支，所以我们很幸运。
Okay.
Go ahead, Kitty.
Well, we think VP, out of the 8 teams, is the weakest team going into the quarterfinals. Back to you guys on stage.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. They talking like that. Insanity. The weakest team, you can't lose at this point. You cannot lose.
Match of the day. This is my highlight match. I will be watching this match. I will be watching to see and to see them fall. Oh my.
We need to make that like a 1st to 5 or something like that. That's insanity.
Listen, love to see it. I know technically our last game is already decided, but for the sake of fairness, and Rob, you know, I know we're talking smack, Europe, NA, but the last team, like, we have to shake hands. Like, it's the fusion.
Come on, man.
There's EU and NA players, right?
This is true.
Right now, there's no more smack talk. Like, we must work together.
Put some respect.
Yeah?
Put some respect on this next team.
We too. We take it.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Show the people, the masses. We know who it is, but show the people. Yeah, gods do not bleed, ladies and gentlemen. God-like esports going head-to-head with AGAL. Kitty, are we ready with the interview?
For our final matchup, Godlike vs. AGAL. What banter do you have for us to end of the night? 下个对手会是 Godlikes， 想不想跟他们放点狠话呢？
让我们领到最大的补贴了。
This is the biggest fortune that can happen to us. Ooh, so everyone is getting favorable matchups, Dagon.
It's getting spicy out here, and we're at our final draw. Gobo, you're not gonna let that go, calling y'all a fortune here, y'all.
I mean, Orok said yesterday that he wants to face us in a tweet, and he will regret this tweet tomorrow.
All right, it is regret for later. He's saving it for the late game regret. Let's head it back on over to the stage to close it on out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, officially, we have our playoff picture all the way set. It only gets this hype. You only get this type of energy right here at EWC, ladies and gentlemen. This bracket is absolutely insane.
This bracket is looking insane. Listen, I think biggest moment of this draw, Weibo Gaming statements. Yeah, this one, I don't want to face these guys.
It's the energy with which he said it. He poked his chest out. You gotta work your chest out to get that type of bass on you, ladies and gentlemen. And then, also, as if that wasn't crazy enough, they said that they were the weakest team in the whole, what? The weakest of the 8 teams?
Hey, between the smack talk immediately, when I'm telling you you're the weakest, you better pull up tomorrow. You better showcase what you're here for, and you better get on this one. And of course, the other one, right? On Aurora Gaming, Juan Mie said earlier today, no matter who they send us, right? You can send us whoever you want. We will win.
And ladies and gentlemen, of course, Kwame feels like him and his squad will win, but I can guarantee you that you at home are going to win, and you can do it very easily. All you have to do is make sure you pull up tomorrow for the greatest TFT play possible on planet Earth right here at EWC. We have playoffs starting tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you there.
We book Esports World Cup.